Chapter 24. Cold rain streaks my goggles, while Eldon flies us into gray clouds. We burst from the haze, and a towering island appears before us. Two gargantuans sail directly above the island's green ridges, their eyes glazed over, their stomachs bulging as they lazily suck in fat blobbins. Sebastian stands in the center of the deck, watching through a spyglass, victory in his expression. The gargantuans seem drugged, eyes hardly open as they idly slither in a slow-moving twister. The brainless blobbins blanket the sky, practically a cloud of them. These metallic beasts with electrical tendrils hanging from their squat torsos float aimlessly, caught in the vortex of the gargantuan's wake. My hair rises from all the kinetic energy in the air. If there's one place you don't want to be on a skyship, it's near a blobbin cloud. Not just because blobbins will latch onto your hull and eat through the metal, but because bigger, more deadly things often follow them. Eldon dips us, scrambling my stomach. "Keep your heads down," Bryce warns us. "If one of their tendrils catch you, there's nothing we can do." I can't help but swallow as I crouch. Death by electrocution, and your body will be pulled upward, where you'll be cocooned and slowly digested until only your bones float inside. My fingers twitch. Never been around blobbins, and neither has most of the crew. Madeline taught us to avoid them, not fly toward them. "Stay beneath the cloud, navigator," Sebastian says through the gem, "close to the island." We fly so low, the gladian cuts through the jungle's branches like an axe, makes the ship shudder. The two gargantuans continue their feast, hardly aware of anything at all. The Class 5 undulates through the blobbins. He's a bull, with a massive crest surrounding his cranium. Various dents mark his torso, presumably from mating fights with other bulls. And based on these battle scars, he's aggressive. For now, he sleeps. My finger taps near the trigger of my shoulder cannon. With a simple press, I could spur him awake, sabotage the hunt. But none would believe it was an accident, and I'd be tossed in the brig. Eldon pulls the strings to his hips, gliding us to a smooth stop beneath the eye of the living cyclone of monsters. "Navigator," Sebastian says through the gem, "rise." We grasp the railing. Eldon tips us vertical until we're aimed at the foggy sun. Severe light burns in my retinas. My mag boots help me maintain my balance, but pressure builds in my ankles. "Hang on," Roderick yells. Eldon thrusts forward and we launch. The wind flattens our faces. He delicately maneuvers us through the eye of the storm. As we're flying, Bryce and Roderick fire harpoons at any blobbin that comes close. Each time they hit one, it pops, and its shiny entrails fall like streamers. Finally, we level out inside the ring of the gargantuans. They circle around us, silently enjoying their meal. "Wait for the gap, navigator," Sebastian whispers. I stop breathing. My hands shake. "Now!" We hurtle into the storm of beasts, our harpoons peppering blobbins, until we fly directly behind the bull. Roderick raises his arms in a silent cheer. Pound smiles. Even I feel a little elated, until I see Sebastian's face. "Great work," Sebastian says, as Eldon pulls us back, matching the bull's lazy pace. We're surrounded by blobbins, and we're within a few feet of the bull's tail. The incredible beast stretches over 500 feet. Behind us, beyond the stern, a female gargantuan follows. She's swimming and eating, eyes closed. Sebastian raises a hand. "On my mark, Master Gunner." Once our stern aligns with the female's mouth, Sebastian drops his hand. Roderick kicks open the stern's gate, and Pound heaves a shoulder into a barrel filled with explosive powder. Soon the barrel floats in the sky, packed with gargantuan gas to make it bob like an anchored boat in choppy water. Roderick and Pound push out 2 more. "Excellent," Sebastian says. "Take us out, navigator." In seconds, we're firing harpoons as we sink back through the center of the vortex of creatures over the island and away from the blobbing cloud. And now, at a safe distance, Eldon turns us to face the gargantuans. I lift a spyglass from my belt. The female follows a line of blobbins, idly slurping them into her mouth. Finally, she nears the first barrel. Sebastian shakes with excitement. The gargantuan eats the first barrel, then the second, and the third. We wait as they stew in her gut, splashing around in acid until, boom! A golden red explosion rocks the sky. The gargantuan's ribs erupt, and chunks of hot, burning flesh scatter. The beast's scream pops the nearest blobbins, while the shockwave reverberates through the cyclone. The female sinks, her gas sac punctured, body flayed in half. Sebastian laughs. Eldon cheers, but the rest of the deck silently watches the beast fall. Sebastian succeeded, but we're supposed to save our kills. Gargantuan scales are melted down to create hulls. Their gas is used as flotation. Their meat is sent to the islands. Still, our spy ship will credit us for a half kill, perhaps enough for Sebastian to solidify his position as the best to lead us. All he must do next is order Eldon to fly us away, and the Gladian is his. The bull's eyes narrow on his falling mate, and he releases a tremendous roar, sends quivers through the ship. "Orders, Captain?" Eldon asks nervously. Sebastian stomps forward, beside me at the bow, fingers gripping the net's coils. He stares at the enraged beast. Then something flashes in his eye. Greed. It's a look I've seen too many times. From Uncle. From Pound. Sebastian will never be satisfied, not until he's at the top of the heap. When the bull's golden eyes discover us, I step back. His tail coils inward, winding into a death launch, and he rockets toward us, bursting through the blobbing cloud. "Turn up your magnetics!" Sebastian cries. "We're taking it down!" Bryce and I share a nervous glance as we crank the dials on our belts. We're not ready for a Class 5. The bull's golden eyes give us a glimpse of hell. His mouth widens. We launch harpoons at his face, but they clang off his eyelids. Just before he swallows us, Eldon lifts us. My head whips back. We rise just over the snout, but not high enough. The crest crashes into us. Slam! We bounce along his back. Enormous spines stab holes into our ship. I smack, shoulder first, into the deck. My brain rattles. Roderick yells. Bryce holds her broken arms, screaming. My shoulder cannon slips away, sliding across the deck. Just before the next impact, I dive to catch a railing. Even with my mag boots up to full strength, I lock my forearms around the bar. "Get us out of here!" I shout. "Eldon, fly!" But when I glance back, Eldon's hanging like a marionette, caught in a tangled mess of strings. The bull comes again, lord of the air, a great terror of the islands, and for the first time I glimpse dread in Sebastian's face. "Brace!" I yell. The bull bashes into us, flipping us onto our side. The Gladian groans like a fallen animal. The force yanks my boots' grip from the deck. I shout, clinging to the railing, my feet dangling beneath me. There's open air under my boots. If I slip, I'll tumble to the black clouds. "Navigator!" Pound yells. "Eldon, wake up!" Sebastian hugs the railing beside me, but his grip loosens, and he catches my legs. His desperate fingers dig in my calves. I wince. The added weight pulls on my shoulders, makes me gasp, and the railing digs against my forearms. Eldon stirs, blinking in confusion at the jumbled strings. A moment later, the Gladian moans as he attempts to right us. But the bull comes back, sideswipes us, makes us spin. I barely hold on, feel dizzy. Sebastian screams as he slips to my boots. His frantic fingers latch on. Our combined weight presses against my forearms. The railing crushes my tendons. I can't bear this. After the bull brushes us again, I slip, and only my hands grip the railing. "Conrad!" Roderick yells while safely strapping in a turret. "Don't let go!" My fingers turn white. It's either me or Sebastian. I could shake him off, kick his face until his fingers loosen. None would blame me, and there'd be no one in my way of becoming captain. But I will not rise the wrong way. No, I will prove I'm the best. "Sebastian, I'm swinging you to the deck." "No," he says. "When you hit the deck, let go. You'll slide into the net below. Trust me." I don't. With my remaining strength, I sway toward the deck. After a few swings, Sebastian's nearly hitting the deck. "Let go!" I shout. "No!" When we rock back over the open sky, his fingers slide off me, and a horrifying chill fills me as his life falls away. "Sebastian!" His fingers reach frantically at nothing as he sinks. I can't do anything but shout and listen to him scream. "No!" Eldon cries. Sebastian's arm smashes into the railing below, but his momentum keeps him dropping, cartwheeling into the sky. I feel cold. It isn't my fault. He let go too late. It isn't my fault. Sebastian spins in the air, falling on and on. The bull's eyes narrow on him, and it steers away from us, launching after Sebastian. Can't believe this is happening. His fingers still dig in my leg. His voice still grates in my ear. The beast approaches him. Roderick fires a pointless harpoon. And then we all scream as Sebastian gets sucked into the gargantuan's mouth. Eldon finally straightens the ship, and I hit the deck. My mag boots snap back on. "Get us out of here, Eldon!" Bryce yells, holding her broken arm. "Now!" The bull turns on us again, while Eldon pushes, but the Gladian shudders under the commands, refusing. Eldon's face pales. He pushes again, the strings extended, but the Gladian sputters. A whining noise echoes under our feet. "It's not working!" he shouts. "Keaton!" Bryce yells into her gem. "What's up with the engine?" No response. "Keaton!" "I'm on my way." Pound lifts the hatch and jumps inside. The bull charges. Roderick's harpoons strike the beast, and one even manages to rip off a scale, but that's it. Eldon's shaking arms pull us just over the bull's mouth. We bounce along the spiny back and sink off his side. Once below the beast, I go rigid as the bull's tail whips toward us. "Hold on!" It strikes us with the ferocity of a scorpion's attack, slices through the ship as easily as a shovel cuts into mud. The Gladian's nearly cleaved in two, still hovering, sparking, but whatever life she had is gone. The Gladian is broken. Meanwhile, the bull roars, circling us, toying like a cat around a mutilated mouse. Everyone stands around, frozen. Some glance at the lifeboat. But why have a lifeboat if it can't fly us away quick enough? It's only meant to keep us afloat, not escape a gargantuan. As the beast turns to face us, I rise and wipe the blood from my nose. My brow furrows. When I was just a boy, I was left on an island with a prowlin, and I built a spear to hunt. This time, I made something else, and it hides beneath my uniform. Harpoons don't work. Shoulder cannons can't do enough. I am our only chance. I turn off my magnetics. Pound returns just as I start running, and the excitement of a glorious death grows in his eyes. "Yes! Kill it!" he roars as I race past him. "Fly, you ugly bastard! Fly!" When I reach the stern, I dive over the railing, leaping free of the ship. Roderick and Bryce shout in horror, and now there's nothing between me and a creature with teeth longer than my body. The odds are mounted against me, all 500 feet of them, but damn it, I'm not done yet. Chapter 25. I tuck my arms in, making myself a dart, and gather speed. The bull dips after me, bellowing. Lightning cracks the sky, and his enormous shadow looms over me, trailing only a few meters behind. I don't look back, won't look back, and can almost hear his mouth crack open. Hot breath gusts over me. When I sense him gaining, I press a button on my belt. Suddenly, metallic wings burst from my uniform. Sailcloth, attached to steel spines, flaps under my arms and between my legs. Hidden hooks at the end of my sleeves and boots connect the sailcloth to me. Wind hammers against the flaps. My momentum slows, and the bull nears. Soon his jaws will trap me behind a steel cage of teeth. But a powerful gust parachutes me over his snapping snout. The bull bellows and sinks into a storm cloud like a snake slipping into water. Once in the haze, he becomes a massive, ominous silhouette. Lightning outlines his profile. I dive after him, rain streaking off my goggles. Finally, his enormous slithering body breaks through the clouds. For several moments, I soar alongside him, searching his scales until... there! A triangle of pale flesh hides among a wall of silver. The missing scale. I point my left arm, but my wing resists the gust, and the rain obscures my goggles. Grip my teeth. No second chance at this, and it'll have to be a hell of a shot. So, after a stabilizing breath, I focus on the exposed flesh, then squeeze the hidden claw gun trigger just below my palm. The chain rips from my wrist into the air. It fires after the bull and vanishes into a sheet of clouds. My heart pounds. All I can do is wait, and suddenly I'm yanked with vicious ferocity. Nearly pulls my shoulder from its socket, and I'm tugged like a limp doll attached to a string. But I'm not done. I squeeze the trigger again, and I'm pulled with unbelievable speed toward the beast. My goggles rip off. Vision blurs as the gargantuan scales rapidly approach. Slam! I crash into hard metal. My cracked wing knifes into my side, and a rod pierces between my ribs. I scream in agony. Holy hell! Pain surges through me as I hang from the chain, bouncing along the beast's side. I frantically kick my legs, trying to raise them until my mag boots snap onto the steel scales. A button detaches my broken wings. No use to me now. As they fall into the gray, I'm cold, thinking I've no way to get off this thing. I grip the chain with both hands and, like a rock climber, ascend. Boots keeping me attached. The beast undulates up and down, nearly rocking me off each time he rolls. Finally, my hands slap onto his flatter back, and I pull myself onto one knee. My heart's racing, lungs begging for air. I reel in the claw gun hook. It's a bloody white mess. Then my fingers investigate the rod piercing my side. Damn it. Remove it now and I might bleed out. I stand, and the pain screams again. Gah! Don't have a choice. Just got to deal with it. The bull continues undulating, making my stomach rise. We break from the clouds, and I lick the rain from my lips. A noose coils over my heart as I stare at the path before me. Over 250 feet to reach the beast's skull. The gargantuan bellows, suddenly recognizing me. Furious, I'm still alive. He starts looping, body curling in circles as if he's a weed choking a plant. I leap for the closest spine and hug it. The bull straightens like a javelin. Then a wave of scales, starting at the crest, come flying toward me. Each scale acts like a flipper. He can't control individual ones, but can send entire rows at once. Enough that if I happen to be stuck by the wave, I'll be thrown off. I race for the approaching surge. Adrenaline kicks in, helping numb the pain in my side. The wave approaches. I grit my teeth and pick up speed. Each scale rises enough to reach my waist. The scales near. 20 feet. 10. 5. Come on, Conrad, you bird shit. You can do this. I hold my breath, flip off the magnets on my boots, and leap. Once I'm soaring into the air, I tuck in my legs, but my heels hit the scales and I tumble, right into the hard metal of the gargantuan's back. I shout in pain. My vision blurs. I push myself up, crank my magnetics, and hobble for the crest, lungs getting heavy, sides searing in pain, legs screaming from my mag boots. Somehow I hurdle another wave, and another, my sides bleeding, dripping down my leg. The bull's colossal body curves, turning toward the gladian. My gut tightens. No, he's going to swallow the ship whole. His tail starts winding, building for a death launch. Despite the blood at the back of my throat, despite my body begging me to slow, I sprint for his head. Legs churning. Can't stop. Got to keep going. Finally, I reach the crest's edge. A flat slide lowers to the bumpy brow. The bull continues winding. After sliding down the crest, I climb the brow, and once I stand over the edge, I see it. The giant eye, iris like a golden ring of thorns. Whole thing probably weighs as much as a man. The enormous pupil shrinks, focusing on me. I aim the claw gun. The beast's gaze digs fear into me. This is the apex predator of the sky, but I'm going to kill it. I spit in the bastard's eye and squeeze the claw gun's cool trigger. The hook jabs into the gooey pupil with a disgusting shunk. The bull's cry rattles my bones. He writhes, but with my mag boots braced against the steel brow and the tight chain attached to my forearm, I remain steady. I lean back and press the trigger. The claw gun whines, trying to reel me in. The straps dig into my forearm, but I go to war against it. Not breathing, face burning red, my muscles tearing. Then, with a sickening plunk, the hook rips out the eye. White blood gushes into my face. I gag on the iron-like taste and slip onto my side. The enormous eye falls, yanks my right arm from its socket, and slams me into the crest. Ugh! Now I'm sliding toward the edge of the beast's brow, about to fall into open sky. Shit! My left arm struggles with the claw gun straps on my wrist. They dig into me, making my skin burn. In desperation, I try ripping the whole thing off. My stomach lurches as I approach the edge. Suddenly, the straps slide off, pulling my hair with it. The claw gun sinks after the plummeting eye. I shout, but I'm alive. Alive. The bull continues shrieking, turning and turning, thrashing in confusion and pain. I crawl toward the open socket. From inside my ripped jacket, I remove the last thing I brought with me, a thumb-sized version of our explosive barrels. Made it myself. I take a breath, shake it until it buzzes with anger, and stuff my whole left arm into the warm flesh, deep into the beast's skull. Then I scramble away. My boots only reach the top of the crest when the explosion rocks me forward, sends me careening toward the edge, sliding down the scales just before I slip off. My fingers sneak beneath a scale, and I dig in. The sudden weight leaves my right shoulder screaming in pain. I breathe out, shouting as my dangling feet wave above the black clouds. For several moments I hang, breathing through the pain in my aching shoulders. Then I climb, using my mag boots, the gaps between the scales and my good arm. Smoke rises from the bull's head. After a final trembling breath, twitching nerves shake his whole body. He stops rolling, stops everything, and slows to a glide. I reach the spiny ridge and collapse onto my back. Relief splashes over me, cooling my livid, beating heart. Somehow, I didn't puncture the gas sack. The beast will float for days. While the rain washes away the blood, I start chuckling, but it hurts like hell to laugh. So I go quiet, and my fingers press around the tender wound in my side, trying to stem the dribbling. I'm losing too much blood. The rain wanes to a drizzle, and the sun breaks through the clouds, making me raise my left arm to shield my face. I'm stuck here, for now. The 𝘵𝘮𝘮𝘦𝘯𝘥𝘴 in no condition to retrieve me. I grip Ella's necklace and try to push myself upright, but my shaking arm collapses. Nothing left in me, and I lay miserably, body stinging. Is this really how I'm going to go out? At least I took a Class 5 with me. Suddenly, a shadow floats overhead, blocking the sun. Above me, 6 laughing hunter veterans lean over the railing of our blue spy ship. Travis of Waters, along with his crew, cheers and whoops. My heart swells with hope. "This has been a great day for your family," Travis calls. For my family? What the hell is he talking about? "Normally we don't help trainees," he continues, "but seeing what you just did, we've decided you've earned this. Actually, you might have earned more." He nods toward my broken ship. A rope falls beside me, slapping against the scales. Would laugh at them if it didn't hurt. Do I look like I'm in any condition to hold on to a rope? The hunters cheer me on, but when it's clear that I'm a feeble, bloodied mess, Travis whistles for his 𝘬𝘪𝘐𝑵, and the next minute a thin woman climbs down. She kneels over me. "Captain, he's too injured to move," she says over her comm. "Against the rules to bring a trainee on board," Travis pauses, "but I'm not going to leave him here to die, so we'll just not talk about this, huh?" The spy ship lowers to float beside the carcass, then drops a gangway. Soon a pair of burly hunters ambles across. One inspects my wound, and without any warning at all, rips the rod free. I explode in pain. A gaping hole in my side. Blood gushes out of me, but the man applies pressure and jabs medicine into me. I blink in and out of consciousness. The moments blur by. Carried across the gangway, the spy ship elevating, the veteran crew staring at me, laughing, the gloomy sky passing above me, a trickle of rain, the wind blowing through my hair. Finally, I'm carried across the gangway to the 𝘵𝘮𝘮𝘦𝘯𝘥 deck and left in the arms of the biggest bird shit I've ever met. "No," I moan, "not him." The spy ship zooms away, vets still hollering. The 𝘵𝘮𝘮𝘦𝘯𝘥𝘴 shocked crew assembles around us, and I stare up at the boar-faced boy holding me. "This bastard," Pound says, "this ugly bastard. Welcome back, Captain." "Second," Keaton says. The others don't speak, but their rising hands do. Every hand rises, except for Bryce's. She stares at me, stunned, until suddenly her hand rises too. Chapter 26. The medical bed's gentle on my sore muscles. Fortunately, in the day since we took out the Class 5, the meds have worked quickly to seal the hole between my ribs. My fingers touch my tender side. Did I really run the length of a gargantuan and stuff an explosive in its eye? It doesn't seem real. Like if I walked into any tavern in Homestead and told that story, I'd be laughed off. The door cracks open, and a huge, bald head peers in. "Captain," Pound says, shutting the door behind him. "We need to talk." I stare at him. Strange being called captain by this boy. Even stranger, though, is the discomfort in his posture. He meets my eyes and scratches his jaw. "I want to apologize." "What?" "Look," he says, "I can't stop hating you. It's in my blood. Even so, that doesn't mean I don't respect you." He rests his huge hands on his hips. "I guess what I'm saying is, I'm sorry for being such an ass to you." My mouth doesn't work. What am I supposed to say? How can I forgive him after all the bird shit he put me through? The beatings, the stolen meds. This Atwood once made me eat grass. Father taught me all about apologies. "We don't apologize," he told me. "Others apologize to us. Only the weak, those limited by morality, apologize. But the strong, we use their weakness to our advantage. We use their apology as leverage." Father would tell me exactly what to do with Pound's apology. But when I look at my rival now, I see a boy who has lost so much. A boy without a family, who has been humbled. And I wonder what leverage would even do for me. "But your family," I say to Pound, one day I will win them back." And there's an intensity in his gaze I can't doubt. "But there's a line I refuse to break. I won't chase them to sky's end if it means people die." Pound and I are both trying to win back our families. Both trying to rise in a world that doesn't give a lick about anyone. The difference is, Pound knows how far he's willing to go. Do I? I go quiet, thinking that an asswood might be more moral than I. And that thought fills me with great shame, realizing what Mother would say. Compassion. You aren't the only person with desires in this world, Conrad. So stop whining about your situation because, let me tell you, there's always someone who has it worse than you do. Always. I stare at Pound. You drafted me because you wanted me to shine your boots. Yup. He grins and holds out his enormous hand to me. Truce? I stare at his cucumber fingers and search his face. His stupid, ugly face. You're not going to start brown-nosing. Damn, I hate you. You say that a lot, yet here you are, apologizing. I was hoping you'd apologize as well. For what? For being an Irwin. I laugh. No, I'll not seek leverage against him, but that doesn't mean all is forgiven. Instead, I'll give him a new start, a fresh wind, and see where it goes. Under a watchful eye, of course. Fair enough, I say, clasping his hand. Truce. He smiles. So, you hungry? I made soup. When he lifts the tray, a savory smell climbs my nostrils. Reminds me of a hot bath after cold rain. He lowers the bowl beside my bed. Within seconds, I'm stirring the creamy red sauce around the potatoes and chicken chunks. How are the repairs? I ask, scooping in a bite. The crew's working hard, doing all they can, at least until the Hunter repair crew arrives. Hunter repair crew? Hunter's repairing our ship. You impressed a lot of people with what you did. I smiled to myself. Madeline specifically told us that in the gauntlet we were on our own. Guess that's not always true. Once I finish eating, I slide off the bed and stretch out my legs. Gently I raise my arms above my head, wincing slightly from the pressure in my side. I can handle a little pain. So I call the crew for a meeting. Though my body aches, it's time to make assignments and change how this ship is run. I'm captain today, but that could change easily. I need to solidify. I climb the ladder onto the empty deck. Long gashes stripe the ship. A fissure cuts down the center, leaving a canyon-sized opening. Dents bash in the hull, and parts of the wobbly railing hang on by a single bolt. Fortunately, the frame's still intact, and the gas tanks weren't damaged in the attack, so we've stayed afloat. My fingers touch the bar where Sebastian and I were hanging just yesterday. His horrified eyes flash in my mind. How long did he agonize in the bull's gut? Eventually, the crew gathers behind me, hands behind their backs, eyes straight ahead. The most respect they've given any captain thus far. They want to unite behind me, only need a little push. I pace before them. When I find Bryce's blue eyes, she meets my gaze. A defeated girl. She blinks and looks ahead. Her arm hangs in a sling, but with the meds, I think that'll probably only last a day or so. Eldon wears a face of red puffiness, tears. He stares off into the distance. I'm sorry, I whisper to him. It was my fault. I tried to swing him to the deck or let him fall to the net. It didn't work. His brown eyes narrow as they meet mine, and I wonder if there's hate growing beneath the brown, but he nods. I pat his shoulder and step back. Then we all sing the Song of Falling. Everyone joins in, except for Pound, who looks like he'd rather chew glass than honor Sebastian. As we sing, many have watery eyes, including Roderick. Roderick didn't love Sebastian, but completed training with him, spent most of his meals with him at the academy. For a while they were friends. As the song finishes, I raise my bowed head. It's time to move on. Death's part of the life of a hunter, and we have a competition to win. Mark Sebastian down as another boy who was so absorbed with rising that it ended up being his downfall. Meritocracy demands the strong rise, I say to them, but I've never believed the power to enslave equals strength. I'm not interested in dictatorships, and I don't think that we are only our roles. I can be two things, you can be two things. They watch me. I don't pretend to know everything or be the best at everything. 6 of us remain. Our combined knowledge, our combined efforts can win us riches and desirable positions on veteran ships, but we must work together. Several of you have talents I don't. Pound's a better cook than I. And better looking, Pound says. Roderick snorts. Bryce would make a better swabby than you too, Keaton adds. Hey, Bryce says. The crew chuckles. I'm going to delegate some of my responsibility, I say. As long as I'm captain, we as a crew will decide our positions. We will nominate, we will second, and we will vote. They blink at me, confused, as if I suddenly turned into a strange, squealing animal. The captain should have all the power. I rose on merit. They have no claims to power, and yet I'm giving them some. It's almost unheard of on the Skylands. Your power belongs to you, but my aims are not related to power. My aims are about family. I stroke the necklace beneath my collar. Starting with quartermaster, who would like to make a nomination? The crew flash looks at one another. No one speaks. They're suspicious, and I'd be too if our roles were reversed. It seems I'll need to be the one to get the process going. Fine, I will start, I say. I nominate Bryce of Damon to be our quartermaster. Does she have a second? Eldon's face stays neutral. Probably doesn't want to be my quartermaster anyway, and won't mind the demotion. Bryce stares straight ahead. Does she have a second? I repeat. Or should we nominate another? Keaton's hand rises slowly. I second Bryce's nomination. The girls look at each other, and something, maybe a sign of understanding, passes between them. Roderick's hand comes next, then Pound's. Good. They're easing into comfort with the nomination process. Bryce, you have been voted in, I say. Do you accept the role? Her lips tighten with seriousness, and in her gaze I can't tell if she hates me or not. After I reach my hand out to her, she hesitates. Everyone watches. Finally she nods, and her small hand slips in mine. I accept. Excellent. Congratulations. Next, I say, moving on, we nominate for the position of navigator. You, Bryce says. We're short 2 crew members. 2 of us will need to take on 2 responsibilities. You're our best flyer. My mouth shuts. She's right, but I need allegiances, and I'm not a big enough bastard to take away Eldon's strings. Thank you, Bryce, but I don't accept. I nominate Eldon to retain his position as navigator. Eldon gapes at me. Second, Roderick says. Fine, Keaton says. Eldon, you can keep your job. When I shake his hand, he nods to me. Still doesn't like me, but at least we have an understanding. For the position of strategist, I'm also nominated. The crew thinks, because of the gargantuan I took down, that I'm a prime candidate. But I can't accept that either. I have other plans. You can't keep declining our nominations, Keaton says, hands on her hips. You said we had a say in who runs each part of the ship. I can't be every position, I say. Anyway, I nominate Pound to become our strategist. In addition, my stomach nominates him to remain as cook. No one laughs at my little joke. They're too focused on my first nomination. It's a wild nomination, and Pound's a brute, but he's my brute now. And I believe without the pressure of leading the ship, he'll create plans any brawler would love. He nearly had me killed, Keaton says. No. Patience died, Eldon says softly. I cannot give him my vote either. He rammed us into a gargantuan, Bryce says. Sorry, Pound, but what kind of strategist would you be? A good one, Pound rumbles. Pound doesn't say anything else in his defense. Instead, he stares ahead with the same dignity he held when he resigned. Silence sweeps over us. I frown at Pound. He shrugs. This is why he knows he can't rise again. Not on this ship. I nominate Keaton for strategist, Roderick says. A bizarre choice, but hands rise anyway. Soon I congratulate her on her new role. I'm flexing my captain's powers a little, I say. Pound will be Keaton's assistant. They will plan together. However, Keaton will have final say in all matters. Keaton glances at Pound, uncertain. Fine, she says. I nominate Roderick as master gunner. He's better at his job than all of us at ours. He's got some ingenious inventions in the munitions room. He gave me a big tour. You all should go see. The supporting boats fly. Y'all are a bunch of idiots, Roderick says, eliciting chuckles as he shakes my hand. We have 3 positions left, and now must start assigning second duties. I nominate Keaton, Eldon says, to remain as mechanic. Double duty? Keaton says. Shit. Second, Roderick says. She glares at him before rolling her eyes and grinning. Afterward, we confirm Pound to retain his job as cook. Now we've come to the dreaded, absolute worst job on the whole damn ship, I say, the swabby. The Gladian becomes so quiet, we hear Roderick scratching his jaw. No one makes a nomination. It'd be an easy way to make an enemy, and this could completely undermine my first impression as captain. But I'm not eager to navigate the politics, the meritocracy of the ship. No, I want the ship to be mine right now. My voice breaks the silence. I nominate myself. Keaton lets out an audible gasp. Roderick stares, stunned. But Pound's eyes have widened with delight. Second! He practically jumps up and down, hand in the air. Second! The crew roars with laughter. Even so, the hands hesitate to climb. The captain and the 𝘬𝘬𝘬𝘠, the highest and the lowest. Gradually the hands rise, and this crew knows what I've just done. The support I have will be tough to break. This is my crew. Chapter 27. I'm captain, but we are losing. The gauntlet board reads: Calamus, 2. Spiculus, 2. Gladian, 1.5. Telemus, 1. Muckrow, 1. Quirus, 1. Ornatus, 0.5. Pilium, 0. Zagiton, 0. Sicca, 0. Laminin, 0. Cyplius, 0. Jaculum, 0. Animum, crossed off. Scapulus, crossed off. Cutlass, crossed off. Fortunately, we'll be flying again soon thanks to the dozens of repair people aboard. They're not selected hunters, but mids employed by the trade, and they're excellent workers. They mend our deck, rebuild our rooms, replace the crystal engine, and even restock our weaponry. The head repairer assures me the Gladian will fly again tomorrow. I can't help but feel a little giddy about that. Need the wind in my hair again. While they lug away repair equipment from the corridors, Keaton, Pound, and I stand in the command room planning our next hunt. It's late, and we're crammed in the least comfortable room on the ship. It holds a few bookshelves, a big table in the center with a map of the Skylands, and a few soft chairs. It feels confined without windows. This is Greenspill Island, Pound says, thumping a finger on the map. And this is Nightwind Island. They're twins, only a mile apart. A repairer told me they'd spotted a gargantuan pod between them. Gave her extra eggs this morning for the tip. Keaton leans over the table. How big is the pod? 4. I trace a craggy outline of Greenspill Island. It's a mountainous cone with human-made tunnels, and even larger than its twin, it's comparable to Venator in size. For the next 60 minutes, we argue over a plan. While Keaton and Pound yell at each other, I plop onto the soft chair near the bookcase. My body aches. Despite being captain, I still don't get enough rest. Maybe I'm just doomed to have purple rings under my eyes forever. Keaton glances at me and elbows Pound, making him stop peddling his plan. They go quiet. I'm so tired, my eyelids flicker. Their voices become soft, relaxing whispers. My thoughts and worries slow. I've been all over the ship since 5 this morning, in munitions before dawn, standing before a gaping hole in the side. Later in the engine room, observing engine repairs, and as 𝘬𝘬𝘬𝘬, I cleaned coolant spills that leaked into the bottom level. Softly, sleep welcomes me in its gentle arms. Unfortunately, and much sooner than I'd like, a hefty hand lands on my shoulder. I glare at Pound's stupid face. What? We have a plan, he says. My legs groan beneath me as I rise. You should sleep more often, Conrad, Keaton says. No time. You must after this, Pound says. My anti-sleep mandate was a terrible decision. Made the crew turn further on me. So I mandate you sleep. I'm the captain, and I'm bigger and smarter than you, Elise. Keaton grins. I lean across the table and yawn. What's the plan? Keaton and Pound share an excited look. Ready to shoot for first place? She asks. She flies through the details. It's a wild plan, one that reeks of Pound's ideas. And by the time she finishes, my mouth's hanging open. Look at him, Pound says. He's stunned. My fingers trace their crude diagrams of the twin islands and follow the tunnels beneath their surfaces. And they still open? I ask. Pound nods and reads a passage from the open book on the table. But this, it couldn't work, I say. It's so simple. Why haven't any other trainees thought of it before now? Because it's too simple, Keaton says. There are concerns, though. Like that hunters won't be able to retrieve the bodies, Pound says, but we'll still get half points at the very least. They weren't able to retrieve our first kill either. If we're given full points, we'll break the record, Keaton says excitedly, with plenty of time in the gauntlet to add even more to it. I scratch the back of my neck. The plan makes sense, yet something about it, the tunnels, the waterfalls, what we'll be towing. What do you say, Captain? Pound asks. I exhale. Well, if Roderick can get safety belts strapped to the railings, then I think it's worth a try. They beam. I'll tell Rod, Keaton says, catching my arm and leading me toward the door. Don't worry about the details. We'll work them out. Go, sleep. There's no time. I'm telling you as a friend. When I realize I don't have the energy to argue, I nod. For a few hours. She grins, then nudges me out the door. We'll have something ready for you then. Once I'm in the captain's cabin, I kick off my boots and unzip my jacket. Oh, the bed sounds wonderful. I'm going to jump into it and, "Good evening, Captain." I turn. She sits behind my desk, staring intently at me under her short gray bangs. My heart squeezes. Last time we had a personal conference, she told me a lot of things I didn't like hearing. "Master Coco," I say, I wasn't expecting you. Pull up a chair. My pulse quickens. Once I'm seated, she points at the leaderboard. The Calamus got another half point today. Tough crew, resilient. You should see the way they work together. Unified behind their intelligent, resourceful captain. And a full crew of 8, too. Do you have a plan to catch up to them? Working on one. She smiles. You always have plans, don't you? She raps her knuckles on the wood and leans back. Heard what you did to that gargantuan. Trying to follow in my footsteps? Become the third swabby ever to rise to captain and win the gauntlet? You were a swabby? Killed a class 1 by myself. My story's nothing as grandiose as yours, of course. The gauntlet wasn't going well for my crew, and I was tired of polishing the captain's deck. So when he got attacked, I leaped into a gargantuan's mouth with only a knife and a shoulder cannon. Blew my way out through the heart. My mouth falls. Couldn't have done that against a class 6, though, she says, like yours. Class 5. Ah, storytellers are already starting to embellish. She smirks. Your family is the talk of the islands. They are? The islands heard about what you did to the class 5. Some thought it was bird shit, but they're starting to believe it now because of your uncle. My uncle's talking about me? Well, he can't avoid it. Not anymore. Everyone's interested in him. But I won't be the one to step between news that he wants to deliver himself. My mind spins. The island's hearing what I did. Uncle speaking of me. But it grates thinking that I've done something to make that bastard proud. None of this is for him. I noticed what you did to your lifeboat, Coco says. Watched you one evening from Travis's spy ship. Ingenious. I shift uncomfortably. The crew know? She asks. No. They might be upset, learning you destroyed their only remaining lifeboat. They'd be dead if it weren't for me. She nods. The repair crew replaced the boats. Fortunately for you, none need to know what you did. although I think there's one who does." "Yeah? Who's that?" Beyond her, through the open door in the back, the toilet flushes. "I've brought good news," she says. "Well, maybe not good news for you. I'm sure it will send your plans through stormy skies." Between her and the hallway, leading to my lavatory, a small figure shuts the door and strides toward me. He's smiling an unhinged smile. "When we collected your kill and brought it back to the port," Master Coco says, "we were surprised to find this young man hanging from a knife jabbed in the back of the beast's throat. He held on for 36 hours before being discovered. Hadn't even realized the gargantuan was dead." The figure steps into the room, short, dangerous, and cold. "Sebastian," I say. "Conrad!" he exclaims, offering me a hand. "I'm gone for 3 days, and look how everything changes. Last time I saw you, you were throwing me off the ship." I scowl and ignore his hand. Master Coco stands. "I understand you don't like each other much, but you're the captain now, Conrad. Shouldn't have to worry, right?" Sebastian grins. Master Coco returns to the spy ship, and before long the repair crew will join her. I, meanwhile, sit in my cabin, staring at a lyre. Sebastian leaps onto the couch and lifts his squeaky leather boots onto the armrest. He pulls in a contented breath, fingers stroking the captain's badge that has never left his chest. "You have no idea how nice it is to be back. 36 hours, Conrad. 36 hours. The smell's still in my hair." He sweeps his dark bangs back. "So you finally made a move. Knew you were doing something with the lifeboat." The silence between us grows as cold as winter's mist. I know what he is, and he hates me because of what I know. If violence was the Hunter way, I'd get my cane from the desk right now. "I'm wondering, dear Captain, what you plan on doing with me. My rank? That's up to the crew." "Up to the crew?" "Yes, they will vote." He barks a laugh. "So you're a Democrat." He springs to his feet. "Let's see the crew, shall we? Come along, Captain. I'm eager to hear their vote." Begrudgingly, I follow him out the door. In the cafeteria, the gathered crew stares in shock at the ghost standing beside me. Sebastian jumps onto the table, boots by the drinks, and stomps over our lunch of rolls and salty potatoes. "I just finished making that, you bird fart!" Pound roars. "Don't worry," Sebastian says. "I have something important to say." "Oh, okay," Pound says. "That makes it all better then." Sebastian stops at the edge, looking over the faces beneath him, holding the captain badge in full view. "Conrad got you a full kill. Such terrific bravery should be commended. But would he be your captain today if you knew what he'd really done?" "Enough of your cryptic bird shit," I say. "Just cough it out already." "Duly noted, Captain," Sebastian says. He gazes over the crew. "You all saw me fall, saw me hit the railing. But what you didn't see was Conrad kicking me in the face until I slipped from his boots." Silence follows. Several heads turn to me, but Sebastian watches Bryce, smiling at her. She had been on the railing with us, could speak for me, but her blue eyes lower and her lips purse. My brow knits. "That's a serious accusation, Sebastian," Roderick says finally. "Could make Conrad stand before the Hunter tribunal. If you have evidence," he squints at him. "I don't see bruises on your face, though." "I've had medicine, my dear Roderick. Medicine," Sebastian says. "All can be confirmed by the scholar who treated me." "I did not see what happened that day," Eldon says quietly from the back. "But following Sebastian's death, Conrad admitted to me that it was his fault." Keaton's mouth falls open. Someone murmurs. "And," Pound says, "why should any of us give a damn if he tried to kill Sebastian?" "Poor Pound," Sebastian says. "Little brain still hasn't figured out violence is not the Hunter way." Pound scowls. Conrad's captain now. He brought us back into the competition, and he isn't a sniveling worm. He looks at Sebastian like he's rotted meat. Now get off the damn table, or I'll make you get off. Sebastian sits on the rolls. Pound clenches his fist, but does nothing. Captains should be honorable, Eldon says. They should reflect their crew. If your captain is a liar, then that means we are liars, or fools. Neither is a good place to be. Oh, I'm sorry, Pound says. Did some turds just slip from your mouth? Since when has Sebastian been honorable? You're a damn fool. Eldon, suckered into believing Sebastian's anything other than a little liar. Conrad's our best chance at winning this thing. Pound, Eldon warns, as navigator of the ship, third in command, I am ordering you to contain your outbursts. If you cannot, maybe you should leave the discussion. If you can pick me up, Pound says, towering over him, I'll leave. Sebastian laughs. Since when did Pound, formerly of Atwood, start bending over for an Irwin? Pound erupts, stomps to Sebastian, wild in his eyes. Speak to me that way again, and I'll crush your fingers, one at a time. Always resorting to physical threats. Sebastian sighs, bored. No wonder you were a terrible captain. He pauses. I'm sorry, that was out of line. He offers his hand. Truce? Pound would look happier to tongue-kiss a prowlin. Can't say I didn't try, Sebastian says. His attention turns to the crew. Well, we all know Conrad murdered patients, but we just didn't have proof. Now, that is enough, I say, heat in my voice. I did not kill patients, and I tried to save you, Sebastian. When I failed, I blame myself for your death and tried to comfort Eldon. Now he's twisting my words. These accusations are ridiculous. Ridiculous or not, Eldon says, they are very serious. They would be if there was any shred of proof. Sebastian grins, enjoying my leap into the conversation. It legitimizes it. The thing about Conrad is, he will chase his goals to sky's end. He will betray. He will hurt. He will lie. I lick my teeth. I've had enough of this little serpent. Sick of his bird shit. How he twists the knife into the ribs. Sebastian, I say dangerously, did you or did you not smile when you paralyzed Samantha? Eldon freezes. So does everyone in the room. Sebastian laughs a little too quickly. Now who's throwing out absurd accusations, Conrad? He looks to the rest. He's trying to deflect. Let me tell you all something Master Coco told me. When noble Conrad leaped so valiantly from our ship like some hero of the ancient tales and flew after the gargantuan, did anyone bother asking how he flew? He put all our lives at risk. Like a little thief, he stole from us. Each night, while he was cleaning the deck, he cut away the sails of our last lifeboat. Silence. Is this true? Keaton asked me. Have you all lost your damn minds? Pound booms. Conrad risked our lives? So what? That's the name of the game. Every day of the gauntlet's a risk. And guess what else? His actions saved our lives. Sebastian pushes forward. I propose we have a new vote. A few people glance at me. Every captain gets 7 days mutiny free. But what's the point in waiting when I know a mutiny will come anyway? Fine, I say, massaging my brow. Vote. Roderick stares at me. Maybe I'm making a terrible decision, but I'd rather get it over with and focus on the hunt. Sebastian rubs his hands together, excited. Who are you nominating? Keaton asks Sebastian. Yourself? No, he flashes his whites. Not me. And while everyone's glancing toward Eldon, a tingling arachnid crawls on my back. I know who he'll nominate. Someone he can overthrow when it suits him. Someone completely under his power. He almost laughs while he says it. I nominate Bryce of Damon to be our new captain. Chapter 28. Second, Eldon says. Bryce, gawks at Sebastian, searches for a smile, something giving away a joke. But Sebastian gives her the faintest nod, as if he genuinely respects her. Of course, she accepts the nomination. What choice does she have? I stare at a divided crew. 3 votes against me so far. "Come on now," Sebastian says to those standing behind me. "Choose the honest leader." "I vote Conrad," Pound says, folding his arms. It's strange that my biggest ally during this tussle in the mud has been my rival my whole life. And I'm seeing exactly what Pound meant when he said I'd gain a powerful ally. Roderick opens his mouth, but Sebastian cuts him off. "Before you blindly vote, Master Gunner, you should know the relationship Conrad has with Keaton." "The what?" "When Conrad saved her life, she offered him a life debt, as was custom of her island. But he refused. He wanted something else, something a little more sensual." My brow furrows. Sebastian's throwing everything he can think of, just to see what will stick. He's desperate because this is his only chance for my removal. I do my best to hide my reaction, but inside I'm imagining hurling him over the ship's railing. "That's bird shit," Keaton says sharply. "A lie! You are a liar! You let him do all kinds of—" She marches across the room and stands over him. Sebastian grins his yellow smile. "Step back, please. I can smell him on you." She gulps a breath, looks ready to retreat, then throws a fist into his face. Sebastian flings himself backward dramatically, hitting the ground with an oof. Bryce gasps. Eldon rushes to Sebastian's side, while Roderick pulls Keaton back. "I barely touched him," Keaton says, panicked. She looks at me. "You saw? I hardly did anything." Eldon stands and straightens his jacket. "Master Gunner, take her to the brig." Roderick's rooted to the spot. "You don't have the authority, Eldon," Keaton says defiantly, though her voice shakes. "Actually, he does," Bryce says, leaning over Sebastian, inspecting his bloody nose. "Eldon's a high rank, and physical conflict's not the Hunter way." "I'm sorry, Keaton." "But he's lying!" "Oh, I'm bleeding," Sebastian says, kicking his legs. "It hurts. Is it broken, Bryce? Tell me it's not broken." "Hold still," Eldon says, presenting a handkerchief against Sebastian's nose. "Your nose will be fine." "Are you sure? She hit me so hard." Keaton's eyes grow wet. "Captain, Conrad, I rub my forehead. "I'm sorry, Keaton. They're right. There's nothing I can do, unless Sebastian says—" "Throw her in," Sebastian cries. "She's a menace, a threat." Keaton throws her hands up. "This is bird shit." Roderick's thumb caresses her shoulder. She shrugs them off and turns to him, eyes fierce. "Why the hell would Sebastian think you'd care if Conrad and I had a relationship anyway? What business is it of yours?" Roderick's mouth shuts, and his eyes dart to the floor. "Well?" Keaton presses. "Roderick would tell you," Sebastian says, nose reddening a white handkerchief. "But deep down, behind the jokes, he's just a shy boy. He wants you, Keaton, desperately." Roderick's face turns green. "Shut your mouth, Sebastian," I spit. Sebastian just smiles. Keaton's eyes widen. "Is that true, Roderick? What he said?" "What?" Roderick stammers. "No, I jump in. "Keaton, I'm sorry, but I need you to vote before I have Pound escort you to the brig." "How do you vote?" "Oh, for you, of course. I'm yours. That has not changed." "See?" Sebastian yells with triumph. "Conrad's pickling her." Keaton speaks through clenched teeth. "It's a saying from my island, shitlick." "Conrad," Bryce says, "her vote doesn't count. Once she struck Sebastian, she relinquished her rights as a hunter. She cannot vote again until she is released from the brig, and for a punch, that will last 6 hours, I whisper, minimum. "Too bad we're not waiting that long to finish voting," Sebastian says. "Sorry, Keaton. I wish you could have exercised more restraint." "You're a bunch of cheaters," Keaton yells as Pound catches her shoulders. "Let go of me! I know where the brig is!" "I'll follow you anyway." Their angry boots clang down the corridor before they descend the stairs. "That leaves us with one vote remaining," Eldon says. "Conrad and Pound to retain Conrad. The rest for Bryce. Roderick has the last vote. In an even split, Conrad remains captain. Roderick, make the right choice. Don't forget what he's been doing to your girl," Sebastian says. "Conrad has—" "Stop!" Roderick says, shaking. He appears on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the suddenness of everything. The exposure of his feelings for Keaton, the lies about me and her, the dismantled crew. Finally, he straightens himself and swallows a calming breath. "I'm not like the rest of you. I don't care about rising. I like where I'm at, and while I do want to win, I'd rather make some good friends." He turns on Sebastian, posture stiffening. "I spent training with you, ate meals with you, talked with you about personal things, about Keaton, became your friend, and I hate that I ever felt sorry for you. I hate that I pitied you because of your abusive father and all the other cuss you had to deal with growing up. I hate that I pitied you after Samantha, after Patience. I know full well a vote for Bryce is a vote for you. Your words are poison. You are poison, and anyone associated with you is poison. I vote for Conrad because even though he's rough around the edges, even though he sometimes gets so driven he forgets about everything else, he's a true friend. Shame on you, Sebastian, for splitting this crew, just when we were finally starting to unite." He pauses and meets Sebastian's gaze. "Things were better when you were dead." He turns to leave. I want to follow him, but he needs to be alone. Alone to think, or maybe to talk with Keaton. I'm not relieved I won the vote. I turn to the three still in the room. Roderick is right. Sebastian just divided my crew for a vote he could never win, and that thought makes my cheeks feel like fire. Maybe Sebastian thought Pound still hated me. Or maybe he just wants to turn everything to bird shit. Chaos. If he can't win as captain, then no one can. Now, more than ever, we need a kill. I can't afford to lose the support of a single crew member. Sebastian tosses me the badge. "Congratulations, Captain." "What am I supposed to do with you three?" I whisper. "And you, Bryce. I know we have our differences, but Sebastian? What does he have on you?" She blinks at me. "Eldon," I say, "you have allied yourself with a snake." Eldon leans closer to Sebastian. "We failed a mutiny, Captain," Sebastian says. "By your right, you can have us all thrown in the brig." "We need to hunt," I say. "How can we do that if half my crew is in the brig?" "Fair point. Quite the conundrum," Sebastian says, tapping his chin. "Quite the conundrum indeed." I wish I'd found Sebastian in the alleys when I was a desperate low. I would have stuffed dirt in his eyes and wiped that disgusting smile from his face. Pound returns and stands beside me, massive arms folded. His presence gives me strength. "Throw them all in the brig," he says. "We can win without them, Captain." "Ah, evergreen Atwood," Sebastian says. "Rash as ever." "Don't speak my true name, you minuscule shit. You're full of hot air. I've farted cooler farts than you." Sebastian smirks. "No doubt you have." Pound appears ready to lurch forward, but I catch his arm. He relaxes enough to drop onto the bench. The table wobbles from the sudden weight. "Sebastian will be detained," I say, "for 7 days. Sebastian laughs. "So I share a cell with Keaton? Lovely." "No, Sebastian. Your cell will be the cleaning closet until Keaton gets out from the brig. We will lock you inside. But before you go, there are demotions coming." "Demotions?" Sebastian repeats. "What's wrong, Captain? Where did your democratic process go? Shouldn't the crew vote?" I can't afford to let them vote anymore, not with venom surging through nearly half the ship. Keaton's quartermaster. Pound, you are the strategist, and remain the cook. As for you, Eldon, I stop. He stands tall. Despite his unending support of Sebastian, there's something proud and regal about him. You remain as navigator. He gapes at me confused. My eyes, though, go to the girl leaning against the wall. Mysterious eyes watching me. You are our new mechanic. I guess that means I'm the swabby, Sebastian says. Yes, and while you are locked in the closet, you'll shine Keaton's boots. Then, after your sentence in the brig, you'll scrub the toilets with a toothbrush. You'll clean the deck with only a sponge. You will work 18 hours a day, and if you speak so much as one word to anyone while you're supposed to be cleaning, you will be thrown back into the brig. Do you understand? His eyes twinkles. Perfectly. Pound lifts Sebastian by the shoulder and carries him to the cleaning closet. And as Sebastian goes, his laughter echoes into the corridor behind him. That little bird shit will not ruin my plans. Chapter 29. Years ago I promised Ella we'd be the greatest Irwins together. Now, as I stand on the bow of the 𝘠𝘠𝘮𝘮 with the late morning wind on my face, I'm touching the pendant of her necklace, remembering that promise. And I remember all the other promises I made to her, like that I'd always be there for her, that nothing would ever separate us. Guilt pangs in my chest. I'm done being a promise breaker. I'll be with her again. My face sets with determination as I tighten the straps of my goggles. We will not fail. Take us forward, navigator, I command. Eldon pushes the strings. The 𝘠𝘠𝘮 lurches ahead, making me lean into the belt strapped around my waist. We all have these belts bolted to the railings. They're paramount to our success. The wind splashes my face as our targets glide in the clouds above the twin mining islands. My heart thumps. Unless you find a sleeping pod, Madeleine de Beaumont taught us, you are unlikely to sneak up on the beasts. They can smell you from afar. The exception, she said, was in the rain. Gargantuans have trouble smelling through rain. Unfortunately, we fly under a bright sun today. Faster! I yell. We must get there quick, or the whole plan will go awry. The pod undulates between the twin islands. Nightwind Island is a dead rock filled with mining tunnels, an old wormed-out apple. The other, Greenspell, is the most famous island in all the ℍ𝘪𝘬𝘦 Isles. The crew admires the dozens of gorgeous waterfalls striping Greenspell's peaks in white. Decades ago, these islands bustled with human activity. Cities, mining, tourism. But southern gargantuans have been pressing north. Whatever war we're waging with them, we aren't winning. Father described it as a slow bleed-out. Greenspell grows rapidly in size, revealing more bushy texture of its overgrown edges. Above, the pod continues circling. As of now, we're out of range of their smell receptors, and if this works, they won't smell us until we're right upon them. We dip to level with the island and swerve around rock formations before entering Titan's mouth, a narrow canyon between two cliff sides. Eldon increases speed. Trees blur past as we soar over a wide river. Soon we duck under a natural arch, and once beyond, the view opens into a giant bowl of churning water, a lake fed by enormous waterfalls. It's gorgeous, and I can't help but stare in amazement. People used to come here from all over the islands. My maternal grandmother, years ago, told me all about her visit as a young girl. Eldon tips us vertically, and we fly to the top of the falls, where the water turns white as it spills over the edge. We slow. The faint outline of a tunnel hides beneath the rushing water. Take us in, navigator. Brace, Keaton says. Heads down. As the bow stabs into the falls, water smacks my head like a charging horse. It stings, pushes me down, tries to take me with it, but my mag boots and my belt keep me from being swept away. My goggles slide down my face and I cough. Once I'm beyond the falls, the angry water thuds against the deck behind me, spraying over the sides. Roderick and Pound shout as the falls approach them. Pound tries standing tall, eyes shut, while Roderick laughs at him and ducks. The water shoves them both to their knees. I chuckle. Stupid bird shits. Eldon flexes his pinkies, enabling the bows blast lights. The beams illuminate the dark walls and expose old support beams. Years ago, these tunnels were part of a crystal mine. The air smells of dust and ancient oil-powered machinery. We wrap the corner and are blasted with light, exploding in our retinas. "What the hell?" Pound roars over the comm. "They dug too deep," Roderick says. "The heart," Eldon says. "They exposed the island's heart." We wince, and I'm still seeing the light when I shut my eyes. Somehow, Eldon keeps us going, and we leave the heart behind us. "What were they thinking?" Pound pulls up his goggles to massage his eyes. "Mess with that thing and the whole island would fall." We're still blinking as we make a few turns. Finally, the tunnel widens, and we enter the center of the mine. My mouth parts in awe. Once this great dome sparkled with 1,000 lights and echoed with the voices of hundreds of chiseling miners on the wooden platforms. But now it's as bleak and quiet as an abandoned ship. Multiple tunnels branch off from the dome, some going deeper into the mine, others to waterfall exits. We pass massive rock pillars that hold the mine in place. We near another pillar and slowly pass as we read the names miners etched into the stone. "Look at this stupid name," Pound calls, pointing. "Timfew of Spiffy. The hell kind of name is that?" "Better than Evergreen," Roderick says. Pound roars, but Roderick laughs and ducks before Pound can snag him. "Settle down," I say. "Navigator, bring us to the center." Eldon nods, and after guiding us into position, he disables our lights. Darkness swallows us. The only illumination comes from the distant waterfall exits. I scan each one through my spyglass, hoping to see a passing silhouette in the white. They can't smell us through the waterfalls. At least, that's the hope. It's quiet, except for the distant thunder of the falls. Keaton and Pound double-check their armaments. Roderick unbuckles and hops onto the turret. "Better stop shooting like an ass," Pound says to him. "The object is to hit the gargantuan." Roderick pulls the lever, letting the turret swivel. "5 coins says I kill something before you do." Pound laughs. "Do I look like I'm made of money? My family disowned me." "Fine, you have to make me my favorite dish." "And if I kill first?" "I'll make breakfast for everyone tomorrow. You sleep in." "Hell no! You probably cook worse than Sebastian. I swear, Sebastian's beans gave me the grease farts, something bad." Roderick howls with laughter. "Quiet!" I shout, focusing on the east exit. A feeling rises in my gut. "Okay, I'll restock the kitchen," Roderick murmurs. "Deal." A long shadow, masked by the foamy water, darkens the east exit. "There," I say. "East exit. Go!" Within seconds, we're ripping through the tunnel, the air blazing in our faces. We shoot through the waterfall and erupt into the sky. Above us, the pod rolls before the clouds, quiet and peaceful, and they don't smell us, don't know we're coming. "Master Gunner?" I whisper into the comm gem. "Got it." The turret clicks as Roderick swivels, aiming the barrel. His brow creases with concentration. He cranks the turret higher, aiming at the 25-foot calf flying inside the pod. "Fire!" The harpoon launches, chain tearing after it. I lean forward, willing his aim to be true. Everyone freezes. Within a blink, the harpoon stabs the calf's underside and lodges itself through the back. White blood sprays. The calf screeches, and the pod turns on us. Roderick kicks a lever at his feet, locking the chain. Move! We rocket toward the other island, toward the dead tunnels, and toward the next phase of our plan. The enraged adults curl their tails, readying to launch after us. The calf thrashes, and the gladian shudders from its towage. Eldon's shouting, arms fully extended against the strings. We slip into the mine's narrow tunnel. The calf shakes its ugly head and whips its tail against the walls. Its metal grinds, spraying sparks. The adults plunge into the tunnel after us, one at a time, silver teeth chomping. Their eyes glow in our rear lights. Pound shouts like a lunatic at the approaching bull. Once the bull nears the struggling calf, Pound fires his shoulder cannon directly into the beast's eyes. The explosion reverberates. "You want some more?" he shouts. "Come on, you big ugly bird shit!" Eldon navigates us deftly through winding tunnels, around thick partitions and old abandoned equipment. "Duck!" I shout just before we zoom through an old wooden platform. Shattered boards fly across the deck, nearly smacking into Roderick. The bull keeps coming. His mouth widens, showing the pink folds that flow into his stomach. Pound reloads eagerly, wanting a free shot into the gut. A well-aimed blast would rupture the beast's insides. "Roderick," he says, "you're about to have to stock the kitchen." "No!" I yell. "His body will block the tunnel." Pound grumbles and stands there, holding the shoulder cannon, only watching as the bull draws nearer. "Come on, Eldon," Keaton shouts. "Faster!" Eldon fights the strings. Just before the bull narrows the gap, we sink into the center of Nightwind's mine. I duck as the bull flies overhead, splashing us with air. 3 other gargantuans charge after us. We circle the dome, elevating just as a gargantuan launches. She smashes into the partition, biting down on it, loosening a tooth. The walls shake. Rocks crumble and fall from above. "Look out!" Roderick cries. Eldon guides us away from a sinking boulder. Then he swerves us back toward the pod and thrusts forward. 2 gargantuans hiss, and their heads rear back, threatened by our sudden charge. Pound fires. We arch over a chomping head, and once between the beasts, Roderick detaches the chain, freeing the calf. "Go! Go! Go!" Keaton yells. Suddenly, we can move again, smoothly and effortlessly. 2 gargantuans stop to inspect the flailing calf, but the other doesn't. "She's coming," Roderick says. "Move!" The Class 3 chases us into the tunnel. She comes near, her bumpy tongue reaching. We fly for the light, for the exit. "Now!" I shout. "Blow it!" Roderick and Pound scramble to kick a giant barrel from the stern. Once it's out in the air, it starts fizzing. "Shit!" Pound roars. "It's going early!" My heart thuds, and before I can blink, a horrible explosion erupts. The tunnel cracks, and a golden plume expands, blazing fast. Our pursuing gargantuan gets lost in the fire. She shrieks. The exit's so close. My hands squeeze the railing, willing us to go faster. Rocks drop from the ceiling and smack the deck, dent the metal. Keaton dives before one flattens her. Another series of eruptions go off. Deeper in the mine, coming from the other barrels we'd left behind earlier. The fire's nearly touching our stern, but just before it consumes us, we burst into the sky. A collective cheer spreads. Roderick and Keaton hug. We're all smiles as we pull back to watch the tunnel collapse. Unbelievable. We just outraced an explosion. "Great flying, Navigator," I say. Great! Just before the entrance crumbles, the Class 3 gargantuan shoots out, her body aflame and her eyes filled with rage. She screeches. Fly! I shout. Eldon, fly! She comes at us. Eldon swerves us back. I nearly tumble, but my belt keeps me upright. As the beast nears, Keaton and Pound launch canisters into her golden face, but nothing slows her. She continues, even with her body still burning. I pause in awe and terror at the sight. For a moment, I'm not sure what to do. I lick my lips, and my brain gets to work. We can't take her down here, not in the sky. Go for the green spell, I shout. Back through the waterfall. The gladian dips, and after another rapid turn, my belt rips from the railing. I fall to the deck and stare in confusion at the frayed belt, ripped in a perfect line. We're only seconds from entering the waterfall, and its waves will be so powerful they'll slide me off the deck. Eldon, we fly into the water. It smacks me with horrible ferocity, so powerful that my mag boots pull free. The water catches me in a sudden heap and takes me toward the edge. Fortunately, I'm swept directly toward a railing's net. Except when I hit the net, the bottom bolts are gone. I shout as I slip into air. Horror fills me. I'm going to fall into darkness, to the bottom of the waterfall, get smacked into the rocks below, where every bone in me will break, and I'll be swept away into the river, never found. But somehow, just before I sink away, my hands catch the net. It's held on by just a few remaining bolts. The net tears. I'm yelling, coughing. The torrent's relentless, and no one knows I'm here. They're all too preoccupied with the gargantuan. The net cuts to my bone, but I don't let go. Refuse to let go. To rise in this world, you must not give a damn about your body. So even though my fingers bleed, even though my vision sparks, even though my muscles shout, I do not let go. And somehow, the net holds. Once we're past the waterfall, I start climbing, seething, bleeding. A few bolts keep me alive. Finally, I roll onto the deck. My heart's racing so hard, my head's thumping. I vomit water and cough. Unknown colors blur my vision. The crew's facing the other direction. Keaton cheers, and Pound and Roderick stare at her, dumbstruck. Apparently, she fired a shot into the gargantuan's mouth, right into its loose tooth, and sent it slicing down the beast's throat. The gargantuan crashes into a wall and becomes a floating mass, clogging the tunnel. Everyone's cheering. Roderick rushes to congratulate Keaton. "That was my kill!" Pound yells. When they turn to me, they see my eyes, the blood dripping from my fingers, and my fury. "Conrad," Keaton says, breathless. "What happened?" "I'll tell you what happened." My breath is heavy, my face hot. "Someone tried to murder me." Chapter 30. Eldon crouches over what's left of my safety belt. His finger grazes the almost perfectly frayed line before he glances at the loose net flapping in the wind. Who did this? Roderick whirls on the stunned crew. "Who the cuss did this?" I lean against the railing, completely exhausted, beaten down by hunting, lack of sleep, and the games of a treacherous crew. My hands are a stinging red mess. I want to punch something. Whenever I get a win, there's something else. Always something. It's hard enough taking down gargantuans, but almost impossible while keeping one eye on my back. Soon, Bryce joins us on the deck. For a moment our eyes connect. Then she stares at Nightwind's collapsed mine and the billowing cloud of smoke. "We did it?" she asks. "We took them down?" "Someone tried to kill Conrad," Roderick says bitterly. He's standing beside me, arms folded. "The question is, who?" She blinks at the sharp gazes sent her way. You don't think I had anything to do with it, do you?
Who knows? Pound says. Sebastian's in the brig.
Keaton joins my side, her hand on my back, gentle and reassuring. I'm no murderer, Bryce says, meeting Pound's face. Besides, you hate Conrad more than anyone else. Pound takes a step toward her.
If I wanted Conrad dead, I would have done it with our eyes locked. No tricks. I'm no damn ☫🧊.
Eldon straightens his black jacket and steps between them. Perhaps Bryce is on to something. Pound's eyes narrow. Pound, Eldon says, you broke Conrad's rib before his duel with Bryce. The deck goes completely silent. All eyes flash to Pound, who spits at Eldon's feet. Then everyone turns to me, searching for verification. But I needn't say anything, because it's on my face. You attacked my friend? Roderick yells at Pound, body tense. Before the duel? The next instant, everyone's shouting at one another, pointing fingers. Keaton and Roderick let Pound have it. Eldon, meanwhile, stands, watching the whole thing, face completely passive. I massage my forehead. We just took down 4 gargantuans. What we accomplished has never been done before in the gauntlet, and yet we can't even cheer. Just when it looks like Pound will punch Roderick, I stomp forward, shoved between them. Enough! Pound lowers his fist, and everyone goes quiet. Pound and I have a history that none of you will ever understand, I say, but he never tried to kill me. If he wanted me dead, I would have died years ago in the alleys of Homestead, and we could stop all this pointless finger-pointing because we know who did this. Who? Keaton asks. The name tastes bitter on my tongue. Sebastian. But he's in the brig, Roderick says. His support isn't, I say. After my words hang for a moment, Pound, Keaton, Roderick, and I turn to face Eldon and Bryce. Bryce steps back. Well, I had nothing to do with this. Not you. My eyes flick to our navigator. Eldon of Bartimus, I must speak with you. Privately. The rest of you, go. But go, Roderick. Roderick shuts his mouth, annoyed and confused. Soon they're all headed toward the hatch, grumbling and giving horrible glances to one another. Pound follows last, and he looks back at me. He's done so many awful things to me, but he's no murderer. And strangely, despite how disgusting it feels to admit, I'm starting to respect him. He scowls at Eldon, then slides down the ladder. Eldon crouches over the frayed belt again. A silent wind travels over the deck. For several long seconds, neither of us speaks. We should be celebrating, I say. This crew needs a victory. There is no victory for the crew after a successful hunt, he says. Only one can be captain. Everyone on the winning crew gets prize money. He stands. You think I care about prize money? I'm a high, Conrad. Been my whole life. I need no prize money. But you don't want to be captain. How do you know that? Because you want Sebastian to be captain. Why does he have your loyalty, Eldon? What has he done for you? He pushes his glasses to the bridge of his nose and folds his arms. Eldon, I say softly, did you try to murder me? I would never kill. And as I search for a hand twitch or averting eyes, I remember this is the boy who wanted Scholar. He's no murderer. I know you don't like me, Eldon. You don't have to. But I expect honesty from you. I'm giving you one chance to tell me everything. No, he says. You be transparent with me. I blink. What have I hidden from you? Everything. He has no right to challenge me, but if this is how I get him to talk, so be it. Fine. I hold my hands out, exposing my palms. What do you want to know? He exhales. Is Bryce right about you? Would you do anything to win? I would protect those I love with my life. Did you want Patience killed? Why would I? I barely knew her. One less person standing between you and your goals. Well, I didn't. I rise the right way. The right way? He folds his arms. You are Erwin. I don't care that you were disowned. You are still an Erwin, and your family has darkened the northern skies for generations. I don't disagree. His brow wrinkles. I'm not my father, Eldon. I'm not my uncle. I'm Conrad of Elise, son of the great lady of Homestead. And while my father beat me with his cane and told me it was for love, she taught me compassion, to be better than the world intended. My mother is gone, dead because my uncle threw us to low. But I will rise again, of there's no doubt in my mind. And it won't be through treachery, only through proof that I'm the strongest. You think you're better than others? I am. He laughs. You are an arrogant ass. Yes, I'm aware. Now, Eldon, I've told you who I am, have been completely open with you. It's my turn to ask the questions. Not yet. I have more. My eye twitches. He's in no position to keep demanding answers from me, when I was the one who was nearly murdered, but I take a breath and nod. Did you try to kill Sebastian? He asks. No. Would you kill him now? Eldon, you owe me answers. You have to earn my answers. Would you kill him today if you knew you would get away with it? I exhale and lean my hands on my hips. I don't know. Mother would shout at me for this answer, but it's the truth. What it is about Sebastian that brings out the worst in me. He blinks. Surprisingly honest. Sebastian says you are like him. Did he really smile when he paralyzed Samantha? Yes, he planned the whole thing. His head lowers and calculations wrinkle his face. The adding up of evidence. I step toward him so that we're only inches apart. He looks into my eyes, discomfort in his posture. Eldon, did you help Sebastian try to murder me? I don't know. How do you not know? There's silence between us again, long and steady. When he looks at the blue horizon, he starts talking. While you were preparing for the hunt, I stole the brig key from your cabin. You what? I went to keep Sebastian company. He was extremely interested in our plans for this hunt. After I fell asleep, he says. When I woke, he was gone. The brig was open. I searched everywhere until I found him dropping from the deck's ladder. He had a knife and some other tools. He smiled at me but refused to tell me what he did. Told me not to worry. And I trusted him. So I didn't. I close my mouth. When I walk to the railing and stand beside him, there's a pained expression on his face. The look's familiar. The kind of loyalty Eldon has shown Sebastian is reserved for those you love. And suddenly, I understand him. Even the greatest of people do horrible things for love. Sometimes my love has made me cruel. Eldon, I say, touching his shoulder. Sebastian's warped. He doesn't care about you or anyone else. He just needs his tools. My words cut him. Even so, he doesn't argue. And now he's trying to turn the crew against one another, I say. It's working. Eldon, I have tried with you, but you always pushed me away. I kept making you navigator because you're a damn good flyer. Not as strong as you. I don't have your endurance. Not many flyers could have kept going as long as you did today. We'd be dead without you. He doesn't reply. And you are not my enemy, Eldon. Never have been. But Sebastian? I pause. Not sure what I'll do with him. Report him and face having our hunt interrupted while Hunter interviews the crew? I don't know. But I do know this. The crew wants to unite and win the gauntlet. And we'd love your help. He still doesn't speak. I don't expect him to, so I leave him standing on the deck, eyes watching the destroyed mine, his face pensive. Perhaps coming to terms with the realization that the boy he loves is not as grand as he once thought. My heart aches for Eldon, but I just know unless I do something, he's not the last person Sebastian will hurt. Master Coco's angry call interrupts my plans to celebrate in the cafeteria. Instead of eating prime gargantuan flank and repairing my dismantled crew, I sit at my desk in my cabin, knee bouncing while she shouts, "You dropped a mine on 3 of them, Conrad. Do you know how long it will take us to excavate their bodies?" "With all due respect, Master, our goal is to eliminate as many gargantuans as possible. I've done that." "Wrong! We aren't just exterminators. We use everything we kill. Their gas is valuable. It's used to keep our ships floating. Their flesh is food. Their bones and scales are made into hulls." She pauses. "I've never been in this situation before. As it is, I'm strongly considering not awarding you any points for today." "But, Master, enough!" I shut my mouth. Damn it, damn it, damn it. "Master, if you take away the kills, I'll lose the crew, and they're already on the brink as it is." "No, you will lose the crew because someone else is better suited to lead them." I'm losing her. Must change the narrative. "Master, I promise you, if you count these kills, I will win the gauntlet. I will break your record, and I will do it with kills you can salvage." Silence. "I'm the first since you to take down a gargantuan alone," I say. "I'm the first ever to lead a training crew in taking down a whole pod at once. You know I'm capable, and you know I'm the best to lead. I know why you're so interested in me, why you spoke to me in the academy. You want to retire and find a successor." Silence again. My hands shake as I stare at the gem. "Who had the idea to collapse the mine?" she asks. "Pound?" "Of course." She lets out a long breath. "Will he ever grow out of being a mad bastard?" "Doubt it." She exhales, but with a bit of levity. It gives me hope, until she goes quiet again. Too long. I'm up and pacing around, brain working, trying to find some other way to convince her. Just as I open to speak, she comes over the comm. "Okay, Conrad, if you stop hunting like a damn barbarian, I will count these kills. However, the one crushed will be counted as half kills. Now listen to me very carefully, son. If any more of your kills, even one, are destroyed beyond retrieval, I will rescind these points. Do you understand?" "I do." "Then congratulations." Relief washes over me, making me breathe normal again. "Check the gauntlet board. Keep it up and you might win this thing. Good luck." The leaderboard, hanging on the wall above my desk, brightens with a silver light, then alternates with a blue one, indicating a new leader. Gladian, 4. Calamus, 3. Spiculus, 2. Ornatus, 1.5. Telemus, 1. Mucro, 1. Quirus, 1. Sicca, 1. Seplis, 0.5. Pilium, 0. Sagittun, 0. Laminin, 0. Jaculum, 0. Armum, crossed out. Scalprus, crossed out. Cutlass, crossed out. We are winning. Finally, we are winning this damn thing, but there's no time to rest on my laurels, not when the crew is still splintered. Chapter 31. Once, I believed my actions alone were enough to lead. But since my crew started pointing fingers at one another, I've realized I must do more. I must speak. So after sending a ship-wide message with my gem, I stand in the cafeteria. Behind me, several veteran hunter ships, little beams in the dark sky, work on the collapsed mine around Nightwind Island. They're fast, having already towed away the massive carcass of the Class 3 we left on Greenspell. My crew filters in, tired and grumpy. But even this late, they're in uniform, a good sign. They may be fighting one another, but they respect me. I'm seated before a series of canned Eastern cakes and a bottle of ℍ𝘪𝘬𝘮 syrup. While my crew filters around, I tap out a ring cake onto a small plate and drizzle the shiny, black syrup over its yellow crust. Keaton eyes it hungrily. Roderick lowers into the seat across from me. Pound, however, steers far off, leaning against the wall, arms folded. The coldness between him and Roderick chills the room. "We are winning," I say, sliding the cake to Roderick before preparing another. "Master Coco believes Hunter can excavate the bodies, but due to the difficulty, she's awarding us half points for the 3 beasts from the mine." Keaton breathes out, a little relieved. That had been one of her concerns with Pound's plan. She lowers onto the bench and grins a little as I slide a mini cake before her. "I'd love to take credits for these kills," I say, "but what happened today was only possible because of Pound. Only he would demand Keaton find a way to make his insane plan work. Only he would demand we drop a mountain on gargantuans." Roderick stops chewing and stares at me. "Yes, Pound broke my rib," I say, sliding a cake to an open seat, an invitation. "And yes, he ruined my chances in the duels, but I wouldn't have it any other way." Roderick blinks confused. I nod Pound toward the cake. "If it weren't for him, none of us would be here together. Ever since my uncle disowned me and all my friends abandoned me, creating new friendships has been difficult. But now I'm surrounded by more people that I trust than I have in years. And even more strange, I'm allied with the one who was raised to challenge me on Homestead. I'm not sure there are many I respect more than him." Pound looks stunned. "I'm going to tell you all something I never talk about," I say, prying open another can. "I have a sister. My uncle took her. I haven't seen Ella in 6 years. Every morning when I wake, I see her face. Every time I'm alone, I wonder how she is, and worry about the venom my uncle's spitting into her ear. But if we win, I can be with her again, and maybe I can fix all my broken promises to her." We are silent for several moments, and I fear that perhaps I've gotten too personal. Maybe I should have continued hiding who I am, because 3 cakes wait before empty seats. But then Pound, of all people, joins us at the table, and there's a quietness in his eyes. He stares at the cake as he speaks, not looking up, almost like he's drifted off somewhere far away and he's no longer in his body.
"My family abandoned me because I lost a duel."
He lifts the fork and picks at the cake.
"I wanted to win back their approval, and would have stopped at nothing to win the gauntlet."
Surprisingly, his lip quivers. His breath shudders. I know the pain he feels, the abandonment. But his is amplified because his family blames him for their circumstances. His shamed head lowers.
"My mistakes got Patience killed, nearly got Keaton killed, and for that, I'm sorry."
Silence again, until Keaton reaches across the table. Pound's head lowers, while a single tear trails his cheek. For years I'd craved seeing this boy cry. I'd hoped it'd come due to my fists, but now my stomach twists for him. Keaton squeezes his big hand, but her fingers can't fit around his massive club. "I forgive you," she says. At this, the weight in Pound's shoulders slackens, like something on his back suddenly leaped off. His eyes meet hers, and she grins faintly. He wipes his nose on his sleeve. Then we turn as Roderick swallows, exhales, and massages the back of his head. "Pound, I just want to say that even though you're a cuss for breaking Conrad's rib, I think you did a great job today." Pound smiles. They're soon patting each other on the back. Roderick isn't the type to hold grudges anyway. And well, if I've forgiven Pound, that's good enough for Roderick. Everyone eats their cake. Everyone but Bryce and Eldon. But they soon join us, quietly at the edges of the group, still part of the crew, but on the periphery.
"First place," Pound rumbles,
reaching for another canned cake to empty on his plate.
"After everything."
We laugh and eat, enjoying our victory. Suddenly, Pound stands and reenacts Roderick's wide-eyed expression when the Class 3 bursts from the tunnel, engulfed in flames.
"He pissed himself,"
Pound yells. "The cuss I did!" Everyone laughs. And as I sit, eating cakes with friends, a realization sets over me. I'm not relishing in my victories. What happened today was because of us. Gradually, the crew disperses, whispering excitedly because I've ordered everyone to sleep in tomorrow. We've earned it. After Pound leaves, tossing his fork and plate into the sink, I'm left alone with the girl with spiky hair. She has not touched her cake. There's sadness in her eyes. This expression is so far removed from the optimistic girl I'd first met. That seems so long ago now. Bryce walks to the window and watches the excavating skyships. My people are angry. I pause, unsure how to broach this subject delicately. Bryce, I checked the map in my cabin, and I can't find your island on 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 anywhere. Her reflection frowns. You think you were a 𝘍, Conrad, but there are those who have it worse. The sun doesn't shine for them. Their lands are dead. They're the true 𝘍s, and they're tired of looking up and seeing those living high. Bryce? She turns and looks at me, and there's something on her face, like something's carving its way through her, and she needs to reveal it, or she'll combust. But then her mouth becomes a thin line. I have failed, she says. This is your ship. Congratulations. She heads for the door at a brisk pace. I consider chasing her, but I don't, because she's already revealed more than she's comfortable with. She's so damn complicated, and how I feel about her makes everything even more confusing. But most of all, I wonder where she comes from. Who is Bryce of Damon really? The following morning, after a large breakfast of Pound's canned eggs and spicy bacon, we sail the skies. Search all day for our next prey. Instead of finding a gargantuan, though, we spot our closest rival, the calamus. Our ships pull alongside each other to trade information and cans of food. We're not allowed to board one another's vessels, so we each fill a small crate and use the rope and pulley systems to send it over. Sebastian burned half of our allotment of beans when he was cook, but we have plenty of extra applesauce. The gargantuans are moving west, their captain, 𝘍𝘳𝘓 of Zoo, tells us. She watches me, then her gaze hardens toward Roderick, probably remembering when he miraculously knocked her unconscious during their duel. We are headed that way. Thank you for the tip, I say. Not sure I believe a word she's saying. A cloud of 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦 has been moving east, the opposite of where she claims. The calamus crew consists of 6 girls and 2 boys. Each has the same demeanor as their captain, serious and rigid. Where is the rest of your crew? 𝘍𝘳𝘓 asks. You are missing 2. Dead or in the brig? She frowns. That is unfortunate. Well, thank you for the applesauce. Yes, the beans are appreciated. She nods. After wishing them good luck, and with a stock of 20 more cans of beans, we set sail. First going west, as she suggested, then once we're out of their sight, we rocket east. The rest of the day passes uneventfully, but we do find the 𝘍𝘍𝘬𝘦. When night falls, we anchor a chain to a quiet spot, inside the cavern of an unmapped island. Tomorrow we'll follow the 𝘍𝘍𝘬𝘦 cloud and hopefully run into a gargantuan or 2. For much of the evening I stay in my cabin, going over Pound's latest hunt proposals. Each proposal has varied complexity and is designed for a range of scenarios. When Pound was Keaton's assistant, it was always easy to tell which plan had his fingerprints. His are far riskier, but Keaton's are so rational, and she grounded him a little. Yes, Hunting gargantuans is crazy, and yes, it takes a wild plan to take them down, but I think Pound needs a little bit of Keaton's sensibilities. After massaging my eyes, I approach my window. There's not much to see while we're inside the cavern, just black, jagged rocks. Part of me wanted us to remain in open sky in case we needed to get hunting quickly, but trailing behind a blobbing cloud isn't exactly the safest place to be in the open. I sigh. We're so isolated in this gauntlet. Only us and our wits. It's war. We are soldiers, and the monsters we hunt are why hunter must select every year. Some trades, like explorer, only make picks every few years. Sometimes earlier, when several explorers vanish while out in the farthest airs. But not like hunter. Hunter is constantly replenished because it must be, and I consider that thought. I recall a memory with Mother. I was standing in the Archduke's hall of Irwin Manor, where Father once met guests. His chair was empty, but Mother was with me. When she sat upon her throne, the sunlight shone through her white hair, making it glow. Her hands were folded upon her lap, and she wore a burgundy dress. Her white cane rested on the armrest beside her. "Come, sit with me," she said, patting Father's empty chair. But I didn't move because I wasn't worthy of Father's seat. He was already gone, and I was too young to inherit his status. That seat was Uncle's now, simply because he, not Mother, had Irwin blood. "Sit," she commanded. When I lowered into the chair, everything seemed unbelievably large. My feet didn't touch the floor. I had to stretch my arms to lay my hands on the armrests. "You are your father's son," she said, touching my cheek gently, so that our eyes met. Her face was serious. "I fear that, with your father gone, you will be faced with challenges that none could prepare you for, not even me." My brow wrinkled. I didn't understand her words then. My mind was so simple. Couldn't envision anything more difficult than facing a prowling. "Challenges?" I asked. She hesitated, then strode toward a painting that filled the western wall. It was a painting of one of the Arctic gargantuans, smaller than the southern variety, and not quite as scaly, but far meaner. The white beast, striped with icicles, charged after a mangled ship. "War," she said. "War?" I blinked. "Pirates?" "Worse. I don't think the Skylands are alone." She turned to meet my eyes. "The islands, Conrad, how do they float? By their hearts? Yes, but who put them there?" I stare at her, my mind racing. "But, Mother, scholar teaches that the Skylands have always been. Do you think that's true? Someday we're going to find out why the islands are in the sky," Mother said, "and I don't believe we are going to like the answer. For now," Mother said, glancing back at the paintings, "gargantuans are our great enemy." Gargantuans seemed so far away. Yes, we'd had our drills on Homestead, and we'd been attacked before. But if there was one thing Father did well, it was keeping the northern skies gargantuan free. His outposts hadn't failed to alert the island once. But Mother mentioned something worse than gargantuans. What could be worse? I considered the rebels. Father once had an assistant who was arrested for being a spy for a rival, but I don't know for whom. The man was given a traitor's death. They cut off his arms and tossed him off the side of a ship, so he couldn't even flap. Mother faced me. "So long as you're strong, Conrad, so long as you're good here," she pointed to my heart, "you will rise, regardless of what happens. Do you understand?" "Yes," I said, "I understand, Mother." She grinned faintly, touched the dimple of my chin, and pulled her hand away. For the barest of moments, I nearly feel her hand again, and believe she stands beside me. And I feel cold and empty, remembering that I left her to die in her final moments. This world killed her. I punch the glass. For several moments I play over the events that led to her death. What I would have done differently. how I would have gotten back to her in time. After a while I step away. Can't sleep, not with my thoughts in a flurry. So, with my stomach rumbling, I walk back through the quiet corridors and push open the cafeteria door. Unfortunately, the freeze box is empty. I groan. No wonder Pound was eager to make Roderick stock it. We have plenty of food on the lowest level. The only problem is, well, he's got to be asleep right now. I'll be quiet. The lowest level bathes in shadow. The cold air chills my skin. No windows here, only a few red crystals on the walls. This level is stocked with strapped-down crates and a lone, dark spot in the center. The brig. I start walking until, "Captain," a voice whispers. Shut my eyes. A silhouette leans against the brig's bars, only his teeth exposed in the faint light. Makes him look nothing more than a suspended, grinning mouth. "Couldn't sleep?" he asks. Part of me wants to rip open that cage and beat him. Bloody that unhinged smile. Break it so he'll never try to kill anyone again. "Evening, Sebastian." "Why the late visit?" "Not here for you." I turn down the aisle of food supplies, walking between a canyon of crates. The crate at the end remains open, wooden lid leaning against the wall. "Heard the explosions from the hunt yesterday," Sebastian calls. "Sounded exciting. I take it everything went well?" "No one tells me anything." I swipe some applesauce from behind a can of honeyed ham. "Are you going to report me to Master Coco, Captain?" I'd love nothing more than to see him dragged off the ship, ready to face the Hunter Tribunal. But we're in a tight race with the Calamus, and without hard evidence, an investigation would only delay us and could ruin our chances. And worse, what if Hunter decided Sebastian should be freed? "Oh, come on," Sebastian says. "That spy ship of ours will start wondering where I am. What will you do with me?" I sigh. It's better to talk to him here, with a stack of crates between us. He won't see the heat rising in my face, the anger shaking in my fists. "Haven't decided." "You should," he says, sighing. "I'm dreadfully bored." "And lucky I don't toss you off the deck." "Ah, but you're no murderer." "Not yet." He laughs. "Wouldn't that be interesting, if I could turn you into one?" "I know you, Sebastian. Don't think you can crawl under my skin." "Rude of you not looking at me as you speak." "This is for your sake." "I'm sure, but I'd rather see you." When I step from the aisle, he breaks into a grin. "Ah, there you are. May I have a book to read?" "No." He pushes his dirty, rolled-up sleeves higher. We'd had him stripped of his hunter gear. I'm annoyed just thinking what it'd be like if he still had his comm gem on his sleeve, and he started waking people by song. "May I use the lavatory upstairs? I clogged this one." "No." "Pity." He hops onto the bed. "I really don't know why you're so upset. I am a product of meritocracy. The desire to rise burns inside my heart, as it does in yours. But I'm braver than you are. I am willing to make the sacrifices." "You are a liar." "As are you. Didn't you tell Bryce that you would help her become captain?" My mouth shuts and he chuckles. "Can you tell me why, dear friend, Eldon hasn't come for a visit?" "I'm sure he's busy considering what you are," I say, but I'll not speak for him. He frowns. "Your list of friends grows. Funny, I remember you being so antisocial, hating everyone. But when you're after something, I guess it's easy to pretend to like people." "Well, I don't like you. No need to pretend there." He laughs. "Good point." I turn to leave. "How long will you keep me here?" he calls. "By rule, you can't do more than a week, and I've already done 4 days." I start up the stairs. "Captain, I have special news for you. About Bryce." My boots stop on the 3rd stair. "Aha!" he chuckles. "Come along back. We'll have a little chat. Maybe after you'll bring me a book?" "Why would I listen to you? I trust you as much as I'd trust a ratchlin in my ear." "Because this is a matter that affects the Skylands, Captain. A danger to everyone, even beyond the gauntlet. "She's not who you think she is. She's our mutual enemy. If you release me," he says, "I'll tell you everything I know." Nice try. Good night, Sebastian. Wait, Captain, you really should hear this. I'm tired. My knees hurt, and this applesauce begs to be eaten. His voice chases after me, but gets lost in the ship's bowels when I enter the empty cafeteria. Part of me wants to go back to him, find out what he knows. But if there's one thing I've learned about Sebastian, it's that he'd lie to his own mother. Instead, I eat the tart applesauce in silence, enjoying the view of the stars through the cavern's exit. But he is right that I can't keep him in the brig much longer, and once he's out, he'll probably try gnawing a hole in the gas pipes and sink the ship. Unfortunately, hunting can't be my priority with him on board. He's our greatest threat, and tonight I'll begin devising a way to be rid of him forever. Chapter 32. Pound enters the kitchen before sunrise, as is custom for the cook, but I was up before him, cleaning, because our 𝘍𝘬𝘬𝘦 sleeps in the brig. Pound stops, watching as I scrub spills from the table.
Don't you ever sleep, Irwin?
Only after I visited your mother. For an instant, his brow furrows. Then he starts laughing.
You sick bastard.
I smile and plunge the rag into the bucket while he heats up the crystal stove. We work in silence. Once I'm done, I approach him. We need to talk. He splashes purple hot sauce on the giant pile of crispy rice and listens as I tell him my plans to defang Sebastian.
Oh, he wouldn't like that, Pound says, smirking as he lowers the sauce bottle. But why trust me with this? Why not Roderick?
I don't think Roderick hates Sebastian like you do.
True, Pound chuckles. I hate Sebastian more than I hate you, and I hate you like I hate lemon juice and paper cuts.
Exactly why you're perfect for this. He rubs his chin.
Irwin and Atwood, working together to remove a snake.
He looks up, considering, until the stench of smoke carries to him. He yowls and pushes the pan of burning eggs from the heat.
You're distracting me, Elise.
Sorry. So are you in? He rests his huge hands on his hips. Finally, he nods.
Yes, I've always wanted to give that turd eater a taste of his own treachery.
I grin. Good. Now make me breakfast, cook.
Eat spit. Get out of my cafeteria.
But as I leave, he's smiling too. After Pound escorts Sebastian to the lavatory above, I search Sebastian's cell. Behind the toilet, inside the sink's pipe, and I even stamp around the floor, searching for hollow places. Sebastian wasn't lying when he claimed he'd clogged the toilet. Scraps of fabric from his bed float in the bowl. The bird fart. I finger around the cot's legs. Something hard at the back of one. Strapped down. My brow furrows. Long-range comm gem. Illegal in the gauntlet. Who the hell has he been contacting? It's not exactly what I've been looking for. Still, I stuff it into my jacket, then stand in place, wondering where to look next. I don't have much time before they'll return. My eyes fall on the mattress, and I follow the stitches in the fabric. Near the top, my fingers discover a loose flap cut into the foam. My hand dives inside. Ouch! I yank my hand back. Blood balls near my fingernail. After licking it off, I gently reinsert my hand, and soon, even with the stinging pain, I start smiling, because I catch what I've been looking for. A small blade. Between the knife's crossbar shines an emblem of two vines twisting over a rock. The family emblem of Abel. I've seen it on Sebastian's luggage. A series of steps boom on the stairs. Muffled voices follow. I push the mattress back, stuff the knife into my jacket, and duck into the shadows of the crates. Pound and Sebastian's silhouettes come toward the brig. Thanks, old chap, Sebastian says. I've been holding that one for days. Feels 7 pounds lighter. If someone else saw it, they would have claimed it was yours. Pound growls. So I'm curious, Sebastian says. Why do you follow Conrad? If I'm not mistaken, didn't his great-grandfather cheat and kill yours in a duel?
Be quiet.
What would your family think, knowing you've betrayed them? Cooking in Irwin's meals like a servant. But I suppose they couldn't be more disappointed in you than they already are. They stop outside the cell.
Get in,
Pound says. I don't think. Pound lifts Sebastian by his trousers, wedging them up Sebastian's crack, and hurls him into the brig. Sebastian smacks the ground. He whirls around just as Pound slams the door. Physical violence is not the Hunter way.
Right, Pound says, striding off. You go tell someone. See if anyone believes your forked tongue.
Sebastian wipes his pants, and I'm pleased to see he has a rather sour look on his face. But it'll only get worse for him. Much worse. The snake's out. The whole crew assembles in my cabin, including Sebastian. He stands between us, finding everyone staring at him with their arms folded. He smiles and raises his hands out in supplication. Friends, I've had a change of heart. I will support your captain. What must I do to regain your trust? When no one answers, he turns to Eldon. Come now, Eldon, Sebastian says, opening his arms. I've missed you.
Don't talk to him, I snarl.
Sebastian frowns and turns to me. I thought you were a Democrat, Captain. Giving me orders that I can't have friends? He looks at Bryce. What about you? Care to give me a hug? No. Are you sure? I bet Conrad would like to know that. Enough, Sebastian, I say. We all know what you are. And what is that? A swabby. Then everyone kicks off their boots and tosses them at his feet. Now swab, I say, or face the brig again. Sebastian glowers and gives me a lethal look. I toss him a can of polish and a rag. Slowly he lowers onto the floor, and as we watch, starts scrubbing. Make sure to get around the ringlets, Keaton says. They can be tricky. I'm sure he knows how to do it, Roderick says. I'm just trying to help. He looks like he needs it. The room laughs. Sebastian's red and shaking. This is the most degrading thing we could do to him. And for once, a silly smile doesn't mark his face. If there's one thing Sebastian hates, it's being treated like a low. When he finishes polishing the shoes, Roderick lifts a full bag. Have fun, Roderick says, spilling the boots before Sebastian's disgusted face. They tumble over Sebastian's legs and thud against the floor. You might want to clog your nose when you get to Pound's. He's got sweaty feet.
I never wear socks, Pound says.
Keaton chuckles. Once Sebastian starts on those, the crew leaves me alone with him. I watch him from my desk. He glowers at me between the gaps of his dark bangs. Found your comm-gem, I say. He acts surprised. Comm-gem? Who have you been contacting? He gives me a coy look. One might wonder what's going on in the islands right now. I mean, here we are, isolated from everything. You might think that there is news we would want to know. News you would want to know in particular. What are you talking about? He grins, seeming excited to know something I don't. It makes me want to punch him bloody. You'll hear about it soon, I'm sure. Big deal, Conrad. Big deal. Can't stand this little turd eater. The room gets cold as I stare at him. I'm better at this than you are, Sebastian. What, polishing shoes? I come to stand over him, rising. It's in my blood. My ancestors dueled their way to the crown of the mountain, and they've kept it for generations. He snorts. All you lifelong highs are full of that legacy bird shit. You think you're stronger than I am because you're willing to go to lengths I would not? My tongue becomes dangerous. But you underestimate what I'd do to be rid of you. He scoffs. What are you going to do? Kill me? I don't answer. The room becomes cold. His eyes narrow as he looks over how much bigger I am. how much stronger. And if I attack him, he can't trick me like he tricked Samantha. So, he says, I can turn you into a murderer after all. You were right about me, Sebastian. We are a lot alike. He watches my hand slip into my jacket. When I pull out his knife, it glints under the light. My reflection mirrors on its glittery surface. He stares at me, looking for a tell, but I'm not bluffing. And when he realizes that, he glances at the door, fingers twitching, ready to run like a pathetic little loucher. I'm no murderer, Sebastian. I turn the blade's point toward my torso, but that doesn't mean I can't turn you into one. Sebastian's eyes widen. When he realizes what I'm about to do, he leaps for me. No, Conrad, don't! I stuff the knife into my shoulder. It sinks deep into my flesh, stinging like wet fire. My teeth gnash and I shout, Sebastian, put the knife down! No! Sebastian's yelling, blood on his hands as he tries to stop me. By the time he rips the knife free of my shoulder, the door bursts open, and Pound charges forward like an enraged prowling. Murderer! No, He tackles Sebastian to the ground. Sebastian wheezes, tries to speak, but Pound throws 2 ham-sized fists into his face. Conrad stabbed him! Pound throws another one, and that one clocks him out cold. The knife slides to the doorway. I topple to the ground, gasping, holding my shoulder, trying to stop the spilling red. Pound crouches over me. You okay, Elise? Hurts like hell. You're crazier than I am. Soon Roderick, Keaton, and Bryce rush into the room. What? Oh! They crowd me. Bryce panics as she applies pressure against my wound, trying to stop the gushing blood. Roderick doesn't know what to do other than nervously pat my leg. You'll be okay, he says. You'll be... Roderick, get a towel, Bryce orders. Roderick, his face pale, rushes down the hallway. Bryce looks into my eyes, and there's fear in hers. I'm a bastard for causing her and the others pain, but this is the only way. Sebastian's a crab that'll snatch everyone trying to rise. He'll drag us to the bottom of the bucket. Roderick returns with a bundle of towels. Bryce wraps one over my shoulder, but it's not long until the fabric seeps red. I feel weak. My skin pales. He hit an artery, Bryce says. We need meds, now! Keaton dashes from the room. I sink deeper down the wall, wincing as the pain throbs. No one has ever claimed that sucking venom from a snake bite will feel good. Getting Sebastian off my ship, though, sure will. I didn't have enough evidence when Sebastian tried to kill me, but this time I have the weapon and a witness who found Sebastian on me with blood on his hands. Resting in the medical bed and with my shoulder in a sling, I contact the spy ship and explain to Travis of Waters our situation. He connects my gym to the long range, allowing me to speak with Master Coco. Then Pound and I recount what happened, and as we do, Master Coco goes silent. Sebastian of Abel, she says finally. My assistant's nephew? Yes. He attacked you, but he's always been so kind. Sebastian has a way of putting a veil over people's eyes, even brilliant people like Master Coco. My crew doesn't feel comfortable with him aboard, I say. Honestly, I don't feel comfortable. We want him off. She takes a breath. Off the ship? No, I think not. What? You have a brig. He tried to murder me. This is the gauntlet, Conrad. Someday you'll have a crew, and you'll be hunting Acidans in the farthest skies. And there won't be a spy ship there to collect someone from your brig. This is a good learning opportunity. But, Master, keep him in the brig. I'll decide what to do with him after the gauntlet. I scowl. It seems the venom will linger a little while longer. But at least now, it'll be restricted to one part of the ship, and I'll never have to see it. Fine. He'll stay aboard, but I'll make sure he'll rot. And even though he's still aboard, I smile. Smile because with Sebastian out of the way, I can focus entirely on winning this thing. Chapter 33. While I've been focused on Sebastian, the Calamus has been hunting, and they've just retaken the lead. I'm on the deck preparing to hunt. My shoulder burns like fire. The meds have been at work, but it'll be at least another day until I'm fully recovered. Probably shouldn't be on deck, not with my vision foggy and balance unsteady due to blood loss, but I'll not lose my chance of reuniting with Ella. A juvenile gargantuan undulates before the fading sun. A male, just barely a Class 1, and at the age when bulls leave their familial pods to find mates. Keaton, Pound, and Roderick corner me. "You should be resting, Conrad," Keaton says. "Look at you. You're holding the railing for balance." I'm fine. Roderick places his hand on my healthy shoulder. "We can make this hunt. Trust us. I'll not hide in my cabin while you all risk your lives." "Conrad," Keaton says. "I'm captain," I say, turning to peer at the gargantuan from my spyglass. "It's my decision. If we catch this beast now, it'll be the easiest hunt of the gauntlet. But if we delay much longer, it'll be night, and we've never hunted at night."
"Your skin is blue, Elise," Pound says.
"I'm fine," I say. "Eldon, prepare—" Then my legs buckle beneath me, and Pound catches me before I smack the deck.
"You're going below," he rumbles.
"Do it," I growl.
"And you're going to the brig. I don't care."
He hoists me over his shoulder. For an instant, I roar and feebly punch his back, but my pathetic resistance leaves me gasping for breath. Roderick and Keaton frown as I go. "We've got this," Keaton says. Soon Pound kicks open my cabin. If I had any energy left, I'd squirm free and race back to the deck. But my crew's right. I'm empty. Pound carries me toward the bed at the back. "No," I say, "the window."
"You need rest."
"And you think I'll sleep during a hunt?"
"You will if I strap you down."
"I'll demote you to swabby." He laughs, but turns around and drops me into the bolted-down chair near the window. A second later, he stomps to my bed and returns with a bundle of blankets and a pillow. "You're acting like my mother, Pound."
"Shut up, Elise."
He stuffs the pillow behind my head, and I glare at him while he wraps a blanket around my body.
"Anything else, Your Highness?"
he asks. "Yeah, eat dump." He chuckles and starts toward the door. "Wait," I say. "Tap the heat globe."
"You're cold?"
"You aren't?" Just before he leaves, a warm red pulse throbs in the room, spraying me in radiant warmth. Oh, it feels good. Heats me down to my bones. Despite the coming hunt, my eyelids grow heavy. It's ridiculous to be tired right now. We're about to attack a gargantuan. I fight to stay awake until, suddenly, my head lolls to the side, and I succumb to an uncomfortable sleep on a hard chair. The ship shudders. My eyes blink open. There's darkness outside my window, and I can't see anything other than my pale reflection on the glass. My comm gem's going off with shouts from the crew.
"On the left!" Pound yells. "No! Your other left, idiot!"
"Brace!" Keaton shouts. The gladian moans as something crashes into our hull. I rock forward, falling from the chair. "Brace! Double the engine!" Keaton yells. "I'm trying!"
"Fire!"
Roderick shouts. Harpoons, like streaking stars under the moonlight, vanish into the darkness. A muffled roar moans. A direct hit. Then we rock again. "The hell is going on up there?" I shout into my gem. "Nothing to worry about, Captain," Keaton yells, breathless. Eldon, dive!" The ship lurches, and I go sliding toward the window. My hand clamps onto the chair leg. Once the ship straightens, Keaton yells for flak. It erupts outside, sparkling the night. The twinkles illuminate the shiny crest of the bull, And then I realize my horrible, stupid mistake. The heat globe, giving off just enough light, acts like a beacon. Gargantuans go for the light. Always the light. That's why they attack the lows on Homestead. What was I thinking? A bellow makes the glass shudder. Then a huge golden eye blinks in toward me. His pupils zero in. And when our eyes connect, an ancient primal fear thuds in my chest. The bull's head rotates, and his great mouth expands. Shit! I dash to disable the heat globe. Before I can, an enormous tooth cracks through the window. Bits of metal and glass fly. Howling wind rushes in through the gap. Books flap open. Papers go everywhere. "It's getting into the cabin!" I yell into my gem. Another eruption of flak sparkles on his head, stinging his eyes. The bull rears back, pulling a chunk of the ship with him. Part of the floor rips away, and I stare, mouth dry, as my exit from the cabin is cut off. "I'm stuck!" I shout. "Pound!" Keaton yells. "Get down there! Eldon, swerve us away!" The ship rockets into darkness, but I can sense the bull somewhere out there, trailing, watching. I tap the metallic button at the base of the heat globe. The red fades, leaving me in blackness. But it's not enough. He already knows I'm here. Despite my shaking muscles, my good arm takes the harpoon launcher mounted on the wall. I brace it against the desk with the spear pointed toward the sky. Whenever the beast returns, I'll launch a harpoon through his nostril and pierce his brain, or I'll shoot it through the roof of his mouth. My legs wobble, so I lean a hand on my desk for support. "Oh, hell!" Pound's voice comes on the comm. "The floor's gone. The whole corridor is ripped out. I can't get to Conrad." "Hold on, Captain," Keaton says. "We're nearly—" But I didn't hear her, because another flash of flak exposes the shadow coming straight for me. His throat a black hole of death. I aim the harpoon, and just as I squeeze the trigger, the gladian jerks. My shot goes awry, stabbing into the wall. The beast appears in the faint light. My body goes numb. Soon I'll be in his gut, thrashing in acid. What an idiotic end. Dead because I fell asleep during a hunt. Dead because I told Pound to turn on the heat globe. But just before the beast makes contact, a sickening thunk fires through his skull. Roderick's claw gun pierced his thin Class 1 scales, went clean through and out the other side. The beast dies instantly, but his momentum keeps him careening toward me. I duck behind the desk, shouting as his head shreds the remaining walls, and soon I'm fenced in by rows of teeth. His mouth stinks of rotted death. Somewhere above, the crew cheers. "Conrad!" Keaton yells. "Conrad, are you okay?" The beast's tongue rolls out, slapping against the desk, dribbling hot saliva onto my shoulder. And I'm so relieved, I start laughing. I laugh out the remainder of my energy and pass out halfway inside the beast's mouth. Even with the kill, we're still behind. Calamus, 5.5. Gladian, 5. Ornatus, 2.5. Spiculus, 2. Telemus, 2. Mucro, 1. Quirus, 1. Sicca, 1. Pilium, 1. Cyplus, 0.5. Sagittan, 0. Laminin, 0. Jaculum, 0. Anmum, crossed out. Scapulus, crossed out. Cutlass, crossed out. And not only are we losing, but Hunter was less than impressed that we left a heat globe on while attempting a night hunt. They'll not be doing repairs. "Idiots!" Master Coco told me over comm. "What were you thinking?" "Well, I was missing a lot of blood." "That much is clear." Even worse, the Gladian's not in hunting shape. Not when a giant hole gapes in the hull's side, and an entire corridor needs to be rebuilt. While we must stop to repair ourselves, the calamus continues, seeking new prey, and they're bound to get more. The wind howls in Roderick's face as we follow the makeshift planks that give the ruined corridor a narrow but traversable path. We enter my destroyed cabin and find ourselves surrounded by a bright afternoon sky. "How long will the repairs take?" I ask. "Well, Bryce and I have been going over everything. I've been welding some metal sheets that we'll use to create a new wall." He points to the open hole. "It won't look great, and the cabin won't be nearly as spacious, but it'll be stable. At least the ship won't have a huge weakness in its side." "How long will it take, Rod?" He scratches the back of his hairy neck. 2 days. "What? Minimum. You have 6 hours." He laughs. "We'll fall apart. Look at that." He jabs a finger toward a mangled beam above us. "Another hit, and the whole starboard side will cave. We'd be on lifeboats." I sigh. "Fine. 1 day. Cuss! I'll do what I can." After he lowers the sheet of metal, I glance around. "Where's Bryce, anyway?" "Sent her to munitions to get some tools, but she's supposed to be back as of 10 minutes ago." I call her on the gem. "Bryce?" No response. "She's spotty on that," he says. Doesn't always answer. I think it annoys her. He pauses, almost hesitating to tell me more. "Sometimes I think she takes off her gem." "What?" "Maybe she just wants some privacy in the laboratory." I tap the comm gem, turning it blue so I can send a ship-wide message. "Anyone seen Bryce?" A string of responses come, but no one knows where she is. My brow furrows. We wait a few more minutes, and I help Roderick bolt down another slat, but we need the tools before we can reinforce the overhead beam. "I'll go find her," I say. Soon I'm wandering the second level. She's not in her room, not in munitions, not in the cafeteria, and she's not in the laboratory either. After I descend to the third level, where it's colder and darker, I check the rec room and engine room. Still nothing. "Bryce?" I say into the comm again. No response. At an intersecting corridor, a noise stops me. A cry. Something about the sound stabs fear into my heart. Worried thoughts flood my mind. Someone got hurt. Sebastian got loose somehow. I start to run, but stop myself when I realize there's another voice. Unfamiliar. A deep, angry voice. Who the hell is on my ship? I slip from my boots and creep into the dark hall. When I round the corner, a weak light from the ajar laundry room door glows on me. A shadow inside hunches over something. When I peer between the crack, my eyes widen at the distraught figure next to the washtub. Something glows in her hands, illuminating her face. Bryce. Her expression's twisted with panic and desperation, and she leans forward, looking ready to be sick. She's completely alone. "Please," she says, "please." "The council has delayed long enough for the peaceful proposition," the deep voice answers. "Their patience is at an end." "We're better than this." Her voice shakes. "We're better than that plan, that massacre. We're better." My cheek presses against the door, making it crack a sliver more. Bryce's fingers coil around some type of metallic communication device. Never seen its kind before. She holds it close to her neck. "Your goal was simple, Bryce. Rise. You were to win the gauntlet and become Coco's heir. We even paid for your education on that wintry island. Despite this, we haven't seen results. We're moving on. But the others? There isn't enough progress. The council believes the peaceful proposition proves too great a risk. It could reveal us. As such, we no longer condone it. We're taking action." "But I can still rise. Give me time. Give the others time." "You had time. We've stood by waiting, hoping for a sign that your plan was viable. As it is, knowing that you have now lost that ship, that your captain is now solidified, and that several others have also failed, the council has decided to pursue alternative methods. Quicker, more effective methods. "Commander, millions will die. The below's ascension is nigh. Thank you for your service, but we are moving forward with downfall." Bryce sinks to the floor, practically melts, and her reaction fills me with fear. "This will be our last communication, Bryce. If you do become captain, help us when we arrive. Otherwise, stay out of our way." "Please, don't go!" She stops. "Commander? Commander!" The metallic square in her hands fades to darkness, and she stares in silence until it falls from her fingers and clangs on the metal floor. I'm frozen, unsure what to do, what to say. For an instant, a pull like gravity urges me to enter the room, but another equally powerful urge tells me to get out of there, to contact Master Coco. Millions will die. The words echo in my brain. Maybe Sebastian is right. Maybe she is our mutual enemy. I watch her a second longer. My heart thuds, but before she can look up, I hurry away. Chapter 34. Over the next 24 hours, I study Bryce. She seems no different than normal. Eats meals with the crew, performs all her duties, and even does an amazing job helping fix my cabin and the starboard hull in record time with Roderick. So what am I supposed to do with her? When it's late, I return to my cabin and pace the floor, my thoughts in a flurry. What is downfall? How could it possibly end millions? What commander was Bryce speaking with? I'm so overwhelmed with everything that I drop into my chair. The ship hums under my feet, and for several minutes I watch the evening clouds. Father's words, like a cold blanket, descend upon me. There are no selfless acts. Beware those who do something for you, because in time they'll expect something in return. My eyes shut. Suddenly my comm gem flashes with an incoming communication. I tap the gem. "Yes?" "Conrad," Master Coco says, "are you alone?" My heart stops. "I am." "Good." She pauses. "Now I need you to listen very carefully. Everything I ask you must answer with complete truth. Do you understand?" My skin tingles. There's urgency in her voice. "Yes," I say. "Good. Then carefully she starts talking. Has any of your crew been acting differently?" "Differently?" She exhales. "Order found a spy within their training selections." "A spy? For whom?" She doesn't answer. "The spy revealed that there were more like him, several in fact, and they've infiltrated all 12 trades, including Hunter." I go quiet. "Master, do you know who the spy is? I was hoping you would have noticed something. Anything?" I stare at the floor, thinking back to everything Bryce said to me, about her starving people, about why she needed to win the gauntlet, about a war she was desperately trying to stop. "Tell her," Father says, but my tongue's stuck. I shouldn't have any loyalty to Bryce, but there's something about her sincerity. The honorable choice would be to give her a chance to explain first. "Conrad, are you still there? I don't know anyone who's acting differently." She sounds disappointed. "You will keep a vigilant watch, yes?" "Of course." "Thank you." There's a pause, and I sense more bad news. "Furthermore, due to these unforeseen circumstances, I want you to know there's a chance the gauntlet will end prematurely." "What?" "Nothing has been decided yet. Just know the gauntlet could end at any time. You'll want to be leading always." I don't have much time to absorb this information because she says goodbye, probably off to contact another captain with the same questions. A deep, cold feeling fills my gut. I should have told her. For a moment, I reach for the gem to call her back, but I hesitate. After chewing my lip, I pull open my desk drawer and snatch my dueling cane, then I press the gem. I wait several seconds before the other side responds. My heart hammers, having tingles crawling my spine. Bryce's groggy voice sounds like she just woke up. Yes? Meet me in my office. Then I sit, my badge reflecting the heat globe. Father rarely interrogated, but when he did, he always did with his dueling cane in full view. As an act of intimidation, I lower mine onto the desk. There's a knock at the door. Come. Bryce enters, fully dressed in her hunter uniform, despite the ring of tired around her eyes. Conrad? She notices my cane. What's this about? Sit. She sinks into the chair across from mine. Master Coco contacted me, I say, leaning forward. Told me something interesting about our selections this year. Oh, what did she say? That order caught a spy. She stiffens. The air in the room has a noticeable change. It feels heavier and more difficult to breathe. A spy? She asks innocently. From where? You have one chance to tell me everything. Conrad, I stand and lean against the wall as the red pulses spread from the heat globe. The only reason I'm giving you this chance is because you saved my life. She doesn't say anything. I don't know why I care about you, I say. You make me angry. You're tough, and you always seem to get in my way, and you're always so cryptic. We stare at each other for several seconds. Calculations form on her face, deciding what to do. The father part of me screams to extend my cane, beat her down, and contact Coco. But Mother's tells me to wait. Finally, Bryce's shoulders slacken, almost as if she's letting go of something. How long have you known about me? I've suspected something different about you for a while. But a spy? Not since Master Coco contacted me a few minutes ago. Ah, then she knows who I am. I'm a dead girl. She doesn't know anything yet. You deserve a chance to explain yourself. She's stunned. You know what I am, and still, Bryce, what's downfall? How do you... What is downfall? I don't know. Don't lie. I'm putting myself at risk here. Give me the truth. That is the truth. All I know is that downfall will lead to deaths and war. War between whom? Her eyes narrow. So you don't even know that much. She stands and walks toward the only window remaining in my cabin and peers at the night sky. Scholar lied to you, to the Skylands. They've always known the truth, but rather than panic the masses, they kept it a secret. Her gaze lowers, toward the rolling black clouds beneath us. I asked you once, she whispers, what you thought was down there. My brow knits. Land, she says, turning back to me, the land of my people. A place where the true lows live in tunnels under a blotted-out sun, where crops barely grow, and where everyone glares at the skylands above. Your meritocracy, she says, it exists to make the Skylanders strong, in case we ever return. But your system gave us an opening to infiltrate. Unfortunately, I failed, because people like you are impossible to rise over. My people are coming, soon, and though I'm not sure what downfall is, I know it's a plan of death. It is escalation. I blink, trying to process this revelation. If the moment weren't so tense, I'd have to sit and compartmentalize everything. People, below the clouds. They hate us. A war. Still, her words make sense. Mother told me the Skylands weren't alone. Uncle mentioned that our great enemy still existed. And Father, I stop. Father gave a former assistant a traitor's death. Father knew something. He knew this, and never told me. Why? To make me strong? Because I was too young? Bryce stares at me. On the islands, power fluctuates. Meritocracy keeps the people strong. The best will rise. And even the lows, with their dueling weapons, are hardened for battle. I think you know about downfall, I say. Yesterday, when you spoke to your commander, you said, millions will die. You were spying on me? You took off your gem, and I went to look for you. I pause, realizing something. Sebastian knows about you too. That's why you allied with him. You had to. Conrad, I swear I don't know anything else about Downfall. I swear on my family. Give me one good reason not to report you. Her eyes go downcast. I came here to stop a war. My goal has always been to save lives. She turns to the black clouds. Part of me is glad you found me out because I'm just so tired. Tired of not trusting anyone. Tired of being subversive. And you know what? For all the work I've done, the schooling, the dual training, I am inconsequential to my own people. You should have told me the truth earlier. She scoffs. I told you a story that my island, that it was starving. I even warned you about a war. You still didn't care. You'd chase your goals to sky's end. And you wouldn't? She goes quiet. Sebastian wanted me to kill you tonight, you know. Threatened to report me tomorrow if I didn't. She lifts her pant leg, revealing a small knife strapped to her pale skin. She lowers it onto the table. Don't let him out. Bryce, you could have just killed him. Yes, but I try to be better than what the world intends. Heat flushes my cheek. That damn saying of Mother's again. Besides, killing him wouldn't stop anything, Bryce says. He had leverage, and his aunt, she's Master Coco's assistant. I'm not convinced that little bastard hasn't been sending her illegal updates. She might already know. But if his aunt knew, then why didn't she tell Master Coco? Unless she's as manipulative as her nephew. If I followed what Sebastian wanted, if I killed you, Sebastian would have continued using me until I had nothing left to offer. Then he'd let me rot. She pauses. So the question is, what will you do with me? I haven't decided. Why not? Because I'm not sure you're our enemy. She stares at me. Conrad, I'll die if I stay around much longer. Even if you don't reveal me, Sebastian will. And if not him, his aunt. What is Downfall? I don't know. Bird shit! I storm across the room and stand over her. If people will die, you have to help us. Help us stop Downfall. How can I stop it when I don't know what it is? She looks at my eyes. You know my people abandoned me. They deserted the peaceful plan and went with another. I growl and step back. Conrad, I have to leave. I can't let you. I know. Suddenly she leaps at me, and I don't have time to reach for my cane. She's quick as lightning. Her furious fists strike my ribs, knock me back. I dodge a swing, a couple of them, but she kicks me in the gut. I fall back, coughing. She comes again, but I've had enough. I duck and strike her so hard she flings backward, over the desk and hits the floor. After wiping the blood from my chin, I stomp around the side, ready to apprehend her, but when I get around the desk, she jabs a needle into my thigh. I swipe it away. A glass vial cracks against the wall. Then, just as I lift her off the floor, my whole mouth goes numb, and something hot surges through my veins, locking my bones in place. I drop onto one knee. She breathes quickly. Conrad, I'm sorry. My vision blurs. The ground spins. Can't stay up. I fall onto all fours until my arms wobble and I collapse onto my stomach. What did she put into me? Poison? I struggle, fight to move, but I can't even get a finger to twitch. Can't even groan. My lips foam and bubble, unable to breathe, throat closed. She flips me onto my back and stuffs a pillow under my head. It opens my throat. Then she crouches over me. I'm sorry, she says, brushing my hair from my eyes. I truly am. You are a better person than you realize, Conrad of Elise. I so wish things were different between us, but you and I, we stand on opposite sides of the clouds. And just as she rises, darkness begins swallowing my vision, until finally, Bryce of Damon slips away, gone. Chapter 35. I wake on my cabin floor with a nauseating headache and horrible stinging in my bones. When I roll over, I spit out the pungent, disgusting taste in my mouth and throw the pillow Bryce left under my head. Then I stumble into the corridor, using the wall to keep me stable, until I clasp the hatch's ladder. Once I'm above, I stand beneath the pink morning sky. The whole world's silent, but for the cold wind. A lifeboat is gone. All that remains are the hooks that kept it attached. I slam my fists against the railing. As I stand there, staring at the distance of empty sky, I realize I'll have to tell Master Coco what happened, and she will have questions. My head lowers. I sink to my knees, head still foggy, while waves of pain continue shooting through me. Whatever Bryce injected into me is powerful. A dreadful worry clouds my mind. Sebastian knows all about Bryce, and he has a liar's tongue. Could accuse me of harboring a spy. Claim I knew more than I did, and that I knew earlier than I did. I could suffer a traitor's death. Kill him. Father's voice whispers in my ear. Be done with the serpent. Make it look like an accident. My jaw clenches. It'd be so easy to frame it. Perhaps we were careless and left a crate a little too close to the brig. Sebastian used the burlap inside to make a noose, and he, being too cowardly to face the hunter tribunal, decided to avoid it altogether. Believable. I put you on that island with the prowling because it was either him or you, Father continues. He will eat you unless you eat him first. Steel cold logic. But Mother, she'd tell me that Sebastian is a product of a vicious meritocracy, where there are only winners and losers. She'd claim Sebastian was not born with evil intentions. The world put them in him. But Mother's compassion gave Bryce the chance to escape. I turn from the sunrise and descend the hatch. Before long, I'm back in my cabin, my fingers caressing Father's black cane, following the cracks of battle throughout the history of Irwin. But soon, I'm unzipping my luggage and taking out the cane that's the other half of me. Her white cane has its share of cracks too, but far fewer. Violence, in her mind, was a last resort. I lower my head between my knees. Which voice do I listen to? And as I'm considering, a realization falls over me. Even though Mother and Father are dead, their voices still command me. I'm not able to be myself. At some point, I will have to just be Conrad. This is my life, my ship, my decision. What should Conrad do? Without their voices shrouding my mind, pulling me in separate directions, I'm finally able to decide. My priority is not for myself, but the Skylands. They're in danger. Master Coco must know. The rest, I'll have to deal with later. I toss both canes onto the desk. Then, after a deep breath, I raise the gem to my mouth and make the call to Coco. In the minutes that follow, I ordered the crew to the deck and quietly informed them of the situation. As I'm speaking, their eyes widen, aghast. I tell them everything but leave out any mention of Sebastian's role. It's better that we don't have an actual murder on the ship. Finally, once I finish, a great silence comes over us. Pound, face red, stomps off and squeezes the railing under his iron grip. Perhaps it's not the existence of the below that bothers him, or that this secret has been pulled over him, but the betrayal. Pound hates traitors. Meanwhile, Eldon says nothing, just blinks as he processes it all. Still, he's the discerning one, the one who claims to see through scholars' propaganda. Keaton wipes her eyes, and Roderick goes to her. But they don't get to mull it over long. As Roderick points at something in the distant sky, Master Coco's ship, the Archer, appears as a black speck. and as it grows my stomach tightens. Soon I stand in my cabin as Master Coco lowers into my seat. My skin is sticky, but my posture remains straight. "Tell me everything, Conrad." I fill my lungs and begin telling her how I heard Bryce communicating on an unknown device. And with whom was Bryce speaking? She referred to him as Commander. Commander? From where? I shift my weight. From the below. The space between her eyes knits together. You should have contacted me immediately. You do realize what could be accused of here, yes? I wanted to talk to her first. Thought she deserved the chance to explain. A spy, given the chance to explain? My mouth shuts. "I put my faith in you," Master Coco whispers. "What am I supposed to do with you?" "I wasn't going to let her escape, Master. I thought I could handle her. Like you did in the duel." She comes around the desk and steps before me, craning her neck to meet my face. After a few seconds, she sighs and leans against the desk, betraying a little of her age in her weary eyes. Foolish boy. There's a long, drawn-out silence. Panic rises in my throat, makes it difficult to breathe. She won't even need to speak to Sebastian. She'll accuse me of harboring a spy herself. "You are driven," she says, "almost too independent, and solely focused on your goals. Sometimes you think you can handle everything all by yourself. Sometimes you can. You took a gargantuan down by yourself, but you need others, Conrad. You should have consulted me, even if you were planning on interrogating her." She saved my life, Master. Coco blinks at me. Back on Homestead, she pulled me from a falling wall when gargantuans attacked. I owed her. Well, you owe her nothing now. "Master, are you going to accuse me of being a traitor?" She searches my eyes, her dark ones narrowing until finally she pats my cheek. "You're a fool, but no traitor. No, I'll not accuse you." Relief washes over me, but I try not to show how pleased I am. Instead, I merely nod. "Thank you. I've been putting a lot of trust in you, boy. I hope it's worth it." She moves behind the desk and lowers into my chair, her fingers intertwined on her lap. "Conrad, I'm going to tell you something very few in this world know." She motions to the chair on the other end of the desk. "Sit." Once I do, her face becomes profoundly serious. "The world is more than the Skylands," she says. "There really are people that come from beneath the clouds. Scholar, for the sake of peace, kept this from you. From most. And we've been at war with the below for centuries. You've been fighting this war every day since the gauntlet began." My thoughts spin, and I consider what I've been facing as a hunter. And then I recall what Eldon said about the gargantuans not being connected to the evolutionary line. My eyes flick to hers, and I sink deeper into the chair. "They created the gargantuans," I whisper. "The below created the gargantuans." Master Coco sighs, then nods. It all makes sense. Gargantuans are flying battle cruisers with teeth, nearly impenetrable steel scales, and an insatiable desire for destruction, especially when it comes to humans. They're weapons on a massive scale. Scholar taught us that it wasn't strange that they were composed of steel because cats had fur, turtles carapace, and birds feathers. Plus, gargantuans are not unique. An entire ecosystem of biomechanical beasts, the prowlans, the mashtons, the ratchlans, and sheltons, they're all steel-plated too. These creatures, we were told, were just an offshoot of the evolutionary line. It's a lie that was easy to believe. And Father knew it was a lie. He didn't tell me any of it. He threw me onto an island to face a prowlan. Maybe not just in preparation for this world, but for this war, too. "Master, Bryce said something terrible will come, something called Downfall. Downfall? She repeats. What is downfall? I don't know. Bryce didn't either. All I know is she feared millions will die. Master Coco stares at the desk and mutters, Escalation. Abruptly she stands and starts for the door. I have to go. Master? I must discuss this with the king and the other masters. The next thing I know, I'm following her down the corridor. She's speaking to her gem, telling her crew to get the archer ready. And soon I'm standing on the deck beside my perplexed crew, watching the archer shoot away. There's so much in my head, it's hard to focus on anything. Bryce's betrayal, the below, the gargantuans, the threat against the Skylands. I'd need weeks to process it all, but I don't have that luxury. Instead, I focus on the most important thing to me now. I stroke the gold necklace around my neck. Ella must be freed from Uncle's influence, and I must win the gauntlet to get her back. The masters and the king, they can worry about the threat. That's their job. But me? I'm going to make Uncle beg at my feet. His blood will dribble off the edge of the cane of Erwin. No one gets between me and my family. Chapter 36. The crew about riots. Everyone starts shouting or pointing fingers at one another, wondering who else might be a spy, and losing it over whatever the hell downfall is. Finally, while Roderick and Pound roar at each other, I leap atop the cafeteria table. Quiet! They all turn to me. An irritating headache, like a needle, pokes the back of my left eye, gives me a meaner glare than normal. We've got to win the gauntlet. The hell? Pound says. We have to worry about our families. And this downfall. We don't even know what it is, Elise. Exactly, I say. We don't know what it is. Pointing fingers accomplishes nothing. What are the odds that there's another infiltrator among us? Sebastian might be one, Keaton says, folding her arms.
He's a bird shit,
Pound rumbles.
But he's from Homestead.
Bryce lived on Homestead before, too, Keaton says. Sebastian is not from any below, Eldon says. I know him better than any of you. Maybe you're from the below, Roderick says. I remember you spreading all those conspiracy theories at the academy. You knew what the gargantuans really are. Everyone, I say, my face splotching with heat. The war's already here. They look at me again. It was on this ship. Then I jab a finger toward the window. It's in the sky. Those beasts, they are the enemy. And if we don't stop fighting among ourselves, then we will lose. We have to trust one another. They stare at me, their gazes telling me that the gauntlet doesn't matter anymore, that no matter what I say, there's something more important to worry about. Our part is killing gargantuans, I say. That's how we help our families. That's how we help the Skylands. The cafeteria is silent. My crew look at one another. Finally, Roderick nods. Okay, let's keep fighting. I half expect an argument to break out again, but no one voices a dissent. What other choice do we have? This is how we fight the war. We must continue the gauntlet as normally as possible. The grumbling crew filters out of the cafeteria, off to resume their duties. Meanwhile, I lower onto the bench, exhausted. This gauntlet has taken just about everything out of me, but I'm not done yet. We're not done yet. A couple days pass, and nearly everyone has taken on double duty. Keaton's quartermaster and mechanic, Pound's strategist and cook, and I'm the captain and the swabby. But I've made it abundantly clear that every person should clean up their own damn messes. Everyone's exhausted. Worse, the Calamus increased its lead. Calamus, 6.5. Gladian, 5. Spiculus, 3. Ornatus, 2.5. In my cabin, I continue reviewing Pound's latest hunt proposal. It's crazy per usual and dangerous. Just as I flip the page, my gem lights up with a communication from Master Coco, meant for everyone. A horrible knot twists itself in my stomach. Good afternoon, hunter trainees. I have unfortunate news. I shut my eyes and lean back. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the king has issued new orders. As your captains must have made you aware, there have been developments within the trades, infiltration, and the issue has only worsened. As a result, the gauntlet will end prematurely. You have until the day ends in 1 week. Once darkness falls, all hunter trainees will be redistributed throughout the hunter fleet in the draft. The winning crew, however, will still be allowed to stay aboard their current ship if they so choose. There's a flurry of voices all at once, talking over one another. A few captains complain about how this decision goes against meritocracy, that they don't care that we might have infiltrators because this is their chance to rise. After a few more people yell, including a newly elected captain who had hoped to make progress in the final weeks, Master Coco leaves us with a simple message. Keep fighting. May the best crew win. Good luck. My gem dims, but I tap it again to tell the crew to report to my cabin. Before I can get the message out, my cabin door bursts open and the crew files in. Pound looks ready to hit someone. Roderick's all sweaty and panicked. He's still wearing gloves from working with highly volatile explosive powder. They can't end it early, Keaton shouts. And look, Pound says, stabbing a finger toward the board. You think the Calamus won't get another kill? Their lead is nearly insurmountable. We don't have enough people, Keaton says. I sit watching them, and it's clear that today's news isn't the only thing affecting them. It couldn't be. We've distracted ourselves these past couple days. But Bryce's betrayal left a fissure in the ship. We're not the same. How could we be? And now we have the panic of dealing with the gauntlet ending early. We know what that means. We're not being told everything. Master Coco, the king, they know something. Once the room becomes a bitter silence, I jump in. We can do this. They look at me. I know it isn't easy, but look at what we've done. The Calamus didn't take down an entire pod of gargantuans. We did. We've overcome attempted murder, overcome losing a crew member on the first day, and even overcome finding out we had a spy. What Bryce did to us, it hurts. I know. I feel it too. And the Calamus may be organized, efficient, but us, we are built of gargantuan steel. For several seconds, no one replies. Then Pound cracks his knuckles. Conrad's right. No excuses. Let's win this damn thing. And with those simple words, he ignites the flames under my crew. In no time, they spread out on the Gladian, off to prepare us for an explosive finale. Whatever happens, there's no crew I'd rather be with. Fortunately, our momentum carries us to the next day when we find a pod. It's the perfect opportunity to use Roderick's latest creation, the bullhorn. Its deep, thundering sound attracts 2 Class 1 females away from the others, and once they're separated, we use all we've learned. We hammer down the 2 females with thick harpoons, drag one around with the claw gun turret, shoot flak into their eyes. We work like crazed jackals, willing them down until finally, after 2 hours of intense battle, their soft-scaled carcasses float in the sky. We cheer. It feels incredible to retake the lead in such a quick time. As a pair of hunter vessels tow away the fresh kills, for the first time in a few days, I enjoy a sense of optimism. We spend the night eating Pound's famous homestead stew. Then Roderick and Keaton dance. At first it's a playful thing. They're laughing like idiots. But somewhere along the way, they get a little closer, a little gentler, and soon they're completely absorbed in each other. Come on, I say, ushering Pound and Eldon out of the cafeteria as Keaton and Roderick dance under the gleaming moon.
Him and her? Pound says once we're in the corridor. Really?
You don't choose love, Eldon says suddenly. Love chooses you.
Pound stares at him. You say the damn weirdest things, Eldon.
I laugh. Eldon smiles a little too. When I return to my cabin for some well-deserved rest, the gauntlet board flashes above my desk with another update, and all the feelings of elation inside me collapse. Calamus, 7.5. Gladian, 7. Ornatus, 3.5. I shove everything off my desk and swear like hell. Can't believe this. 2 ships in the same training class, both breaking the kill record? Any other year we'd be champions, but only one can win a ship. Only one can become captain of the gauntlet. With disgust swirling inside me, I wake Pound and we enter the command room. There he tells me the latest of his revised plan. No, I tell him. What else do you have? He slams his fists against the table.
It'll work! You're just a stubborn ass!
It's a terrible idea.
You damn idiot, Irwin! You keep rejecting everything I throw at you.
That's because they'll all get us killed.
Then choose someone else as the strategist.
I sigh and lower into the cushioned seat. And as he stands looking bitterly over hours of work strewn over the table, I imagine the Calamus sailing the skies right now. She has a determined, united crew, everything organized, no spies, no concerns other than how to become a more effective hunting machine. But we have grit, guts. We've been tested under fire.
It will work, Pound whispers. Trust me, Conrad.
I've never trusted in Atwood before.
And you think I've trusted in Irwin?
I meet his eyes. A warning grows in my gut. But at this point, I have no other choice. Fine, I say. We'll try it your way. He grins. His plan fills me with great unease, and it requires me to go deep in the bowels of my ship to speak with someone I never wanted to see again. Someone I'd be happy to leave rotting. But we need him. For live bait. You brought me a book, Sebastian says to me, grinning, hands on the bars. What a wonderful captain you are. I stare at the snake standing in the shadows. The cold, uncirculated air of the lower level stinks of body odor. You smell terrible, I say. He smiles, showing tartar as thick as gravy around his teeth, and brushes his greasy hair from his eyes. Yes, well, when you aren't allowed to shower and don't have a toothbrush, I feel awful. I take a step forward, closer to the cool metal, and slide a book through the bars. Here. What did you bring for me? He flips the book on its side and squints to read the title. The Mating Habits of the Hornthroat Blobbin. He stares at me. Oh, Captain, you shouldn't have. I planned to bring you something a little more exciting, but then I remembered you tried to kill me. Yes, well, you faked the second attempt, so we're all square in my mind. By the way, I have a question that's gnawed at me. Why didn't Hunter take me away? Was it because they wanted to use me as a lesson for you? Personally, if I were in your boots, I'd murder me and make it look like an accident. May I have a drink of water? No. Pound hasn't fed me in 20 hours. Hasn't even come by. He's never missed a meal before. Pity. I miss his little visits, even if spit always covers my spoon. He pauses and looks upward. What's going on up there? It seems that your ship has become disorganized. I never wanted to see this varmint again. Never wanted to speak to him or hear his grating voice. But now that I'm here, maybe I can get a few answers. What do you know about Bryce? I ask. She's brilliant, huh? Tell me, what do you like most about her? Her face or her... I press against the bars and stand so close I can smell his empty stomach on his breath. He steps back, just out of my reach. My teeth grit. Temper, he tisks me. What happened with you and her? Finally discover she wasn't interested in your carrot and fuzzy peaches? I release the bars. She's gone. Gone. She left, Sebastian. Escaped. And guess what, you little shit? I know you knew what she was. A spy. He blinks, then whispers, "Prove it. How many knives do you have in that cell?" I flash the knife Bryce had. This was on her before she escaped. How did she get it? Good question. No idea. I move my thumb off the crossbar, exposing an emblem of 2 vines twisting over a rock. This is the Abel emblem? His mouth shuts. You've known about Bryce for a long while, I say, and rather than report it, you used it to your advantage. Do you know what the islands will do to you if they discover you harbored a spy? His hair drops over his eyes, obscuring his face. Then finally he claps, as if this were a grand celebration. Now you're an extortionist. Do exactly as I say when I say it, and no one will ever learn about this. We stand in silence, eyes locked, hate burning in the air. Damn, he says. Seems I have no choice. What do you want? I smile. Chapter 37. Sebastian's out. He still sleeps in the brig at night and isn't allowed to go anywhere without an escort, but he's free. The crew ignores him, especially Pound. Anytime Sebastian speaks, Pound looks around and asks, "Did someone fart?" This only seems to infuriate Sebastian, which may not seem like a great idea, but he's the least of our worries, because even the best hunting plan, which I'm not sure we have, means nothing if we can't find a gargantuan. And we've flown all week. We've searched the clouds around 3 islands' peaks, and beneath their shadowy roots. We've flown through a school of pigeons, our bow parting between them, and even spotted a prowlin, its slender silver body stalking through an island's trees before it slipped into shadow. But we've seen exactly 0 gargantuans. Onward, I say. They're out there, somewhere. After we plummet from the clouds, lowering altitude, we spot the calamus again, and my stomach drops. I scowl and nearly order us to sail another direction, but they shoot right for us. Soon our ships pull alongside, briefly, but we don't stop. As we pass, Hu-Fang waves at me with a smug look on her face. Her crew shares the expression. They know as well as we do that the advantage remains theirs. The gauntlet has thinned the gargantuan pods, pushed them back, and now there just aren't as many as there used to be. 6 hours left, one of their crew shouts at us. We rise, you fall. Pound cups his hands over his mouth and shouts, I hope our applesauce gave you the shits. The boy throws us the middle finger salute. Roderick loses it. He jumps on the railing, feet braced in the net, and yells, Eat turds, you bastard! We're all shocked. Pound's mouth falls open. That's the first time I've heard you swear, Rod, I say. Roderick's face goes pink as he hops off the railing. Well, he's a little, and he lowers his voice, almost as if some authority figure will overhear him. He's a little bastard. Pound claps his back. Damn, I'll miss this crew. We're all going to be reassigned. It's not over yet, I say. Pound frowns. We continue flying, shooting around the skies. And as we do, a dark feeling swells in me. I've come so far, and may lose my chance to reunite with Ella. Even after everything, I may not prove Uncle's theory that rising is in our blood, or at least my blood. For a few seconds I stare into the distance. Then my brow furrows. No, I'll not lose this chance. There must be a way. Slow us, navigator. Sir, stop the ship. Eldon blinks at me and pulls back on the strings. We hover near the center of the hunting grounds, high up, so that we can see 2 distant islands to the east and west. The crew watches me, all standing around, each holding spyglasses. Why did we stop? Keaton's voice echoes in my gem. I've got the engine at 200%. I can't maintain it if we're not moving. This is where we stop, I say. What are you on about? Keaton asks. This is where we stop. I whirl on my crew. This is where we find a gargantuan, or we lose. They come to us. Search the sky. Spyglass up, I clench one eye shut, while the other squints through the magnified image of the orange, cloudy sky. The cool wind nips my neck as the sun begins its final descent. We have maybe an hour left before the gauntlets end. After a few minutes, a hairy hand rests on my shoulder. Roderick looks at me, his face somber. Conrad, I think we need to discuss the possibility of what will happen if we lose. We won't lose. He sighs. If we lose, we'll be reassigned, chosen in the hunter draft, selected by veteran captains to serve on their ships for the impending war. And I wouldn't mind if you were on a crew with me. My father knows some captains. I bet I could negotiate a spot for you. As the swabby? Maybe the cook. And maybe Keaton as mechanic. It wouldn't be so bad. I exhale, thinking of the possibility, until suddenly my eyes widen and my mouth falls open. Roderick's still pushing his thoughts, but I'm not hearing him, because I'm seeing something zooming through the puffs of gold that trickle the horizon. Just think about it, Roderick says. All right? Be quiet. What? Gargantuan! Pound roars, his giant fingers stabbing northeast. 40 degrees north! The beast rolls along the horizon, a sliver of a string from this distance, but through the spyglass it grows. Adrenaline makes my veins tingle. My body becomes tense with determination. This is no ordinary gargantuan. It soars for the island to the west, and as it nears the landmass, we're given a sense of scale for its enormity. And I realize, now, more than ever before, why the below made these weapons. These beasts of metal and blood can grow to unbelievable sizes. That can't be right, Roderick says, peering through his spyglass. That's too big. They never get that big. Pound looks ecstatic, like a child given a toy soldier. Class 6? Eldon says through the gem. Bigger, Pound says. This bull's at least a Class 8, Roderick says. The deck fills with silence. My crew all glance at one another, apprehensive. Get in position, I yell. This is our final hunt. Roderick leaps onto the claw gun's seat, while Pound lifts a shoulder cannon. Sebastian races for the lifeboat, face pale, the worm on the hook. Once the Gladian starts up again, making me feel its tremors, I know that either we'll rise tonight or we'll die. And then, with a great push, we rocket toward our fate. Brace! Roderick shouts. Eldon pulls back, and we sideswipe into the gargantuan's ribs. The Gladian groans as we scrape against the beast's scales. Bits of our hull rip free. Get us away! I yell. We veer off. My jaw sets. This bull is ancient. Copper-colored rust blankets his scales, and the light in his golden eyes has faded. Still, there's a reason he's lived for as long as he has. He's mean as hell. He's coming back! Pound yells, aiming his shoulder cannon. The bull charges at us, snapping, and Eldon shoves us downward. We dip beneath the bull's jaws and fly under his rolling body. No! I shout. Above! Above! His tail whips towards us. Eldon pushes hard, and our heads snap back from the sudden speed. The tail whooshes past, just inches from the bow. You maniac! Pound yells. The bull bellows, making my body shake. Meanwhile, Roderick fires harpoons from his modified claw gun turret. It has a built-in repeater he created himself. Can launch 36 harpoons in just under a minute. Where the hell was this turret when we were facing down that Class 5 and I had to run the length of its back? Roderick's grown so much from the academy. His freedom in the munitions room has turned him into a crazy, creative bastard. Still, his turret's not enough for this monster. The harpoons whistle, firing one after another, clanging against the beast, denting the scales and making some of them wiggle. If we can keep up a sustained attack, we might be able to pierce through. "I'm running low," Roderick yells. Pound rushes toward the munitions platform, where piles of harpoons are strapped down. He lifts a thick load and lugs them toward the turret. Eldon takes us higher, and the bull trails us. "Loaded!" Pound yells, slamming the capsule shut. Roderick rotates the turret and squeezes the trigger. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The harpoons keep going. Even so, the bull's mouth comes closer. His jaws open, and a hungry tongue reaches for us. Pound runs for the stern. He reaches into his jacket and pulls out several tiny explosive barrels. "Come on, you damn snake!" he roars, standing in the fumes of the beast's breath. Then he hurls the explosive barrels into the bull's mouth. The little detonations explode chunks off its tongue. Pound keeps hurling them, laughing. I race for the stern and kick open the gate. And just as the bull's bloodied mouth opens again, Pound and I shoulder out a barrel. It bobs in the air right before the beast. Everyone stops. If this works, we won't have to worry about Sebastian and his lifeboat. Instead, the barrel bounces off the bull's teeth and rolls off the side of his face. It fizzles angrily in the air. Eldon shoves forward to get away, but it's not enough. "Get down!" I shout. Pound tries hurling more explosives, but I tackle him to the deck. And just as he shouts at me, the sky erupts in a brilliant flash. Scalding heat nears us, begins to burn our backs, our skin. We scream in pain. Before the golden plumes swallow us, Eldon rockets us deeper into the beast's many loops. I stand over Pound, pat the fire from my shoulder, and use both hands to help him up. Then, together we stare, our bodies smoking as the gargantuan roars. The explosion seared 40 or 50 feet off his right side. Nearly all the scales glow red. The bull snorts in pain. His tail stabs at us and cuts Roderick's turret in half. Fortunately, Roderick leaps before it cuts him too. "The turret!" Pound shouts. Eldon's nimble fingers navigate us through the beast's many loops. Concentration wrinkles his forehead. Delicately, he weaves us through the coils, dodging the twisting beast. An opening in the sky clears on the right, and Eldon shoves for it. But just as we accelerate, his face falls as another coil suddenly rises to block our path. "No!" I cry. The bull continues to shriek from the fire. Hundreds of burning scales jettison from his side, shooting into the air, firing at us like giant sizzling blades. They stab our hull, cut into the deck. Pound shoves me over before one lops off my head. "Eldon!" he shouts. "Take us away!" Our navigator nods, sweat trickling his brow and exhaustion in his eyes. We've been pushing him to his limit today. He's making mistakes, missing things. Once we're at a distance from the bull, I rise and glimpse the damage along his side. Great patches of exposed skin show angry blisters on his white flesh. The bull turns, flying at us, eyes full of rage. Roderick lifts a shoulder cannon. As his blasts pop, I consider the part of the plan I didn't want to use. The whole reason I rejected Pound's idea. But we're running out of options. It's time for that little manipulative bird shit to pay up. I raise the gem to my mouth. "You're up, Sebastian." In the distance, hidden above the island, Sebastian waits in the lifeboat. Can't see him well from here, but he seems to be lounging, relaxing, his hands behind his neck as he looks at the clouds. "Sebastian!" I say. No response. Hot anger rises in me. That little snake will be my death, I swear. "Sebastian!" We rock after the gargantuan grazes us. My head smacks the deck. While the world spins around me, Pound lifts me with one hand.
"Up, Captain,"
he says. Sebastian won't. "Ready when you are, Captain," Sebastian calls back through the gem. Can almost hear the smile in his voice. "It is my duty to serve." My body shakes with fury. I'm battling a Class 8 gargantuan, but all I want to do is mangle that bastard's neck. Sebastian raises the lifeboat's sails. A second later, a strong wind carries him toward the beast, and the bull notices instantly. He screeches and breaks away from us, taking the bait. "Follow him," I yell. "After the bull." With the beast distracted, we zoom for his scaleless flesh, and as we pull alongside, we get a clear view of his tender, melted skin. "Fire!" I shout. Shoulder cannon blasts and harpoons fill the sky. Projectiles slide into him like needles into milk. The blast blows juicy chunks into the air, and the bull twitches in pain as we create enormous craters on his side. We dig deeper, keep firing, even as he writhes and his coils curl to protect himself. "Come on!" I shout. "Nearly there!" But we get too greedy, thinking the next shot will be the one that reaches the heart. While we're firing, the bull's head sinks beneath us. Then he surges upward. His snout pushes us straight up, rocking us like hell. The whole ship tremors, and Pound's mag boots lose grip, but he snatches the railing just as the gladian starts spinning. Roderick locks onto the railing too. My boots hold me for only a few seconds before I roll into a net. Eldon brings us to a stop, and as we do, the bull levels with us, mouth ready to swallow us whole. "Push!" Roderick cries, but it's too late. The bull's going to suck us into his horrible gut. Just before he can, a black shape flies over our heads. The lifeboat, and attached to its bow is a cracked barrel. Sebastian leaps and slams onto our deck. Just as he lands, the lifeboat spears into the bull's eye, and white blood geysers. The bull lets out a horrible roar. We fall to our knees, hands over our ears. This gives Eldon a second chance, and he launches us. The wind's in our face again, but we're only seconds into our flight when the gladian putters, starts to jerk, and finally it resists his commands entirely. The ship groans, and we glide to a stop a few 100 feet from the bull. "Captain!" Keaton cries. "The engine! She's smashed!" "What?" The gargantuan's bellows fill the air. His head shakes, trashing the lifeboat's wooden boards. "Can you fix it?" I ask. She's quiet a moment. Her voice comes in, sullen. "It's beyond repair, Conrad." My eyes shut, and tingling horror climbs my back. For several seconds, I'm completely still. Everyone looks at me. I'm the one with all the plans, but now I have none. "Whatever power that remains in the strings is all we've got left," Keaton says.
"How much is that?"
Pound asks. "Enough to travel full speed for a few 100 feet. Maybe then we can coast." The bull shakes the boat free. His sunken eye bleeds profusely. He turns towards us, starting slow, perhaps sensing we're stuck.
"We should go for the island," Pound says, pointing. "We can escape into the trees."
"Too far," Eldon says. "We'll never make it." "Even if we do, these islands are teeming with prowlings," Roderick says. The bull snarls, and then his tail starts coiling for a death launch. It makes a horrible grinding sound. Old metal grates as the tail twists tighter and tighter. My thoughts fly. In the stories of heroes, those who rose above all others, there are many who would rather die standing than live fleeing. But as I look at the faces of those around me, All those I care for, I can't send them to that heroic fate. Take us to the island, Eldon." "No!" Roderick cries. "Let the beast swallow us whole!" I stare at him. No one says a word. Even Pound thinks it's too crazy. "Turn us to face the beast, Eldon," Roderick says. "Trust me." After a tremendous bellow, the bull launches. His open mouth exposes the dark path to his gut. We've only seconds to decide. "Conrad!" Roderick yells. I grit my teeth. Don't have time to overthink things. Just place my trust in the people I believe in. "Face the damn bull! Lock down! Hug the railings!" Everyone freezes, shocked, and Eldon hesitates at first, but finally he positions us to coast directly into the bull's throat. We dive to catch the railings. My blood pulses cold. Roderick had better know what he's doing. And then my breath stops as the teeth fly over us. We float into pure darkness. The jaws shut behind us with a clanging finality. I cough. The air reeks of rotted flesh and corroded metal. My eyes water. I try breathing through my sleeve, but the odor still stings. The throat's walls come together, tightening around us like a hug, suctioning against the hull. It strokes us with gooey liquid as we're pulled deeper. "Now what?" Pound groans. The air bites my skin, burns my lungs, already warming my whole body, and it'll only get worse as we near the stomach acid. "We're almost there," Roderick says. I can't stop itching my arms. My skin can't take much more of this before it starts slowly melting away. This is the horror Madeleine de Mauban warned us about, the terror of being eaten alive. But unbelievably, as we continue, a glimmer of light appears, cutting through the side of the beast, where we'd been carving into it earlier. The light exposes the pink folds of the bull's esophagus. "The sunset," Roderick says, and my eyes widen as I realize Roderick's plan. That beautiful, hairy boy. Now we hear the thump of the bull's heart. As we get closer, the ship rattles with each pulse. "Wait for it," Roderick says. Once we reach the fading sun's light, we glimpse a massive complex of organs. There are ribs, spongy lungs, and... "Now, Eldon!" Roderick cries. "Through the heart!" Eldon's brow furrows, and we roll into the railing nets. Then, with the twitch of Eldon's fingers, the gladian awakes. Angrily. "Do it!" I yell. His body tenses, and he shouts as he pushes. We spear into the gooey, thick flesh of organs. Our bow slices through the throat like a cleaver. The bull thrashes, but we keep pushing, shooting through flesh and tubes. I clench my eyes shut. Then, with a disgusting pop, we stab into the heart. Warm liquid splashes on us like a waterfall, shoots into my ears, but we keep pushing, pushing until finally we shred completely through the heart. And once we're free, we erupt from the broken ribs, emerging through the hole we'd made in the flesh. Now we float into the calm sky. White blood streaks off my face as we slow to a stop. I roll out of the net and cough on all fours until my lungs suck in the sweet, gentle air. Behind us, the bull's bellowing weakens. His body starts convulsing, and after a final roar, he goes quiet. And the great beast, as massive as ever recorded, glides silently into the sunset. Even though Pound's a glob of liquid, even though Roderick can't stand, and even though I'm still coughing gargantuan blood, a great cheer fills the deck. Keaton bursts from the hatch and screams as blood rushes over her. Soon we're all laughing and hugging, slipping around into one another's arms. And then in the distance, against the backdrop of dusk and the first stars, our blue spy ship hovers, watching us. No doubt its captain is reporting what we've just won with only seconds to spare. After hugging Keaton and Roderick, I wipe the blood from my gem. It's flashing with a light. A call from Master Coco. My crew huddles around me. I smile. This is one communication from Master Coco that I'll happily take with my allies, my friends, my family. Chapter 38. The celebration begins. Master Coco, some hunter vets, and the Gladian crew gather around me at the cafeteria table. Laid out before me are the papers that will make the ship mine for at least a year, mutiny-free. "Come on, you cuss," Roderick says. "Sign it already." As I lower the pen onto the paper, part of me can't believe that simply stroking some letters will be so transformative. That with a few scribbles, I'll become part of an elite class of selected hunters, a captain of the gauntlet. I sign my name, Conrad of Elise. Maybe I should have signed Irwin's, as I'm sure Uncle would want. But while Father forged me in the fires of meritocracy, Mother taught me love and compassion. Without her voice, I'd have fallen, like so many others, under the selfish delusion that everyone's my enemy. The room breaks out in applause. An instant later, the door bursts open, and wonderful food rolls in. Spicy, pepper-smoked dishes from 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘦, savory, creamy sauces over scoops of rice, and golden gargantuan and mushroom stew. Most surprising is the vino, one of the richest drinks in the world. Comes from Dandom, Scholar's home island. That's not all. We even get music. A small group of musicians carries percussions and guitars into the cafeteria. The room fills. It's hot and muggy, but no one seems bothered. Pound, with a whole bottle of vino, lowers onto the bench beside me. The table wobbles, and he thumps my back.
"Glad you didn't sign as Irwin." He takes a swig. "Not sure we could have remained allies."
I laugh. Across the room, Master Coco raises a glass to me, and I smile a little, thinking that I'm officially a hunter captain, free to choose my crew, free to take hunting contracts. If I didn't have any other plans, I'd be tempted to return to Venator immediately to start hunting and fill some bags with coins. After a few minutes of drinking, Pound suddenly leaps on the table and starts singing the 𝘺𝘪𝘬𝘕 Stroker. The musicians strum along to his slurred words. It's a quirky pub song with lyrics entirely inappropriate for children, yet everyone knows it anyways because it's fun to sing. We all sing the chorus with smiling faces. Once Pound starts the solo, the table buckles beneath him, and he tumbles to the ground. The whole room bursts with laughter. Pound doesn't even bother getting up. He raises the bottle and swigs some more. Roderick and Keaton dance. He does a little jig, but freezes when Keaton performs the Littleton Stomp, her boots thumping in a wildly orchestrated rhythm. When Pound stands again, he dances with his bottle. Eldon, however, watches from the corner. Finally, he straightens his jacket and approaches one of Master Coco's attendants, a young man with blonde hair and dark eyes. Once they're dancing, I realize I'm one of the few who isn't. My smile fades, and my eyes turn to the starlit evening. The peaceful night sky brings me back to all those times I shared with Bryce. She loves the stars. Perhaps she visited me not just to get me on her side, but because she wanted to see the heavens. But while she was looking at them, I was looking at her, always at her. As I sit, I can almost hear her voice, gently in my ear, telling me that we stand on two sides of the clouds, separated by war. There's no way we can ever be anything. I shouldn't miss her, especially since she lied to me, drugged me, and fled when I tried to help her. But I can't forget her humanity, believing the best in people, even in this world, where betrayal is more common than loyalty. Master Coco appears and sits down across from me. She watches me for several seconds. "You are a surprise, Conrad," she says finally. There are many I select for their limitless potential, but they rarely manage to get out of their own way. They fall because they can't rely on others. But you've changed. I say nothing. She leans forward, ensuring no one listens. The music drowns our conversation. This world is evolving. There are dangers coming. Much has happened on Ironside since you entered the gauntlet. On Ironside? The capital? She nods. There are things I'd love to tell you, but I've been ordered not to reveal. You will, however, discover them when you meet the king. All winners of the gauntlet meet him, she says. That's where we're headed next. But I need to go to Homestead. Master Coco smiles. You have your goals, I understand, but after you meet with the king, I suggest you return to Venator immediately. Take on some contracts. Try to buy off this incredible ship. And if you do, it's yours. You'll even be safe from mutiny then. Owning your own ship is a great status among hunters. My mouth shuts. If you manage to pay off your ship, she says, then maybe you'll be what I think you can be. And what's that? Master material, she says, before rapping her knuckles on the table and standing. Mull it over. Me? Master of Hunter? For so long, I've yearned to return to the crown of the mountain at Homestead, rescue my sister, become the Archduke, like my father and the whole Ewyn lineage. But master? It's a rank just below king or queen. And while kings and queens can be challenged in a duel, masters cannot. Before I think on it long, Keaton drags me from my seat. Come on, Conrad, let's dance. Keaton, no, I hate dancing. She laughs and forces me anyway. Roderick watches, hollering as I clumsily trip over my feet when I try the Littleton stomp. How does she move her feet so fast? When the party ends and Pound's snoozing in the corridor, clutching the vino, I enter my cabin. Father's dueling cane rests on the chair near the heat globe's radiance. My fingers follow the cracks in the cane's surface, and I remember the stories of my family's rise, how this cane brought them from the gutters to the highs. This cane is legend, but I was able to rise without it. I proved I was the one meant to lead. My crew followed me because they wanted to, not because I forced them, just the way Mother intended. Will I ever need the cane again? Perhaps, but for now, it's going in the drawer beside Mother's. The next morning, Master Coco returns to the Gladian. Her business is not yet complete, as there's still one who doesn't belong among us, despite his contributions during the final hunt. I can barely stand to look at him, but I'll not be his murderer. So when Coco and a trio of hunters enter my cabin and record my testimony of his attempt on my life, I tell the lead adjudicator in the hunter tribunal that I do not recommend a hunter's death. The tall man in a silver robe studies me, his lips a straight line. Then softly he nods and marks something on his notepad. I never want him on my ship again, I say. Despite my recommendation for mercy, I wonder if it's enough. They think Sebastian broke the hunter code in the worst way possible. Still, he does have a powerful aunt, Master Coco's assistant, and I'm almost positive he illegally communicated with her during the gauntlet. After the Hunter Tribunal members get the answers they need and head back to their ship, I release Sebastian from the brig and walk with him through the corridors toward the deck for the final time. I suppose I owe you a debt, he says, although I'd rather stay aboard. You and I were just starting to get close. Right. We reach the ladder, but before he starts climbing, Sebastian stops, one boot on the bar. I've decided that I don't want to murder you. That's thoughtful. I pause. Who were you contacting with your long-range gem? He just smiles. Oh, I hate him. Well, they couldn't help you win, Sebastian. But they might save my life. He pats my cheek. Don't you worry about me, dear Captain. You're the man of the hour. The risen Erwin. the heir to all that your uncle holds. Before he goes, I stop him. You didn't have to help us in that hunt. You could have let us all die. Then no one would be left to expose what you knew about Bryce. He smiles, and for a moment I think he'll not answer. Then his words come out slow. We're now connected, Captain. Each has something on the other. But what does this matter any more? The gauntlet is done. Bryce is gone. And you know, the punishment for harboring a spy, being a traitor, is far worse than attempted murder. We could drag each other down. But in all that time I spent in the cell hating you, I realized something. He cracks a yellow grin. I could never, ever let a gargantuan take you, because someday our paths will cross again, and then I'll be the one to ruin you. It will be the joy of my life. I shake my head. Goodbye, Sebastian. Until next time, Captain. Then, as he ascends, on his way to meet the hunters who will take him to the tribunal, I get the sense that maybe our paths will cross again. But no living person in this world has ruined me yet, and I doubt that Sebastian, a person who isn't worth the shit beneath my heels, will be the one to do it. Chapter 39. Ironside's skyscrapers form a horizon of steel. Each massive building makes the hundreds of nearby ships seem like bees zooming around a hive. Even the order battlecruisers appear minuscule by comparison. As we sail with our fresh new engine, accompanied by Master Coco's ship, I squint through the spyglass at the busy streets of Ironside. This is the one island in the whole world where every person has either select or high status. The lows and middles of Ironside live on smaller neighboring islands, and they're only permitted to enter Ironside upon invitation, or to clean high homes, or when they've challenged a high for status. Everything on Ironside is pristine. The streets are without blemish. Golden carriages hover around the base levels, while above, domed elevators zip to the highest floors. It's been years since I've been here. Not since I was 8 and my parents brought me to the famous Ironside Theater House. We saw a comedy about a 𝘍𝘳𝘪𝘬𝘦 who somehow dueled her way to queen. I thought it was hilarious. Father called it improbable bird shit. He didn't like much else about Ironside either. He said that their highs were lodgers. They had the money, but they weren't tested by grit, because they had a line of order battlecruisers to protect them. No gargantuan has been within 10 miles of Ironside in 50 years. This also inflated the cost of Ironside apartments so much that many highs on other islands, despite owning mansions on their own island, can't even afford a single bedroom here, unless they want a ground floor, and few want a ground floor. Look at them all, Pound says as we pass between skyscrapers. They look like rich turds. Crowds of highs follow the steel walkways that connect the various buildings. The men wear suits, and it seems the newest high fashion trend is red vests with black bow ties. You'd rather have top hats? I ask. Homestead knows fashion, Pound says. Keaton laughs. Right, top hats. Very fashionable. The Ironside women wear slim, tight-fitting dresses and carry their dueling stabs as if they were umbrellas. This place seems another world compared to Venator and Homestead. Big city life, the best technology, the best food, the best arts, and the most pretentious lot, too. Above the skyline, one building looms over the rest. It gleams under the sunlight in golden glory. Steel balconies surround each floor, and enormous windows reflect the clouds. That's our target, the King's Tower, the heart of meritocracy. We follow the archer through the gaps between the buildings, rocket by windows, and pass a line of hovering one-person fighters called sparrows. When we reach the king's dock, Pound engages our gangway, and it plops onto the dock. It's a special privilege to come here. The king is very private. I've only seen King Ferdinand once, at the theater house, but I didn't meet him in person like Father did on routine. The one thing I know about Ferdinand is that he's well known for being a world-class dueler. He has been challenged 22 times in his life, and even in his 60s, he continues to defeat every challenge personally. For this reason, Father held him in the highest respect, and that may be why Father never challenged him. The other reason could be that Irwins are not Ironsiders. We're homesteaders through and through. Once we start descending the gangway, 6 order guards approach us. They wear white uniforms and carry auto muskets. Without a word, they direct us toward the doors. Master Coco joins us, dressed in hunter robes. Then we're led into the marbled hall. Everything is golden or silver, even the floors. Suddenly I become conscious of my boots and whether I'm tracking anything around. "This floor is worth more than my life," Roderick mutters. "Rod, you're worth more than this whole tower," I say. He laughs. Right. Rows of order guards watch us. As I walk, I can't help but notice several eyes on me. I'm the captain of the Gauntlet, son of Allred of Irwin. Paintings line the shiny hall, each depicting a former queen or king. At the end of the line, just before we step onto an elevator, we come upon King Ferdinand's portrait. Seems recently hung. He has a thin mustache and a bald head. Strange. Once we're all inside the spacious elevator, the order guard pulls the lever and we shoot upward. My stomach rises. When the elevator opens to a luxurious waiting room, the throne room doors immediately burst open, and out comes Admiral 𝘸𝘀𝘮𝘮, the Master of Order, followed by a young woman in a white uniform. Master Coco and 𝘸𝘀𝘮 shake hands. "Ah," Coco says, glancing at the young woman, "you must be 𝘍𝘪𝘬𝘮 of Misery, Order's new prized pupil." "Yes," Admiral 𝘸𝘀𝘮 says, standing proudly. "She won Sky War this year. I've not seen such brilliant strategies in years." "Since you were selected," Master Coco says, "I'm sure." Admiral 𝘸𝘀𝘮 smiles. The young woman glances my way. Her face is serious, and her hair is dark brown. "This is Hunter's winner?" She speaks in a thick Western Isle accent. I thought he'd have broader shoulders. "Down, 𝘍𝘀𝘮," Admiral 𝘸𝘀𝘮 says. Once 𝘸𝘀𝘮 and 𝘍𝘀𝘮 step onto the elevator, Roderick nudges me. She seems sweet. Soon he and the rest of my crew go to meet the king. They're to be given their prize money, but I will get a private meeting with the king when it's my turn. I lean back against the wall, arms folded. For some reason, meeting the king makes my stomach twist. "Nervous?" Master Coco asks from her seat in the corner. "Yes." She smirks. "You don't need to be. This will be a great occasion for you." Outside the window, a pair of sparrow fighters zoom by, curving through the air. Each one-man fighter has a sharp snout and long, thin wings. Just one can take down massive pirate ships if helmed by a capable pilot. Order might not be the experts on taking down gargantuans, but they know how to handle human warfare. Master Coco's voice grows serious. "Once every 6 months, Hunter has a trade-wide draft. Every hunter's allowed to resign and enter the draft if they find their position on a ship untenable. I know you're close to your crew, Conrad, but with the upcoming draft, you might want to consider releasing them from the Gladian, because if you don't, they might resign anyway." "Release them?" "Staff the Gladian with tested veterans. There's a huge draft coming up. Plenty of capable veterans that will have no problem making riches while working under you. With them, you can bring in enough money to buy your ship from Hunter. That's what I did." You turned away your gauntlet crew? She shrugs. They understood. It was business, after all. For those with whom I made friendships, well, it was a little tougher. But friends have a way of finding one another again. Years later, many of them expressed gratitude that I cut the cord so early. It gave them the chance to become captains on their own ships. A youthful fire shows itself on her expression. They knew there was no way they would have become captain on mine. I grin a little, but inside I feel cut up. Let my friends go? Yes, they'd have an opportunity to rise on other ships. However, I wouldn't have been able to do what I did without them. I'd have to start over. This is the problem with meritocracy. You can't have loyalty or friendship. Everyone just chases what they want, and they'll leave you, eventually, because not everyone can hold the crown at once. Still, it'd be selfish to force them to stay on, and a good way to break a friendship, too. The door into the throne room cracks open, and my crew exits. Each of them lugs a sack of gold over their shoulders, but there is an unexpected expression on Pound's face, one of complete disgust. Roderick glances at me, and something about meeting the king seems to have left him in stunned silence. Keaton seems about to speak when a woman in an impeccable jacket appears behind her. The woman stands erect, eyes straight ahead. "Captain Conrad of Elise," she says, "your presence is requested by His Most High." After a heavy breath, I glance at all my friends. They're frowning, and a second later, I enter the throne room. Once the great doors close with a boom behind me, I realize why my crew had such strange looks. Because at the end of the long rug sits the man I've hated for 6 years. The man who stole everything from me and left me to drown in snow. The new king. Chapter 40. My fists clench so tightly, the leather on my gloves threatens to split. I march the golden hall, my steps echoing past black pillars and up to the shimmering chandeliers. Beside each pillar stands a guard in white. Overhead, the sky looks in through the windows of the vaulted ceiling. Sunbeams, specked with dust, fall on the figure sitting on a platinum chair atop the marble stairs. Uncle watches me approach, silent. His ringed fingers curl near the dueling cane propped against the armrest. Once I stop at the base of the stairs, only a dozen feet separate us. "Uncle," I say. "King," he says, before flashing the barest of smiles and standing. Rising is in my blood. He comes down a stair, closer to me, and in yours too, it seems. Seeing the respect on his face makes bile rise in my throat. "You look strong," he says, eyes trailing over me. "Different than before. Remember all those months ago when your ribs poked through your tattered clothes? But now you're fit to lead. You have risen, nephew." "When did you become king?" He pauses. "Not long after the gauntlet began. I came here to personally deliver the challenge myself. So many highs don't have respect for the title, and they send an impersonal note. But I looked him in the eye and demanded it. Uncle believes he's so honorable, but I remember how he led in Homestead. He weakened the island, made any families that might be a threat, like the Atwoods, fall to low. Challenging Ferdinand was a risk, he says, as a king's duel is to the death. And he was quite popular. You should have seen how many people attended his funeral. Anyway, he was a seasoned dueler, but he became no test in the end. I killed him in 7 seconds in the arena." He stops on the stair just above me, so that I'm still looking up at him. He's royal in his red jacket and tall leather boots, handsome with a new trim beard. And for the first time in years, There's happiness in his eyes when he looks upon me. But, he says, I'm not the only one here with grand stories. We 𝘓𝘰𝘮𝘠s are the talk of the Skylands. News is spread about what you did in the gauntlet. You took down a Class 5. The same day I became king, and you did this by yourself. He shakes his head. I didn't believe the rumor at first, but Master Coco confirmed it. Tell me how you did it. I did it with the help of others. He stares at me, quiet before nodding. Yes, of course, utilizing the tools around you. That's one of the first steps to maintaining power. You are learning. Tools? That's what Sebastian would say. It takes all I have not to scowl. Where's your cane? He asks. On my ship. His eyes narrow, and his voice becomes cold. Never leave your cane. I'm a hunter. You are an 𝘓𝘰𝘮, he says. Power must be on display at all times. And even hunters duel. Not for status, but for honor. I'm not an 𝘓𝘰𝘮. He turns away, walking up the stairs. Not yet. My teeth grind. I've proven your theory. Rising is in my blood. Our blood, he corrects. Where's Ella? He pauses. There are more important things to discuss than we made a deal. His eye twitches at my interruption. No one interrupts the king. I could be thrown into a cell just for the disrespect, but I know Uncle. He needs me. For all the women he's thrown away in his life, none have sired him an heir. He meets my gaze, irritated. Conrad, you will be reunited with your sister. But first, we have something important to discuss. His eyes flick to the guards. Leave us. Once they file from the room, he lowers onto his throne. As he does, I suddenly recognize exhaustion in his posture. It's strangely humanizing, and I become frustrated with myself for feeling any sympathy for him. There are few I can trust, not even my guards. There are people here on Ironside who wish me dead. For usurping King Ferdinand? No, they wanted him dead too. Conrad, a war is here, and the next phase will soon begin. I feel a little cold. In the gauntlet, it was easy to focus on the hunt. Now it's time to face the reality of the situation. Uncle, do you know what downfall is? I've been informed and sought answers regarding it. But no, I do not. He meets my eyes. You may hate me, nephew, and I suppose it would be justified, but I am not your enemy. He pauses. Our selection system has been infiltrated in record numbers. Enemy soldiers have flooded the trades. This has been going on for years. The below has been trying to take us over from within, through our meritocracy. But the Skylands are stronger than they'd thought, and our enemy is getting frustrated. My gut says their next attack will be far more direct. You have first-hand experience with one of their infiltrators. What did Bryce of Damon tell you? I've told Master Coco all I know. He sighs. That's unfortunate. He stands again. Come with me. I have something to show you. What is it? A secret normally reserved for kings, queens, and masters. Soon, Uncle stuffs his cane under his arm and leads us to a locked door behind the throne. With a twist of the key, the door yawns open, revealing a room of complete darkness. I follow inside. The air smells of old paper and ink. When the door clicks shut behind us, crystals activate, lighting a massive library. My mouth drops. Stunned, the library climbs to the roof. I gaze around in amazement. Bookcases and small elevators encircle us. These books are the last remains of an ancient world, he says, of our world before the ascension. We rise through an elevator to the second level. The platform thumps beneath us as we pass frayed book bindings. My eyes narrow. trying to ascertain the strange letters and signs covering the books. We stop near a shiny bookcase, and he takes a blue book from the shelf. It has no title. He spreads it open, revealing a silver square glued to the pages. "This is a memory chip," he says, "the only one that remains. Technology from before." He delicately lifts it free from the pages, snaps the book shut, and leads us to another bookcase, where he slides out a thin device hidden between two books. It's a square of glass, about a 1/4 inch thick. The glass dully reflects the light, but when his fingers touch it, the glass lights up, displaying the words, "The Eagle Empire." He presses the memory chip into a slot on the side of the glass and hands me the device. "Look." I raise an eyebrow. Suddenly, flashes of a different world appear on the glass display. Moving pictures. I stop. Almost can't believe what I'm seeing. This technology goes beyond anything we have. Moving pictures trapped inside a window. The images display a world with giant, churning waters. Happy children run around with colorful buckets and shovels on a beach, laughing. Beyond the white sand, strange boxes of metal with wheels roll on the black streets. Just then, everyone on the beach stops. Above them, a mass of flying machines approaches. Their strange propellers carry them towards something in the distance. The people flee. Panic. Fathers lifting daughters. Mothers carrying sons. And then I gasp as an explosion mushrooms over the waters. Its fiery shockwaves, golden plumes of death, approach the beach, and the people begin exploding in bursts of ash. The image fades. My skin is sticky. Heart is thumping. Another set of images appear. These ones show a darker world, one of men and women wearing dirty face cloths and goggles while they brave desert winds. And among this desolate landscape, the cities, with their massive skyscrapers, become bright beacons. The men and women watch the cities, anger in their eyes. They climb ropes up the sides of enormous beasts to ride on their backs, 30 feet high. These creatures have a familiar crest around their heads, like gargantuans, but 4-legged, their thick scales like a Class 1. Whatever these beasts are, they might be the predecessors to Mashtons. Soon this army of horrible monstrosities charges the city. The men and women yell, raise sparking electric spears above their heads as they stampede toward war. But just before the beasts can enter the city, the earth around the city cracks. A great fissure spreads. Dozens of beasts fall into the chasm, and abruptly the sparkling city rises above the earth. "The ascension," Uncle whispers. The city floats higher and higher. On the horizon, other cities rise. All the angry people below stare, faces full of fury. Once the moving images stop and the glass screen goes blank, my hands tremor. My mouth opens, then shuts, and opens again. "Our enemies tried to follow us here with their own flying monstrosities," Uncle says, carefully taking and hiding the glass device between the books again. "But we fought back. So they sent their creations, the gargantuans, the prowlans, the Mashtons, and everything else. Our ancestors, fearing they'd send more, created the black clouds, built as a wall to separate our civilizations. It was supposed to be impenetrable. Nothing organic could pass through. At least, that was the hope." Uncle touches my shoulder, his grip firm, like father's, and I'm so focused on these revelations that I don't push him away. "You and I are blood, Conrad. Blood. I need someone strong beside me. Someone I can trust." I meet his eyes. For years I've dreamed of beating this man in a duel, dreamed of watching his broken body bleed out under my boots. And perhaps if I hadn't learned the lessons of the gauntlet, that no man is an island, I would still dream of that now. But with a war and a terrible enemy among us, how can I only think of my hatred for Uncle? It would be completely selfish to focus on my goals when millions are at risk. Still, my fingers massage Ella's necklace. I'll not forget. What do you need me to do, King? He smiles. We have captured someone you know, and she's been requesting to speak with you. I believe she has information that may aid us. I stop breathing. I understand you were close to her, nephew, he says. Will you meet her again? Chapter 41. The king's office is luxurious. A pile of grapes rests on a platter beside buttery rolls and expensive liquors. Uncle's back faces me, his hand on the windowsill as he gazes over Ironside. A painting of Homestead, with its ice-capped peak and its misty fogs, hangs above the conference table. To our left sits the team who will listen to my conversation with Bryce. They include several of the king's highest advisors, and Admiral Gorner at the head of the table. His prized pupil, Alona, does not join us. The admiral's dreadlocks drape over his shoulders, and his eyes narrow on me with suspicion. Gorner's a powerful man. It's a little surprising Uncle made a move on Ferdinand before he did. But then again, from what I've learned, Gorner isn't a fierce dueler. That's why he rose through selection. She will not talk to Conrad. His deep voice carries a faint accent. She has not spoken in days. If she doesn't talk, Uncle says, we'll throw her to the clouds. If she does talk, I say, we free her. The room falls silent. Everyone turns to look at me. I don't care who they are, though. They need me. She is the enemy, Uncle says. We won't free her. You want me to talk to her? I say. Those are my conditions. Uncle's eye twitches. He's the king. His word is law. Earn that by rising to the highest high. He glances at the men and women around the table. Doesn't want to seem weak around them. I need to use logic. Otherwise, she won't talk, I say. If I felt like I had nothing to gain, I wouldn't talk either. Uncle massages his brow. For several seconds, he's quiet. Everyone watches him decide. Finally, he meets my eyes and nods. Admiral Gorner shakes his head, clearly displeased. Bryce is a traitor. Keep your gem active the entire time, Uncle says to me. Understood, I say. And soon a pair of guards leads me down an elevator, all the way to the base of the tower, where finally we arrive at a steel door. Go in alone, Uncle says through the gem. Keep your sleeve covered. She may assume we're listening, but don't remind her. The guard hoists open the steel door and ushers me toward the stairs. I take a breath, then plunge into darkness. Immediately I'm blasted with freezing air. The door slams shut behind me, and once I descend the stairs, a long row of empty cells waits before me. The only light comes from a lonely crystal above and the chill globe pulsing icy rays. My steps echo as I walk a corridor between cells. It takes my eyes a moment to adjust to the darkness. Finally, I stand before the only occupied cell. Bryce sits head down at the back. When her head rises, her face betrays a bit of surprise. Purple bruises ring her eyes, and dried blood reddens her hair. A gash stripes her lower lip. Are you okay? I ask. She laughs. Sorry, stupid question, I say, zipping up my jacket to stay warm. Tears cover her hunter uniform, exposing parts of her undershirt, a missing sleeve, the trade insignia ripped away from her chest. "It's freezing in here," I say. She doesn't speak, and I don't really expect her to. Not yet. But then her mouth cracks open. "They think if I'm uncomfortable enough, I'll talk." "That won't make you talk." Her eyes narrow. I walk around the cell to the left, where the chill globe pulses. Once I kick the metal button at the base, the globe turns red, radiating heat. Each swell of warmth cuts into the bitter chill a little more. I lower into the chair outside her cell. For several long seconds we say nothing, but she's no longer shivering, no longer wrapped up like a ball. "Thank you," she says quietly. "Are you hungry?" She nods. "I'll have food brought in after we talk." Her voice lowers. "They're listening, aren't they?" "Yes." "Thought you would have lied about that." "My mother told me that lying was beneath us." She smirks. "You've lied to me several times. Your mother would be furious." I laugh. "You know," she says, "I was wrong about you." "Oh?" "Yes, you do have compassion. You're not just a selfish bastard. The last time we saw each other, I stuck a needle in your thigh. But here you are, worried about me being cold and hungry." She pauses. "You think it'll make me give you more information? Maybe you were right. There are no selfless acts." "You're right that I want information, but I also want you treated with dignity. Glad you like me more than you like Sebastian." I smile. She coughs. "You're going to ask about Downfall, but you already know that I know nothing. I was abandoned by my own people." She stops. "Congratulations on winning the gauntlet, by the way. I saw that final hunt through a spyglass. I was hiding on the island." "The island with the Prowlins?" She frowns and exposes cuts along her left arm. "Not the best place to hide, but it was safer than here. Unfortunately, Order noticed my fire later that night." She meets my eyes again. "There are hundreds of us, Conrad. Some in positions you'd never expect." "What positions?" "I'm only alive because of you. Your uncle would have thrown me to the black clouds already, but apparently he thinks you can get me to talk." "I can." She laughs. "Arrogant as ever. You're still talking." She leans back. "I suppose this means we're even now. I saved your life, you've saved mine. Or rather, delayed the eventuality. You aren't dying, Bryce. But you must tell me something. What is Downfall?" "I'm a peon, Conrad. If I won the gauntlet, I would have been briefed, but I didn't. Besides, even if I knew something, I'm no traitor. Your people abandoned you. They betrayed you. And I may not know everything about you, Bryce, but I know you care about people and don't want the next phase of this war to come." "It's inevitable, Conrad." She pauses. "All these empty cells around us? They weren't so empty a few days ago. Did any of them talk to you?" She doesn't answer. "Bryce, I can get him to spare you, but you need to give me something. Are you the prince now? I am Conrad of Elise. You're going to turn your uncle down? He's going to offer it to you, you know. This was your bargain." She stares at me. "Why are you even here? Do you think there's something between us?" "Help me stop Downfall." She stares at me, lips hesitating. Gingerly, she lifts herself and limps toward me. She glances down the dark hall of empty cells, on toward the crystal light above the stairs. Our eyes meet. "I don't know Downfall," she whispers, "but I do know one thing. Something I discovered when they were interrogating me." My heart starts to thud. I lean forward, eager for the information. "You're right that my people abandoned me, that I am, as you say in your world, an islandless drifter." She stops. There's something else on her lips she wants to say, but she's caught between two worlds. She just needs a little push. "You still have allies," I say. I was abandoned once too. Lost all my family, but I have a new one now. Roderick, Keaton, and Pound? You could have a place there as well. She snorts. You guys are a mess. Roderick doesn't even want to rise. Pound has no family, and he's crazy. Keaton? Well, she's all right. You're a mess too, Bryce, I say, stepping close enough that only the bars separate us. I can save your life. What did you discover during interrogation? She nibbles her lip. Her pulse throbs. Face flushes. I reach into the cell and touch her hand. She looks down at my fingers before meeting my eyes. Your allegiance is to saving lives, I say, and telling me will help make that happen. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I can try. She takes a breath and pulls away. Her back turns, and for several long seconds I stand, my heart thumping, realizing she won't tell me anything, that Uncle will throw her into the clouds. But then she starts talking. You'd never notice it because you're an islander, she says quietly, but one of my frequent visitors this last week, he has an accent. I stop. It's subtle. He's been on the island for 20 years. He's one of the first of my people to rise through the selection. I already know what she's going to say, and instinctively my head starts to shake. A horrible fear gnaws at my heart. And as her mouth opens to speak, I remember the gem on my sleeve, active so Uncle and his advisors could listen in, including the one person she's about to reveal. Conrad, she says, eyes dead serious, Admiral 𝘸𝘪𝘬𝘮 is not from the islands. I pull back from her, and then I run. Fully revealed, 𝘸𝘸𝘪 will be forced to act. But why the hell should I care what happens to Uncle? Now would be an ideal time to abandon him, like he abandoned me. But love him or not, he is the king, and without him, the meritocracy will be thrown into chaos. Ella's too young to inherit the throne, and Uncle knows where she is. If they're after Uncle, they'll be after her. I burst from the elevator and race down the hall toward Uncle's office. I can already hear shouting, auto muskets blasting. I've nothing on me, not even my cane. Damn it! Uncle was right. I should never be without it. A pair of the king's guards lie in pools of blood outside the office. More shouting comes from inside. Then all goes quiet. The door's handle is locked. Uncle? No response. I slam my shoulder into the door again and again, until finally it snaps open. I tumble forward, hitting the ground. And as I scramble to my feet, 𝘸𝘪𝘮, holding a musket, shoves Uncle into a secret passageway behind the desk. Before I can charge, the secret passage closes, and Uncle vanishes. Chapter 42. The king's tower breaks out in chaos. Outside the king's office, musket pellets thunder into the walls. People shout, but I've barricaded the door with several chairs. My heart hammers. Brain searches for ideas. A plan, but I just don't know this tower. The fighting in the hall intensifies. The infiltration of order has gone far beyond just their master. What about my friends? I try to contact them on the gem, but there's no response. Are they blocking the comms? Did my friends get out? Did Master Coco? Splinters hit the ground as the door cracks, only seconds before they enter, and I doubt they'll stop to ask questions. My eyes flash to the window. No, that's crazy. The door cracks further, hinges threatening to tear free. My fingers fly around the hidden door, barely visible among the slats of redwood, but I've nothing to grip. Where's the button? The window waits. I exhale. Just a 1,000-foot drop if I slip, that's all. Fear constricts my throat. After snatching Uncle's cane from his desk, I push open the window. Beneath me, a glass ceiling exposes the library and the floor below. The glass ceiling, a series of windows, tilts at an angle, forming a downward slope that marks the tower's edge. A burst of wind strikes me. More shouting from behind me. Damn it! I stick the cane in my mouth, climb out, and hang from the windowsill. The intense wind tries to rip me free. I'm going to die. Just as I consider taking my chances with the guards, my fingers slip. My body hits the slope of windows, and I slide furiously down the glass. I shout, going to fly right off, but I press my gloves against the windows. My gloves squeak and whine, and I slow enough that just before the end, I stop. Almost laugh, but there's no time to be relieved. Uncle's office door breaks down, and soon a guard peers out the window. He gazes at the city a moment, looks like he'll move on. Then as he turns, his eyes fall on me. "The heir!" he shouts. Oh hell, I'm not their heir yet. The next instant, he raises his auto musket, but I'm already striking the glass with Uncle's cane. A long crack spreads, and with my weight on it, the whole thing crashes. My stomach lurches as I plummet. In an instant, I land on my back inside another room. The air struck from me, but it was only a 10-foot drop. Got to breathe. No time to recover. I'm in a dark room. The king's library. Books everywhere. The guards will come after me, but at least I know where I am. Know where the throne room is, and the elevator that'll take me to the king's dock. "Gunner is an infiltrator," I say into my gem, hoping my crew will hear it. "Get to the Gladian. I'll be there soon." Then I start across the upper level of the library, jogging quietly along an overlook. A pair of voices echo from below. I lean over the railing, and among the aisles of bookshelves, Uncle walks with his hands in the air, followed by Admiral Gunner. They step from the secret tunnel's exit and head toward the throne room. "Perhaps we can make some type of arrangement," Uncle says. Gunner smacks the back of Uncle's head, making him stumble. Uncle whirls on him, ready to punch, but Gunner fires a shot at his feet. "I don't negotiate with tyrants," he says. "Move!" He shoves Uncle toward the throne room. Once they're gone, I enter one of the small elevators and descend to the lowest level of the library. This is stupid. I hate my uncle, but I've no choice. Without Uncle, there's no Ella, and there's chaos everywhere. I grip the cane, making the wood creak. I get ready to charge into the throne room. I'll hurl the cane into Admiral Gunner's head, knock him out, and then Uncle and I will get out on my ship. We'll regroup, find where the loyal parties are. I burst through the door, surprising several order personnel. 𝘍𝘪𝘦𝘯𝘥𝘴 looks at me, smiles, then stuffs the butt of her musket into my face, cuts my forehead, blurs my vision. But I sweep out her legs and extend Uncle's cane. I'm ready to take on them all, until I'm smacked again and I hit the ground, dribbling blood. Darkness invades the corner of my vision. I can't die here. Won't die here, not for this stupid war I didn't even know existed until days ago. 𝘍𝘪𝘦 strikes me again. Can't fight my fading consciousness. And as darkness swallows me, the guards lower to drag my limp body. I'm tossed onto the floor of the vast hangar of Order's flagship, the Goliath. Itchy rope cuts into my wrists. A horrible headache pulses in my skull. To my left and right stand rows of Sparrow fighters, each sleek skyship held in place by bars. The glass domes over their cockpits reflect crystals hanging from platforms above. 5 guards surround me. Murder glows in their eyes. "You think you've had to struggle?" 𝘍𝘪𝘦 stuffs a boot into my gut. "You think you know who the true lows are?" I cough and struggle to fill my lungs. She grips me by the hair, lifts me so I meet her green eyes. You don't know suffering. Her fist slams my cheek. I hit the deck, trying to breathe, trying to keep my vision steady. My family below starves, Alona says. Up here, the lows have homes, warmth, families. Below, I have nothing. She kicks me, again and again. When she finally stops, she returns to the ring of people surrounding me. I spit out blood. You killed my mother. Her eyes narrow. You're beasts, I say. Attacked my island. Destroyed my entire street. The hanger goes silent. Alona stomps forward, ready to step on my face. But the door at the top of the hanger cracks open, and there, face beaten purple, stands Uncle. For a moment I think he's alone, that he's come to rescue me. But then Admiral 𝘸𝘀𝘮 and several guards step in after him. 𝘸𝘀𝘮 pushes Uncle down the stairs. He tumbles to the base and smacks the floor. But even with blood trickling down his forehead and anguish in his expression, he rises off the ground. And when I see him, I see Father again, the most powerful man of all the Northern Isles. Yet all his power and status can't help him now. He's soon pushed beside me. Admiral 𝘸𝘀𝘮 steps forward, straightening his white jacket. Well, it used to be white, but now it's striped and red. The heir and the king, he says. Where's the third? The girl? Ella? A man asks. We're working on discovering her location, Admiral. Rage overwhelms me. Despite being bound, despite having darkened vision in one eye, I lift myself by pushing my feet under me. Then I charge, shoulder first, into the Admiral. He smacks the floor. Stay away from my sister! I'm tackled, and 𝘸𝘀𝘮, laughing, wipes the blood from his lips and rises to stand over us. Alona, he says, the cane. She unclips Uncle's cane from her belt and tosses it to 𝘸𝘀𝘮. Uncle stares, silent, as 𝘸𝘀𝘮 inspects the wood, the cracks, and the Irwin eagle at the end. The story of your rise, 𝘸𝘀𝘮 says. My heart climbs into my throat. He's going to beat us down with Uncle's cane as some sort of poetic end to the Irwins. Let me make some new cracks in this cane. The story of your fall. He slams the eagle against the ground, snapping it off, and keeps striking the cane against the floor until it splinters. Then he kicks the broken cane until it rolls beyond the sparrows. Uncle scowls at the Admiral, and there's fury in his shaking body. 𝘸𝘀𝘮 straightens his jacket. Ella can wait. These two, the heir and the king, they need to be disposed of. Now. Conrad is not yet my heir, Uncle says through gritted teeth. Killing him will satisfy none of your ends. I glance at Uncle, and for once find nobility in him. 𝘸𝘀𝘮 laughs. Ulrich, I'm no fool. I know you sent him into selection. His eyes flash to me. And I know he rose to your expectations. Uncle's mouth shuts. Just kill us, I say. If you're going to do it, get it over with. 𝘸𝘀𝘮 meets my gaze, and his eyes go wild. A shot to the skull is too easy. They deserve a traitor's death. We betrayed nothing, Uncle spits. You and your people betrayed humanity, 𝘸𝘀𝘮 says. You left everyone below the clouds to rot. And your kings and your queens and your scholar trade. They all knew about us and did nothing. The Admiral moves away, deeper between the two rows of sparrows. When he reaches the hangar's outside wall, he presses a red button. A reverberating crack follows. Gradually, with a mechanical buzz, the hangar doors spread to reveal an open sky of falling rain. The skyscrapers of Ironside glint in the far-off distance, and we're surrounded by 3 of Order's black battlecruisers. My gut sinks as I realize just how much support Admiral 𝘸𝘀𝘮 has. He's been leading Order for over a decade. He has put the right people in place for years. planning this. He returns, frowning as he stands over Uncle and me. "Leave my sister alone," I say. "She didn't do anything." "Nothing?" 𝘸𝘪𝘬𝘮 says, shaking his head. "She's 12 now, raised by your dear uncle, a vicious man who personally sent my kin to suffer traitors' deaths. She is filled with venom, just like him." "You lie!" "Tell him, Ulrich," he says. "Tell him what challenges you've put her through to make her strong. If I let her live, she'll grow to be the worst of all the 𝘓𝘬𝘓𝘬𝘠." Fury fills me. I struggle against the bindings, veins bulging on my face. 𝘸₪ and Ilona watch me struggle, then laugh. "Luckily for you, you will not see who Ella has become," 𝘸₪ says. "You are going to die, Conrad, but I am not cruel, and I know you'd rather not die with your horrible uncle. You deserve to die with someone better." Steps approach from the corridor inside the 𝘺𝘬𝘢. A familiar voice spits and yells. The noises intensify as they near. A struggle of boots scraping against graded paths. Finally, a guard appears in the doorway, holding Bryce's bound hands. "You'll kill one of your own?" I shout. She betrayed us," 𝘸₪ says. Bryce gets dragged by her collar until she's tossed beside me. She hits the ground, groaning, trying to breathe. "It's my fault," I say. "I coerced her." "She deserves a traitor's death more than anyone here," 𝘸₪ says. He snaps his fingers, and a guard tosses him a dull black knife, rusty and sticky with blood, as if never cleaned. "Hold her down. This bird will never fly again." Bryce kicks at the two guards approaching her. I sit up, but Ilona strikes the back of my skull, and I sag forward. While Bryce thrashes and tries to bite, the guards loosen her bindings. They shove her to the ground, stretch her arms away from her sides. Another guard pins down her feet. With Bryce restrained, 𝘸₪ crouches over her. He touches the knife against her lips, flaking its crust. "To keep my identity hidden," he says, "I had to give others like us their same fate. You're lucky their blood will touch yours." I'm shouting, yelling as he presses the knife's point against where her shoulder meets her arm, and then he puts his weight into the blade, pushes it in slow. She trembles before releasing a gasp. "Let her go, you bastard!" I shout. "Do it to me first!" 𝘸₪ pauses and glances at his troops. "What is it they say up here? There are no selfless acts?" The guards don't respond. "Seems I've found one." He stands. "Okay, Conrad, I'll honor that. It's unfortunate you were born on the wrong side of the clouds. You have courage." In seconds, the guards pin me down on my back, my arms outstretched. Uncle stares at the ceiling, silent. Who or what is he thinking about in these last moments? Does he have regrets? Does he miss his brother? Is he worried for me or my sister? Bryce, shivering, pales as 𝘸₪ kneels beside me. The Admiral grips the disgusting knife, cuts through my hunter jacket, and rips off my shirt. He trails the knife over my stomach, over my rising ribs, and stops at my shoulder. I shut my eyes, take myself to a different place. The willow where I hid as a child when I wanted to be free of father. I'd curl under its gnarled branches, invisible behind a sheet of leaves, and it would always be Mother who found me. She would hug me, make everything better, and together, holding hands, we'd walk the massive Erwin grounds. The knife's tip punctures my skin. When 𝘸₪ presses deeper, my eyes shoot open. I seethe, but do not cry, do not beg. "Let him go!" Bryce cries. 𝘸₪ leans his weight into it. The blade slides into me, carving into muscle. My body shivers. Cold sweat dots my skin. Hot fire sears into me. And I crack. The unbelievable pain forces me to shout. The admiral relents a moment, then comes again, ready to put his full weight behind the dull knife and separate the joint. But suddenly the ship shakes. 𝘸𝘪 falls back. A series of explosions thunder against the hull, and the Goliath tilts to the side. As it does, Bryce, Uncle, and I slide down the hangar toward the open doors. Bryce clutches onto me while the guards tumble around us. "What the hell is going on?" 𝘸𝘪 shouts, grasping a Sparrow's cockpit ladder. The ship rights, and we stop sliding, but the shakes become more violent and closer together. "Status!" 𝘸𝘪 yells into his gem. "What's our status?" "We're under attack," a voice replies through the gem. "What? By whom?" Another explosion sends ripples along the hull. With my good hand, I grab an anchor ring bolted to the floor where a sparrow's normally tethered. I try to pull Bryce closer, but the Goliath swerves to dodge something, and my sliced shoulder fails. She slides sideways behind the row of sparrows. "Bryce!" "Battle stations!" 𝘸𝘪 cries through the gem. "Pilots! On sparrows now!" Within seconds, dozens of tiny fighters zoom from the hull of the neighboring battlecruisers. And then something appears in the sky. Something that makes my eyes widen. A sleek, silver ship fires through the clouds. I can't believe it. I burst out laughing because not even sparrows can keep up with it. "Conrad?" A voice echoes in the gem on my sleeve. "Conrad? Where are you? Can you get out?" "Roderick? We need to get you off the ship." They're shouting in the background of his gem. "Hurry!" Blasts of light scream after the Gladian's path. Battlecruiser fire. The Goliath straightens. I sit up and gasp, realizing the knife's still stuck in me. I shut my eyes, hold my breath, and slide it out. Holy hell! 𝘍𝘪 charges. "You're not going anywhere, Prince! Get away from him!" Bryce dashes from behind the dock sparrows, and in a flash she throws a pair of elbows into 𝘍𝘪. After pivoting around her, she steals 𝘍𝘪's musket, smacks her unconscious, and in 4 quick shots incapacitates every guard in the hangar. Bryce whirls on 𝘸𝘪, but he dives behind a sparrow. Her shot twangs off the hull. "You bastard!" Bryce yells. "Murderer! You're going to kill millions!" "We're not done yet. It will only get worse." She fires again, and he ducks. Then she catches my good hand and hoists me up. Her shoulder bleeds. "Is that the Gladian out there?" I nod. Uncle rises, standing beside us. He looks at her, quiet, eyes calculating. "Hold still," I say, while I cut his bindings with the crusty dagger. "So what's the plan?" Bryce asks. "Are they pulling alongside?" I hold my stinging shoulder, stemming the blood. "There is no plan." "What?" "We'll have to jump." "That's insane. It's our best chance." "Can you still run, old man?" she asks Uncle. "King," he says. "Not my king," she answers. Several pilots pour into the hangar, discover the scene before them, and reach for their auto muskets. "Get them!" 𝘸𝘪 shouts. "Run!" Uncle yells. The air fills with the zips of pellets. They shoot past my head, nearly striking my ear. My adrenaline surges. I run harder than I ran on the gargantuan's back. Bryce fires blindly over her shoulder until a pellet strikes her thigh. She trips, but I catch her. "We can't stop!" I yell. A pilot storms after us, fast as bird shit. Eyes crazy. "Come on, Bryce!" She grunts through the pain. The open sky awaits. 3 battlecruisers, dark behemoths, have moved into position. Their tiny sparrow fighters continue launching from their hangar bays. Swarms of them trail after the Gladian into the clouds. The pellets stop as the crazed pilot gains on us. Bryce clenches her teeth, pushes through the pain. The pilot nears, aiming his musket at her spine. Just before he can fire, Bryce shoots over her shoulder, right into his knee. Once we reach the edge, Bryce and I look at each other and lock hands. Then we take a deep breath and dive into the stormy sky. The wet wind whips my hair and blurs my vision. Bryce falls beside me, shouting and laughing. Something approaches through a break in the clouds. Uncle, sinking beside us, points. And then my beautiful ship appears, swerving around blasts. Roderick launches harpoons into crowds of sparrows. Pound laughs while firing bits of sparkly flak into the air. And Eldon, at the strings, swerves to intercept us. Once the Gladian comes directly beneath us, it lowers to match our descent. Uncle lands in Pound's arms. Pound looks absolutely disgusted that he just caught an Irwin. And Bryce falls into Roderick's surprised arms. He's totally shocked to see her. But I sink into Keaton's open arms. She can't manage my weight, and we both tumble to the deck. The wind nearly rips me free, but she clings onto me. Eldon pushes hard, shooting the ship away. "Now we're even, Conrad," Keaton yells. In any other circumstance, I would have laughed. But now we have more than 30 sparrows in pursuit and 3 full-sized battle cruisers arming their death cannons. Eldon pushes us toward the open sky as blasts stripe the deck in charred streaks. Another squadron appears before us, making us dip beneath them. Their guns cut away at our hull, burn through the metal like fire through wax. "Come back for more!" Pound shouts, lifting a shoulder cannon. "Come on!" The sparrows suddenly pull away and head toward their ships. "Where the cuss are they going?" Roderick asks. Bryce points behind us. Something approaches in the distance. Fast. A tingle climbs my spine. Hope burns in my chest. My gem lights with a communication. It's Master Coco. She's brought a whole hunter fleet with her, and her voice has the fury of all the winds combined. "To war!" she cries. The hunter ships launch, and for the first time in over 2 centuries, the 2 most powerful trades face off in aerial combat. Chapter 43. The veteran hunter ships fight with collaborative choreography, like birds flocking together at outrageous speeds and in intricate formations. And we're too fast for the slow-moving turrets atop the battle cruiser's deck. "Funnel formation!" Coco cries. The Archer goes first, blasts of light blazing around it. Hunter ships spiral around the order cruiser like a cyclone, above her, below her, peppering her with harpoons and shoulder cannons. And while the harpoons take out the soldiers, the shoulder cannons explode gaps in the hull. Eldon's forehead perspires, trying to keep up with veteran movements. He's incredible. Once, I was the superior flyer, but that's not true anymore. An order soldier screams as a harpoon rips him from the deck. He falls, and I can't look away. These aren't gargantuans we're fighting. Uncle glances over at me. We're at the bow. "There must be no mercy, Conrad." Pound, on the other hand, laughs as he kicks out an explosive barrel onto the battle cruiser's deck. The troops below flee, and suddenly the explosion rocks, creating a massive crater of black metal. Retaliatory fire blazes across our hull, nearly takes off my head, but Uncle shoves me down. Uncle's right. It's kill or be killed. In the distance, a trio of titanium-class hunter vessels arch their Omega cannons. These giant hunter ships aren't built for gargantuans. Too slow. They hunt Acidans and destroy Prowlon-infested islands. They're the best weapon Hunter has against Order's cruisers. A ray of light fills the sky as the Omega ray strikes the battle cruiser's command tower. A massive explosion turns the world gold. Then, with a groan, the battle cruiser starts sinking. A cheer spreads. Our celebration is short-lived, as sparrow fighters dive-bomb us from the clouds. They hiss, almost silently. Their blasters shred through 2 hunter vessels, sending them smoking and careening toward the black clouds. Roderick leans the turret back and stripes the sky with harpoons. Other ships do the same. Wave after wave of sparrows come, taking more hunter ships down. Pound dives just as a blast scorches off the stern's railing. "You bastard!" he shouts, lifting a shoulder cannon and firing after the attacker that flew just inches from our ship. His wild shot, shockingly, cracks the sparrow in 2. Roderick spins the repaired repeater turret, following enemy fighters, launching harpoons like mad. The rods fly through cockpits. Meanwhile, flak fired from other hunter ships creates a wall of golden sparkles. A few unfortunate sparrows fly through it and ignite. I lift a mobile launcher to my bleeding shoulder and wince. Still, I peer through the ridicule and launch a harpoon. It darts through the cockpit of a sparrow, and the ship flies out of control and strikes the one beside it. We push off the attack, and once we do, the 2 remaining battlecruisers turn, heading away from us, their sparrow fighters covering their retreat. Pound laughs.
"This is it? This is all they've got?"
In just a few minutes of battle, these order ships have been thoroughly outmatched. 100 of us fly, and only 2 of them remain. While I'm swelling with elation, Bryce tenses. Her shoulders tighten, and all my excitement falters. Whatever downfall is, we haven't seen it yet. Coco orders us on a pursuit course. Eldon shoves us forward. We rocket with other Predator-class vessels flanking us. Great whoops fill in the air. The call of the hunters chasing wounded prey. Men and women of the roughest kind, tough as gargantuan steel. Just as we pepper the Goliaths, carving away chunks, Bryce raises a finger. Something appears in the distance. Roderick stops firing. Oh, cuss! Among the storm clouds on the horizon loom 7 dark shadows, behemoths of the sky, the most powerful of humankind's weapons, order carriers. They're twice the length of a battle cruiser, with triple the number of sparrows and one incredible cannon across the bow that can fire accurate shots up to 10 miles away. "Pull back!" Coco cries in the gem. "Get out of their range! Wall formation! Let their sparrows come! We'll cut them to dust!" My heart throbs, body numb. Not even sure we can take on 1 carrier, let alone 7. We're hunters. We're built to battle metallic beasts, not other ships. Once we're back in formation, there's a great pause among my crew. Even Pound recognizes the futility of our situation. Just as we zoom into position, our turrets preparing to engage what will soon be a sky full of sparrows, a mass communication comes to our gems. The garbled words make my brow wrinkle. The message comes again clearer. "We repeat, we are here to assist. We are loyal to King Erwin." A great cheer rises from every ship and hunter. Pound lifts his shoulder cannon and laughs. Roderick launches a celebratory harpoon. From the order carriers, hundreds of sparrows zoom for the Goliaths and the other traitor ship.
"Look at 'em go!" Pound roars. "Tear those bastards up!"
Soon the sparrows cut through the Goliath's defense and begin shredding it, taking out the deck, catching the command tower on fire. Uncle stares at the action quietly, the lights of battle on his face, but there's no victory in his eyes. He lifts his sleeve, exposing a strange metallic gem, the All Gem. Only one exists, and it can tap into any communication device within 15 miles of its location. When he touches it, it turns white, and we hear Admiral 𝘸𝘪𝘬. "Get away!" he shouts to the other trader battle cruisers. "It's time we bring the Island Eater. The council has ordered that Project Downfall commence." Uncle freezes. I do too. And just as 𝘸𝘠𝑪 relays his orders, two strange vessels, blue cylinders, drop from the bottom hangar of the Goliath. Every remaining trader sparrow encircles these blue ships. "Stop them!" Bryce yells. "Conrad, we have to stop them!" "Eldon," I shout, "the blue ships! Go!" Eldon's eyes narrow. Then after a breath, we launch after them. The blue cylinders descend toward the black clouds. As we approach, the traitorous sparrows break off from their protective bubble and engage us. "Duck!" I shout. I drop as blasts of light zoom over my head. But Uncle remains standing, eyes narrowed. He really thinks he's destined to lead, that he's invincible and nothing will strike him. Bryce aims with her shoulder cannon and blasts down sparrows. Roderick sends one spiraling after a harpoon stabs a wing. I launch another harpoon. We surge through the line of sparrows, but the blue cylinders plummet downward.
"What the hell are they doing?" Pound asks. "Nothing can get through the black clouds."
The blue cylinders pull up just above the clouds. "Take them down!" Bryce shouts, eyes widening. "Now!" Eldon leans forward, exerting all his strength into the strings. We're too far away. The blue cylinders freeze, stuck in air, and then their hulls begin to glow white. "Keaton!" I yell into the gem. "We need more from the engine!" "I'm trying!" Eldon shouts as he pushes, arms shaking. The wind intensifies. I grip the railing. My hair flaps. Just as we near, launching harpoons desperately, the blue ships begin zooming in a circular formation, and their speed increases so much they become a blur of light, indistinguishable. Roderick fires the repeater into them, but they all shoot harmlessly through the light. "I can't hit them," he yells, frustrated. A terrible feeling tickles my back. "Pull back!"
"No!" Pound yells. "We can take them down!"
"Pull back!" I shout again. Eldon brings his hands to his hips, and we stop. The traitor sparrows fly for us, but we have time. "What are they doing?" I ask, staring at the circle of light. "What technology is this?" "It's how we get through the clouds," Bryce says, staring at the ships in dismay. My mouth shuts. What will they bring through? The cylinders spin until suddenly the black clouds spiral into the vortex. An enormous opening grows, giving a glimpse of the desert landscape beneath. A barren wasteland of craggy rocks and long canyons. "We have to go," Bryce says. Somewhere deep below, a roar bellows, so loud the gladian trembles. Feel it buzz in my legs. It stabs horror into my heart.
"Rise, gargantuan!"
𝘸𝘠𝑪 yells through Uncle's all-gem. "Rise, Island Eater!" And then to my absolute shock, the crest of the most enormous gargantuan in history rises from the opening in the black clouds. Can't even guess the size. At least a class 50. Or more? Maybe even a mile long. The whole deck freezes. Every hunter ship has stopped. The world seems to have become frozen in place. Then the beast roars again, and the air itself quakes. The gargantuan's scales are red like fire. Its eyes are bright blue. It keeps rising, on and on, as big as a small island. A regular gargantuan would be a fly compared to this thing. Eldon pulls us back. We curl around, and soon we're maneuvering through the attacking sparrows. Once we're beyond them, we race for the hunter fleet. The gargantuan keeps rising. Will it ever end? The Goliath and the other traitor battlecruiser turn away, off toward open skies. Their sparrows follow to dock in their open hangars, but neither the hunter fleet nor the order carriers pursue them. Before long, the order carriers fire their cannons directly into the face of the gargantuan. These blasts of light have been known to explode chunks of an entire island, but when they hit the cranium, they merely make the beast's head glow with rage. We might as well have flashed a mirror in its face. Once the gargantuan pulls its entire mass above the black clouds, it turns, eyes focusing on the island in the distance. Ironside. Chills tickle my neck as the beast lets out a hungry bellow. And then, ignoring all the ships around it, the gargantuan heads directly for the capital. Chapter 44. The gargantuan's tail slashes through 3 order carriers in one swipe. Metal shreds and debris falls. Tables, furniture, and fire. Worse, hundreds of people rain from the sky, their screams echoing. Pound stumbles back. "Save the fallen!" Coco cries. We, along with other hunter vessels, weave through plunging wreckage. A woman comes spinning towards us.
"Eldon!"
Pound says, pointing. "I see her!" Eldon's eyes narrow in concentration. Come on! Come on! We curve in a tight turn. My weight shifts to one side. Hand grasps the railing. Debris smacks the deck. Pound leaps atop the railing on the port side. Hands only feet from the woman. Just a little more. A little more. Eldon shouts as he extends the strings, tightens the turn. Pound's fingertips touch the woman. He's about to pull her in when the carrier above us explodes. The shockwave shoves us back and the woman spins wildly. Pound tumbles across the deck and rolls into a net.
"No!"
he shouts. Eldon twists the strings, fighting the current. Sweat around his goggles. Arms shaking to force us back on pace with the woman's descent. Bryce rolls away from falling fire.
"Leave the woman,"
Uncle says. "We need—" "No!" I push him aside. When I reach the starboard, I realize she's sailing just past me, and I climb atop the railing. My injuries be damned.
"Get down!"
Uncle shouts. The woman spins toward me, and my hands reach, ready to pull her to safety, when Bryce's arms curl around my waist. I'm yanked back and dropped on the deck. Debris crashes into the railing where I'd been, mangling it. The woman spins on past us. Bryce pants, skin pale. "We can't save them all, Conrad." She reaches a finger in the sky. "That's where we need to go. The beast." No, it's not right, abandoning all these people to their deaths. But the enormous shadow of the gargantuan looms. Its roar tremors the very air itself, and it continues for Ironside, despite the frantic order cannons pummeling its flanks. "We're hunters," she says. "It's time to hunt." The gargantuan bursts through the wall of order ships, roaring. The 4 remaining carriers reverse engines, gliding away. Only sparrows and a handful of brave hunter ships stand in the beast's path. Uncle shouts orders to Ironside with his gem. "Get everyone out!" Few on Ironside waited for an evacuation edict. Hundreds of civilian ships shoot away from the island, but not everyone has ships. Eldon rockets us toward the gargantuan. As we come alongside the beast, with each of its scales 30 feet in diameter, a fear chills me, telling me there's nothing we can do. "Take it down!" Coco orders. Our harpoons smack harmlessly off the scales. Our flak cannon sparkles around the beast's eyes, but it merely blinks. And our shoulder cannon blasts act like fireworks against a mountain. Other hunter ships have their own varied weaponry. One launches a thick chain around the beast, trying to constrict it. The chain snaps after a lazy undulation. As we near the beast, even its movement sends gusts into us. Uncle shouts into his gem, commanding more order ships in the area to engage, and some do. A few battle cruisers arrive. They launch their sparrows, shoot their cannons. The sky peppers with all manner of weaponry, but nothing slows this monstrosity. The 𝘵𝘮𝘄 swallows a trio of hunter ships that come too close. Entire crews gone in an instant. In the distance, titanium-class vessels fire omega blasts into the 𝘵𝘮𝘄's side. A solitary scale turns white-hot, and the 𝘵𝘮𝘄 bellows in pain. It flaps the scale to cool its cooked skin. "It can control individual scales!" I shout. "There's an opening!" Master Coco cries. "Fire everything!" As the scale moves, we attack the white flesh beneath. Shoulder cannons, handheld explosive barrels, harpoons, all we've got. Chunks of muscle explode. Hot omega blasts continue striking the 𝘵𝘮𝘄, making other scales flap. The fleet swarms around the beast, firing. Even the reluctant hunter ships return to the fray. Sparrows dig in. Battle cruisers fire their cannons. Giant chunks of flesh continue falling. Still, the 𝘵𝘮𝘄's huge. With all our firepower, we've given it a scraped knee. Suddenly, one Predator-class hunter ship zooms past us. It crashes its sharp bow into the flesh, digs in a little too. But then the scale comes down, crushing the ship's deck, and the mangled ship sinks. My eyes shut. There must be a way to take this beast down. Something. Anything. "Eldon," I say, "the gas sack!" He doesn't need to hear anything else. We rise above the beast's undulations, weave between rushing sparrows, and launch toward the head. The sparrows are like enraged bees attacking a monstrous bear. They blast its eyes, nostrils, everything, but the 𝘵𝘮𝘄 doesn't even react. Once we reach the crest, my heart falls. No strip of skin behind the crest. No visible access to the gas sack.
"Where is it?"
Pound asks. Bryce stops beside me. "The design flaw has been fixed. This is the perfect killing machine." "There has to be a way to stop it!" I yell. She bites her lip, uncertain. Now Ironside draws near. The island's anti-G cannons pellet the 𝘵𝘮𝘄, peppering the sky full of blue explosions. But the 𝘵𝘮𝘄 keeps rolling. "Take us closer to the beast!" I shout. "Conrad," Roderick says, "it's too dangerous. Take us close!" Eldon glances at Roderick, and after a breath, swerves us nearer. Once we climb over the crest, we're directly above its massive head, and a snout that goes on and on. Teeth over 100 feet long. Its blue eyes coldly glance at us. Pupils larger than our deck. "Harpoon the eyes!" I shout. Roderick squeezes the trigger, rocketing harpoon after harpoon at the eyes. But the harpoons clang away.
"Its eyes are shielded by some type of protective film,"
Pound yells, dismayed. "Shoulder cannons!" I cry. No effect. "Explosive barrels!" I shout. Nothing. My heart's beating hollow, and Master Coco's voice shakes with worry. A desperate sparrow dives straight into the eyeball. The brave pilot and the ship erupt in golden fury. The 𝘵𝘮𝘄 merely blinks. Ironside grows nearer. The skyscrapers tower. I can almost hear the screaming. My crew doesn't know what to do. One order carrier, after shooting away most of its crew on lifeboats, goes on a suicide run. It smashes into the beast's side, sending off a huge explosion. This makes a dozen scales sear the beast's skin, and the 𝘵𝘮𝘄 bellows. It lifts its scales, gives us a place to attack. But these are just nicks in a beast this size. We don't give up, even as the 𝘸𝘠𝘮, coming under the shadowy roots of Ironside, slams its face into the rock.
"What's it doing?" Pound asks. "It's attacking the rock? I thought it'd go after the city."
"It wants the whole island," Eldon says, almost whispering. As the beast burrows into the island like a giant worm carving into an apple, a deep, cold feeling drowns me. This beast is beyond us. We have nothing to fight against it.
"It's going after the island's heart," Uncle shouts into the gem. "If it eats it, the island will fall."
The whole fleet doubles its attack. We zoom around the 𝘸𝘠𝘮, even as chunks of earth drop around us. The beast starts sliding inside the island. Metal grinds as it shreds through solid rock, munches away at the island's exterior, goes deeper and deeper. Omega blasts continue making scales flap. We attack exposed flesh, but the 𝘸𝘠𝘮 doesn't slow. More and more civilians' ships escape Ironside. The violent quakes from the 𝘸𝘠𝘮's burrowing cause skyscrapers to crumble. They crash with a great thunder. Plumes of dust cloud the air. We dodge falling stones, and after one nearly ruptures the deck, we pull away. For several seconds my crew stops, staring in absolute futility, hands on our hips, exhausted, ready to pass out, anguish in our gut. Pound's the only one still firing, emptying every shoulder cannon he can, tears welling in his eyes. He tosses one and grabs another, even throws harpoons by hand, becoming more and more manic. But the rest of us have frozen. The 𝘸𝘠𝘮 goes deeper, its whole face gone, body wriggling. And for the first time I can remember, Uncle's voice shakes when he raises the gem to his mouth. He sends a fleet-wide message. "All ships, collect as many civilians as you can."
"We can still fight this,"
Pound yells, now hurling handheld explosives.
"You dumb bird shit, Irwin!"
Uncle doesn't react. Pound glances at me.
"Don't listen to him, Elise."
I turn away, not wanting to meet his eyes.
"Elise!"
He roars. "Eldon," I say, breathing hard, "take us to the closest dock." Pound roars and charges toward me.
"No!"
Bryce and Roderick leap onto him, and he falls to the ground, crying, screaming. My heart hurts. Everything stings. As the 𝘸𝘠𝘮 slides further into Ironside, we swerve toward a dock, and there, a mass of desperate, screaming people wait to be picked up. We can't take them all, not even close. Other hunter ships come. Before long, the 𝘵𝘠𝘮 fills with terrified people. One woman yells about her toddler having slipped away from her. An elderly couple give up their place aboard for 3 small children. The children, dazed, hug their fathers. Bryce stands beside the kids.
"Take my spot," Pound shouts. "That little boy there. Give him my spot."
But the island starts to shake, and the most spine-tingling shout fills the dock. Panicked people rush for the 𝘵𝘠𝘮. We pull back. Some people trip over the side. Some people leap and cling to the rails, slip, and plunge into the sky. I feel cold. Little children on the shoulders of parents reach out to us, but we're zooming away. Other ships leave too, and thousands, packing the streets of Ironside, plead for us to come back. Uncle rests a hand on my shoulder, and I'm too stunned by the scene to pull away. After a low, satisfied groan, the 𝘸𝘠𝘮 slides out of Ironside. Something pulses with light in its giant mouth. The island's heart. The island shudders. For a few seconds, it hangs. We can do nothing but clutch the railing. Our lips tremble as the great capital of islands, the beacon of our strength, drops from the sky. A horrible cry fills the air. Thousands of voices at once. And then there's nothing but the silent wind. Chapter 45. Minutes later, the 𝘸𝘠𝘮, eyes sleepy, sinks beneath the clouds through the spiraling vortex, and as if compelled by some unknown force. We should go after it, follow it beneath, but we've got a packed ship. Besides, it'd be suicide. The rest of the fleet agrees. Once the beast's tail vanishes, the blue cylinders explode, and the black clouds splash together, filling the gap. Rage and pain pump through me as I glare at the black clouds. That creature was created for one purpose. It'll come back, again and again, until we surrender. I'll not let that happen. Somehow I'll bring that beast down. Somber refugees fill the deck. Some stand on edge, and with tension so high, a few fights break out. Among the shouting, Pound stands over everyone, face streaked with tears, and in his deepest voice, he begins singing. His voice cracks, making the words indistinguishable at first. The shouting stops. Everyone turns as he stomps to the bow and stops at the railing. Roderick and I push to stand beside him, and as we stare at the place where Ironside once was, we sing the Song of Falling. Other voices join us. The whole deck, full of cracking, terrified song, honor those who experience the fall that will one day be ours. No matter how high we rise in life, in the end, we all fall. After the last chords of the song fade away, the deck silences. No more fights. Just sad people clutching on to meager possessions or loved ones who were fortunate enough to make it. "Take us to Midland," Uncle says to me. "I'm going below to contact the masters." Soon we're flying silently through the blue sky. Keaton insists that Bryce and I get our shoulders wrapped. Now that the adrenaline is worn off, my wound stings fiercely, and I've got dried blood all down my arm and side. Bryce and I enter the medical room and inject meds and wrap our shoulders. Then we turn away from each other while we dress in fresh uniforms. We're quiet as we work, not sure what to say, if there even is anything to say. Before I leave, she grabs me, pulls me into a tight hug, and clutches my back. It's the warmest thing I've felt all day, and I break. A great shudder flows through me until her fingers gently wipe her tears and mine. "We need to be strong. For everyone," I say. "We are strong, Conrad." Once we return to the deck, Midland grows in the distance. Ironside's middles live here, and from what I've heard, even highs don't mind visiting. We soon lower to dock at the beautiful island's busy port. Apparently, many others thought to come here too. Skyships fill the sky, lining up to wait their turn. But we've got the king aboard, so we get to cut ahead. Our gangway smacks the dock. Midland's packed full of quaint brick buildings and stone pathways. Though it has hovering carriages and other technological comforts like heat globes, it's a world apart from Ironside. No skyscrapers, no air traffic maneuvering between a bustling town center. It's a quiet place, and for now, safe enough to deliver the refugees. As people unload on the dock, several people shout, panicked about what happened to Ironside. A high woman runs around, checking ships, asking if anyone's seen her husband. Bryce marches over to me, 4 children hiding behind her legs. "These children need a place now," she says. "We aren't just dropping them off and expecting everything will be okay, are we? Because they're not okay, Conrad. They're not okay." Her voice shakes. She leans a hand on her hip. One little girl, no more than 4, holds Bryce's leg. I stare at her and the little children. Uncle wouldn't want us here long, but as their little faces look up at me, I don't care what Uncle thinks. and he won't leave port without me. With the sunset at our backs, Bryce and I step off the ship, holding hands with the children and walking the streets of Midland. Everyone on the island rushes about, buying extra food. The grocers' shelves lay empty and picked over. Some mids take all their coins to buy a ship in case they need to make a quick escape. Whispers of war and the attack are everywhere. Will the children be safe here, so close to the 𝘸𝘮𝘮𝘠 attack? Impossible to know. But why would the 𝘸𝘮𝘮 return to destroy an island of mids? It has little value. The 𝘍𝘪𝘵 sent the beast after Ironside for a reason. Whenever it comes back, it will probably go after another strong island, like Venator or Dandon, home of the scholars. Maybe even Homestead. I push away that thought. Bryce speaks happily with the children. This, despite the bruises on her body, her wounded shoulder, and the horrors of today. She points out interesting things, like a small fishing stream that glows under the lights of the crystal lamps. At one point, the littlest girl starts crying, and Bryce hugs her. Before long, we find an orphanage. It's a tall building with spires that point to the darkening sky, and a trio of pink flowering trees that shade a little stream flowing around a garden. We click open the gate and follow the steps up to the door. The administrator comes out, greeting us, happy to take children, but she's also a businesswoman. You can't feed children without money. So I give her a portion of my prize winnings. The woman speaks kindly to the children, and once they're ushered inside for something warm and sweet to drink, Bryce and I turn back toward the 𝘸𝘮𝘮𝘠. Compassion, Bryce says, pulling the gate closed, and not cruelty, is what will win this war. She looks at me and smiles. There are selfless acts, even in the worst times. And suddenly, as the first stars appeared, her hand slips in mine. My breath catches. It's strange that such a simple thing makes my skin feel hot. And for a few seconds, everything seems perfect in the world, even though it's not even close to that. I don't speak, and neither does she. When we get back to the ship, Uncle waits on the deck, his fingers drumming impatiently. He glimpses Bryce's hand in mine before she pulls away. His eyes narrow. It wasn't long ago that he planned to give her a traitor's death. She glances at me, scowls at Uncle, then goes below decks. Once Eldon shoots us away from Midland and into the night sky, Uncle pulls me aside. You're getting too comfortable with that girl. That's not your concern. His brow knits, surprised at my pushback. Perhaps he's about to give me an order to stay away from her, but his voice comes out in a more measured tone. Can we trust her? She saved my life multiple times now, I say, and her people betrayed her. My ship is her only home. You know the saying, he says quietly. Once a traitor, always a traitor. People are more than labels, Uncle, and she's our best chance at understanding the 𝘍𝘪. Uncle considers it. It's utterly bizarre that when I look at him, I see Father contemplating a difficult decision. Father wouldn't care that Bryce saved my life. He'd have her thrown overboard because the risk would be too great. I leave her under your watch then, Uncle says. You trust me that much? We share blood. If I can't trust you, then who else? He glances around, ensuring none stand nearby. Conrad, this war has exposed weaknesses in meritocracy. If I had been killed, Ella would have been too young to inherit the throne. The masters would have to decide a new king or queen. He pauses. And what if there's another infiltrator among the masters? What if the masters had chosen that person as highest high? A chill climbs my back. Uncle touches my shoulder to face him. The islands need you, Conrad. Put aside your hatred of me. I know you harbor desires of vengeance. This war, however, is bigger than all of us. Tell me where Ella is. Accept my offer, he says, and I'll tell you. I lick my teeth bitterly. I get the sense, Uncle, You'll keep withholding this information, making me do what you want forever. I've placed my trust in you, he says. You'll have to place yours in me. He pauses, glancing over the lights of a passing island, lowland. I've been communicating with 𝘬𝘪, and they believe the gargantuan, due to its sheer size, must rest for long periods after an attack. We may have time before it returns, but when it does, the islands will have to rely on one another. Meritocracy made us strong, but it could make us weak. We all need to work together to win. Earlier I said you learned how to use your people as tools, and that's true. You have learned to use them, but your crew risked everything to save us from the Goliaths, when they could have easily taken their winnings and left. That kind of loyalty is rare. To win this war, we can't be worried about who is high and who is low. We have to fight the enemy as one. This is easy for him to say as king, but I'm positive that if he were a low, he'd not be happy with his standing, even during a war. You have earned the right to be 𝘓𝘪 again, he says. The islands are only as strong as their highest high, and I believe outside of myself there is only one who could lead should something happen to me. He touches my shoulder again, faintly, and turns to leave, letting me stand on the deck under the cool wind, thinking about the powers I'd have as prince, as heir. The next morning, Pound finds me resting in the command room. My shoulder remains wrapped, but the meds have made steady progress. Just this morning the wound had nearly sealed. Still tingles, though.
Lost the captain's cabin to that 𝘓𝘪 turd, huh?
Pound lowers into the other cushioned chair and crosses his huge feet.
After you took down that Class 5, I thought you'd never lose that room. You'd be captain for as long as you wanted.
It's still mine.
Right, and I'm a dainty schoolgirl.
I snort. We're taking him to the dreadnought.
The king's ship? Heard they had a coup.
Who said that?
One of the refugees. The dreadnought didn't leave Ironside's port until just before the island fell. The traitors were tossed overboard.
We could have used the dreadnought against the island eater.
Pound frowns. I'm not sure it would have helped.
We go quiet. A gloomy feeling slices into the room, as it has since the battle. Helplessness. Last night I stirred, trying to sleep, but I'd been unable to break the visions of all those falling people. And I almost can't believe it happened. Almost can't believe that I'm still breathing, that life still happens, that the sun still rises and falls, the wind still blows, as if nothing horrible had ever happened. Miss home? He asks. I shut my eyes. I miss my mother. She was my home.
I miss my mother, too.
Never did I think I'd feel anything but hatred for any Atwood. But he, like me, was abandoned, and perhaps there's outrage in him. Hatred towards certain members of his family, who convinced his mother they were better off without him.
You and I are the same, he says, meeting my eyes. We both want our families back, even if our families only want us if we can give them something in return.
He pauses.
You're going to accept your uncle's offer, aren't you?
It's the only way I'll get my sister. He pauses and meets my eyes.
My family will never have me back if I serve with an 𝘓𝘪.
I'm an Elise, not for long. We go quiet, realizing that this bond we've worked so hard to forge will have to break due to a family rivalry. We are heirs to a generational feud, and it doesn't matter how we feel about it because the rivalry looms bigger than either of us. Pound, I whisper, I understand that you'll need to leave, but I'd really like you to stay. You've earned my trust, and there are few I'd rather fight a war with. He laughs.
Don't tell me you think we are friends.
We are friends. He stops. It's selfish asking you to stay, I say, knowing what your family will think, but my ship needs you. He frowns, and for several long seconds, neither of us speak. The only sound comes from the ship's subtle vibrations.
This is harder than I ever expected,
he says, scratching the back of his bald head. Then he extends an envelope to me.
My resignation.
My mouth opens.
Don't say anything, Irwin. You know you can't stop my resignation when there's an upcoming draft.
I wasn't going to force you to stay. He stops.
Oh.
Despite everything, I feel cut. I stare at the letter, then him.
Well then.
He thumps my shoulder and stands.
You are the bravest bastard I've ever met. I've known it all along, even back in Homestead's alleys. You fought like a starving prowlin'. Just know that whatever our future holds, you'll always have my respect.
Just before he opens the door, I call to him. What will you do next?
What else, Elise? Enter the hunter draft and rise.
Once we're in open air, away from the islands, a great gathering of vessels occurs. Hunter ships, scholar ships, a small explorer ship, and even Disposal's lead ship, the Tonquard. Beyond them, order ships blanket the sky. 24 carriers, 50 battle cruisers, and more than 200 swifters, not to mention more sparrows than there are stars. The king's ship, the dreadnought, hovers in the center of the fleet. Several ships, including mine, approach the giant vessel. You are free to dock, a voice speaks through my gem, coming from the dreadnought. Hangar A. I stare in amazement as we pull around the black dreadnought. Larger than even the biggest carrier, its guns could easily rupture a battlecruiser with a single broadside. But my awe tempers when I remember that even the dreadnought would appear a robin compared to the gargantuan. Every master's ship except the explorer's, which scours uncharted airs, has arrived at the king's ship. Today the masters and the king will select a new head of order. With my dueling cane tucked beneath my arm, I follow Uncle down the Gladion's gangway and onto the hangar platform. This dark hangar stretches farther than the middle dock on Homestead. It goes on, a great pit full of hanging pathways. People cram the space, mechanics working on sparrows, goods being unloaded, weapons being supplied. The captain of the dreadnought greets us. She's short with stocky shoulders and has a discerning gaze. King, she says, bowing, let me lead you to the council room. As we're walking, order guards flanking us. A series of advisors provide intelligence to the king. Even though I've not yet accepted Uncle's offer, I'm given the privilege of listening in. Admiral Gurner, it seems, had enough influence to steal a few more order ships, but according to the latest intel, his order fleets no larger than 6 battle cruisers, 10 swifters, and 1 carrier. In addition to this, there was some minor noise in Hunter. A few spies were discovered, and someone bombed a Predator-class vessel. Spies everywhere, an advisor says, reading from a notepad as we exit the hangar and start down a corridor. Even in art. Art? Uncle says. We think they intended to push propaganda through subversive media. We've also discovered the Archduchess of Eastrom is not from the islands. She'd planned to challenge you to a duel in 2 months. But, well, executor, Uncle says. Would you like us to interrogate her first? Uncle's eye twitches. Of course, don't ask stupid questions. The advisor's face reddens, and she backs away. The captain stops outside the conference chamber. Uncle sweeps past the security measures at the door. Everyone but him endures a thorough pat-down before gaining admittance. Once we enter, Uncle climbs to his seat above, behind the pulpit of the top platform. He does not invite me to sit beside him. I lower into a seat in the upper corner, away from everyone. As masters from across the world arrive, Uncle sits alone, fingers playing with his new cane. He scowls as he feels the smoothness of the wood. A cane without cracks, without a story. The masters glance up at him, whispering. This is the first experience some of them have with Ulrich of Irwin. He's only been the king for a few weeks. Master Coco enters next, followed by the master of disposal. Then comes the master of politics, and oh, does her smile annoy me. Clearly she has a practiced grin as she shakes hands with other masters. The master of art, a frizzy-haired woman, comes in next. A sketchbook rests in the front pocket of her blue robes. While she bears a smile at those around her, I detect a hint of manipulation behind her gaze. She's a woman who has entertained the masses for years, can shift the winds of approval for kings and queens through the creation of art or story. The power of her trade has often been underestimated. The master of the mercantile enters too, wearing splendid golden robes. Several gem-covered rings shine on his long, dark fingers. He glances around, perhaps calculating how much everything in this room costs. Master Coco steps before me, and my eyes widen a bit when she pulls me in for a gentle hug. She pushes me back and looks up at me. "I suppose you'll no longer want to be my successor." She peers at Uncle above, "now that you have a bigger offer." I'm undecided. She studies me. "You are a strange one, Conrad. I'd have thought you'd have leaped at his offer." "It's complicated." "Apparently so. Well, no matter. I'm proud of your growth. Once I thought you were a rash person, isolated, but you're becoming stronger. Just know, whatever you decide, I will not hold anything against you." "Master, I'd like Bryce of Damon reinstated within Hunter." She blinks and goes quiet. "I've heard she helped us during the battle. I need her on my crew." Master Coco massages her chin. "It is your ship, of course. I'll reinstate her, but only for your ship. She is ineligible for the draft. Not that it would be a good idea for her to join it. Vengeance, you see." She turns away, heading toward her seat, then glances back. "Regardless of whether you are the heir, you are still a hunter, for life, and I expect to see you back on Venator for the draft. You will be short on crew members, but I'm sure you'll have a lot to choose from to fill the spaces." My heart falls a little, remembering that Pound must be replaced. Maybe I'll lose Keaton too. She fulfilled her life debt to me, and she's expressed her desire to lead a ship. If she goes, would Roderick follow? I could be leading a mostly new crew during a war where Hunter will be expected to have a major role. The last master sweeps in with pink robes and an emblem of a pen and hammer on his chest. The master of architect, a thick man with broad shoulders. He lowers onto a chair, discovers a wobble, and disdainfully finds a different seat. The great door shuts behind us, and everyone goes silent as Uncle rises to stand at the pulpit. We look up, waiting to see how this new king handles himself. "Good afternoon," Uncle says. "For the time being, this will be the last meeting of the masters." A flurry of angry responses fills the air. The master of agriculture stands abruptly. Her green sleeve falls to her elbow as she raises an angry fist. The master of mercantile shouts. Apparently, he frequently makes big, explosive deals with other masters, sets up suppliers for the different trades. "It's too dangerous to have us all in one location," Uncle says. "What if we're attacked? What would happen to the islands then? Who would lead?" The room quiets. "Furthermore," he says, "I'm not sure we can all trust one another. I think it prudent to keep contact from afar. Any disagreements?" None argue. The master of law and the master of politics glance at each other. I've heard they're close, and this might the first time they've viewed one another as potential enemies. "The next item of business," Uncle says, "is the new Admiral of Order." And for the next 2 hours we hear names. It's boring with long political bickering. At one point, the master of disposal sips on his flask, props up his feet, and naps. But the master of scholar, Cheng of Li, rises and takes command. His red robes flow to his feet as he paces before us. An open book is emblazoned on his chest. He tells us the truth of our situation, how illogical it'd be to assume we could trust anyone among us. how the infiltration is probably even deeper than our worst imagination. But as I watch him, I can't hide the scowl growing on my face. This man's trade purposely misled the entire Skylands regarding the below and the gargantuans. I understand why it was necessary, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. His words quiet the room for only a moment before the arguing continues. Normally, order would choose its own successor, but seeing as how damaged order currently is, it cannot be allowed. These masters are among the most powerful people in the world, and none of them know what happened to Order's vice admiral. Uncle speculates she was tossed off her ship when Admiral 𝘸𝘪𝘬𝘦 was revealed. Finally, the masters make a decision. Adeline of Lacrosse, from Venator, is chosen to be the new admiral and master of order. Her upbringing beneath Hunter's ideals, being the daughter of Master Coco's predecessor, and having a highly accomplished select status in order, makes her a prime candidate. The invitation will be given tonight, Uncle says. The room claps, though a few masters aren't thrilled their friends weren't chosen. The master of mercantile, apparently, feels like he just lost a major business transaction, but the master of scholars seems pleased, owing to Adeline's history with both Order and Hunter. That brings us to our final announcement. Uncle pauses, and his eyes flicker to me. I'd like to introduce everyone to my nephew. Soon every eye focuses on me. He just finished the Hunter Gauntlet, Uncle says. Led a hunter crew through a harrowing, record-breaking gauntlet. Death became his companion as on the first day. A brave soul perished on the deck right before him, but he persevered. He even leapt onto the back of a Class 5 gargantuan and single-handedly took the beast down. Wait, the Master of Agriculture says. This is the boy we've been hearing about? I didn't realize you were related. He took on his mother's name for a time, Uncle says, but with the threat of the gargantuan, we'll need people like him to win this war. People who will stop at nothing to rise. My throat becomes dry. I hate all these eyes on me. Conrad of 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦, Uncle says, is my heir. Please, nephew, rise. Climb the platform to take your seat beside me. My skin burns with rage. How dare he make this decision for me, in front of all these people? Part of me wants to spit on the floor and storm out, but Uncle knows I cannot do that. Not when the islands need to be united more than ever. Not when I'm so close to knowing where Ella is. I swallow my pride and force my legs to carry me up the stairs. And when Uncle leans to hug me, he whispers, I reward loyalty, Conrad. He says, for accepting this offer, I will fulfill my end of the bargain. And then my heart squeezes as he gives me what I've wanted for 6 years. Your first task, Prince, is to retrieve Princess Ella. Chapter 46. With the recitation of a few ceremonial words and the wax seal of the Master of Law, I'm Conrad of 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦 again, and one of the most powerful persons on the Skylands. As Uncle's office empties from the coronation, I move to the wide windows of the dreadnought and lower onto a rich couch. Conrad of 𝘓𝘓𝘬𝘦, again. And how can I be an 𝘓𝘓𝘬 when Mother was so much of what made me into who I am? I'm dressed in an ornate outfit, and find myself missing the simplicity of the hunter uniform. Outside, the fleet grows. More of Scholar's ships have arrived, coming all the way from the desert islands of Dandon, and they've brought their brightest to devise a way to strike back at the below. More of Hunter has arrived too, including hardened veterans who have just finished thinning out the pods of Arctic gargantuans in the far north. Their task now is to consider how to take down the gargantuan. But while the fleet grows and more of the trades arrive every day, Order's portion shrinks. Their responsibility is to spread out and protect the major islands. As several lines of sparrows practice trial runs, I try coming to terms with my new name. my new status. My position is even higher than any father held. Despite my mixed feelings about him, the midnight duels, being thrown to the prowling, and all his brutal teachings, I would not be here without him, may not have even survived the gauntlet. Mother, on the other hand, would be proud I rose the right way, built friendships, used compassion. She'd be thrilled to know I didn't trample those around me. Rather, I proved that I was meant to lead, that I deserved their loyalty. My heart pangs a little, wishing they'd both live to see me now. Once the room empties, Uncle steps before me, hands clasped behind his back as he approaches the window. "Strange, isn't it?" he asks. "What?" "Having so much power and realizing that not much has changed. You are still the same person you were before. But others, they will deify you." I hadn't considered it. But yes, once I thought of kings and queens as transcendent people. Now I'm one of those people. We go quiet for several seconds. He watches the fleet with me, and I can tell what he's thinking. Yes, the islands are strong, but whatever the below has is probably more than a gargantuan. Perhaps they have an army full of dangerous biomechanical beasts. Things we've never seen before and far worse. Uncle looks at me. "As prince, you have immense importance to the Skylands." I say nothing. It's strange that despite all my desires to rise, I never wanted prince. Taking this role was simply a side effect of getting my sister back. Before Mother died, I dreamed of rising to Archduke and taking her back to Erwin Manor. That was when I thought it was my home. But over the last few months, I've discovered a new one. "The Gladian is a fine ship," Uncle says, "but it is beneath your status." His arm raises toward an order carrying among the fleet. "I offer this to you. It'll be the prince's ship." That black carrier filled with hangars and cannons is a massive monster of death. I'd have hundreds of crew members. Wouldn't have to worry about recrewing it during the hunter draft. And as prince, I'd have no threat of mutiny because it'd be my ship. "You will have every manner of comfort," Uncle says. "Advisors, countless sparrows, weapons, everything you need for protection, everything you need to fight a war." Father would want me to have the carrier, and I think, if I were anyone else, the decision would be an easy one. But when I close my eyes and imagine home, my mind brings me back to the deck of the Gladian. And when I think of family, I picture Roderick, Keaton, and Pound. "I'd like to take you on a tour of it," Uncle says. "Come." He starts toward the door. When I don't follow, he glances back at me, raising an eyebrow. "King, while I appreciate your offer, I must remain on the Gladian." Everything goes quiet. His face wrinkles with displeasure. Apparently, it wasn't supposed to be a choice, but I made one anyway. "You wanted me to rise," I explain. "I became selected and rose through hunter, but I am a hunter for life. I can't shirk my duties, and not even you, King, can break the law of meritocracy." His voice goes quiet. "Not yet." My mouth shuts. I hate that I'm under this man. Hate that this war has brought me to the point where he becomes a necessity. If he can find a way to solidify his position as king, a way to ensure none can ever challenge him, he will. He'll preach the benefits of meritocracy only so long as it supports his aim. "Your infatuation with your crew will cause you pain, Conrad. They won't even remain aboard your ship. Once you return to Venator, you will have to assemble a new crew. Your ship will be filled with people you don't know and can't trust. And worse, the Gladian won't even be yours. You'll still have to pay it off with hunter contracts. I already asked Master Coco, and she confirmed that Hunter does not accept outside money. I can't help you earn that ship." "I know." He pauses. Your new crew may mutiny against you, Conrad. They drop you too low. A prince of the Skylands and a low of hunter. He scoffs. No heir of mine will ever be the damned 𝘬𝘬𝘬𝘠. I was the 𝘬𝘬𝘬𝑦. I still am. His eyes narrow. What? As my crew shrank, I took on extra responsibilities. He stares at me. For a moment, I think he'll yell, as if I just besmirched the Irwin name. But I wasn't an Irwin then, and I'm not sure I really am one now. He exhales. I suppose what you have done is admirable. You'd have done anything to rise, chased it to sky's end. I'm not like you, Uncle. I'm no stranger to being a low. I'm not concerned about getting my hands dirty. He squints, and maybe he considers ordering me to take the carrier, but perhaps he's realized that I'm not so easily controlled. He shakes his head. You are making a mistake. I won't make this offer a second time. I understand. Very well, Conrad. Keep your little ship. But just know that once you return to Venator, your friends will abandon you. And when you're surrounded by strangers, you'll find yourself wishing you'd taken my offer. I'll take the risk. Once silence falls over us again, he waves an annoyed hand, dismissing me. As I'm leaving, he calls out, Conrad, everyone wants to rise, he says. Loyalty runs thin, even among friends. Be careful. Back on the ☸𝘠𝘮𝑦, with the open air breezing against my skin, I feel free again. And for the first time in days, I forget about the 𝘵𝘠𝘮𝑦. Once we're on our way to the coordinates to get Ella, my crew gathers in the cafeteria. Your Majesty, Roderick says with a sarcastic bow, as I enter the room, I live to serve. Shut your damn mouth, I say. Roderick laughs, but it's clear the rest of the crew isn't sure how to respond. I'm not just a captain anymore. I'm royalty. If any of you call me Majesty, I say, or Prince or Highness, I'll make you clean the lavatory with your tongue. And at this statement the room laughs. It seems to cut through the tension. Then I discuss the ship Uncle had offered me. Keaton's mouth falls. You didn't take it? Why? Because I'm loyal to my family, I say, and this is my home. The whole room goes silent. Pound shifts a little uncomfortably, and suddenly I realize that I may have just made a horrible mistake. They're all going to resign. Eldon steps before me and pulls an envelope from his pocket. Captain, he says, serving under you has been unique, to say the least, and I will fly you to get your sister. But once we return to Venator, I'm submitting my resignation. My gut squeezes. Pound and Eldon gone. The only person on this crew who has no choice but to stay behind is Bryce. And the only reason she will is because I'm not sure it's safe for her to be anywhere else. Eldon touches my shoulder and smiles faintly. I will return to the deck and continue our path toward the princess. As he leaves, I sink to a bench. The meritocracy makes it impossible to have friends. Everyone has their own desires, their own paths, and I suspect that by becoming close to my crew, I've lost sight of what meritocracy is. This crew can't be my family. They aren't blood. Bryce lowers beside me, and I'm grateful that at least, whatever happens on Venator, I'll have her with me. Keaton steps before me and pulls a letter from her pocket. I actually had a conversation with another hunter captain when we docked on the Dreadnought. He offered me a position as strategist. Said he'd take me during the draft if I was available. And, she glances at Roderick. He offered to take Rod, too. This revelation cuts deep. It feels like my heart has been clutched by a cold hand. Roderick joins her side. Master Coco warned us that you might release us from the 𝘸𝘠𝘮𝑦, that she encouraged it. We told the captain of the Talas we'd accept if we were available in the draft, but, he says, glancing at Keaton, It sounds like you don't want us to be available in the draft. I look up, and there's a little smile on his face. We'd love to stay aboard, Conrad, Keaton says, if you'll have us. We're kind of a package deal, Roderick adds, throwing an arm over her shoulder. That is, until I fall madly in love with another gorgeous woman. She elbows his ribs. I smile, and we make it official by tearing up their resignation letters. Months ago, I'd lost almost all my family. Now I have a new one. And what about you, Pound? Roderick asks. You still trying to win back your family? He's the only one in the cafeteria who hasn't spoken. He sits leaning forward, elbows on his knees. For a moment, I consider his mind has shifted. Then he's realized he wants to be here, that the Atwoods don't deserve him. Then his eyes harden.
I will not serve under an 𝘓𝘪𝘬𝘦.
And he leaves. We arrive at Ella's coordinates as soon as the island breaks through the clouds. Horrible fear snags my heart. Uncle didn't tell me it was this island. That rat bastard. Always putting us through tests, making us prove we're strong. What is this place? Bryce asks, looking over the jungled hills. This, I say through clenched teeth, is where I ate prowlin. Her mouth falls. I turn to Eldon. Take us to the island, now. We rocket past a small boat, a twinkling star in the night. It's occupied by a sleeping man, probably the person Uncle left in charge of watching Ella and returning her once she proved herself. Soon I'm hopping off the roped ladder and landing on the squishy earth of the dark jungle. My crew watches from above. Some beg to come, but I wouldn't risk any of them, not for one of the ridiculous Irwin rites of passage. The only things that come with me are a cane and an auto musket. This is my path. I set off. My heart thuds at the sight of the black jungle. Insects attack my skin. As I march through undergrowth, I remember how loud this jungle is. Chattering animals, chirping insects, swaying branches in the wind. The only light comes from my auto musket. A crystal attached at the end of the barrel glows white. I penetrate the shadows of the trees and enter the jungle's curtains. The darkness, like a living thing, curls around me. It's pervasive. The hair on my neck rises. Around every corner I fear seeing those golden eyes again. Fear hearing the thundering breaths coming from a prowlin's massive lungs. Daytime might be humankind's domain, but nighttime belongs to the prowlin. My crystal illuminates enough of my path that I don't stumble into boulders. Many sensations try to divert my eyes from the jungle, but I refuse to look down. Won't be distracted because something about this island makes me feel weak, like a child again. Somewhere on this miserable, unforgiving place, I lost my innocence. A sudden image of my sister getting mauled sears into my mind. It feels so real. Her screams send chills up my back. I start running, and I don't stop until my boot tromps on something wet. Long stripes of liquid mark the ground. Blood. My heart becomes frost. I raise my musket, exposing more of the surrounding area. Nearby, a row of prints crushes the vegetation, and a clump of hair rests where a great struggle occurred. My stomach churns. I follow the trail where evidently something has been dragged and pursue it through a pair of trees. My moist palms squeeze the musket. Sweat pools on my brow. She can't be dead. Can't. Not after all this time. I promised her I'd protect her. Would never let anything happen to her. But as I climb a ridge and look over the edge, something golden glows beyond the craggy rocks. A fire? Hope springs inside me as smoke scents the air. Yes, fire! I descend the hill, and once I push a branch from my face, a campsite appears. A bed of leaves and sticks rests beneath a shelter made of branches. The ground near the fire is free of debris. A row of tools, crafted from sharp stones, lays carefully arranged atop a frond. A figure sits beside the fire. A young girl, barefoot, with bloody hands and grease dribbling from her chin. Her white hair is all curls, and her eyes are dark green. She cracks a bone against a rock and digs for the soft marrow inside. Behind her, a silver carcass dangles from a tree. When I survived the problem, I was emaciated. But this girl, she doesn't have sallow cheeks or sunken eyes. Her skin isn't caked in dirt either. She's made the jungle her home in a way that I never did. A twig snaps under my foot. Ella looks up and instinctively reaches for one of the sharp stones. Her eyes say she's going to hurl it at my skull. That Uncle's venom has reached her core, turned her into a beast. But a wrinkle of recognition grows on her brow, and soon she's grinning. Ella is quiet. Once we return to the Gladian and she climbs the ropes to the deck, we sit together under the stars. Mother lives in her dimples and her white hair. Her appearance leaves me twisted with nostalgic heartache. I am Erwin again, I say. She pauses, her green eyes calculating, and for a moment I see Uncle in her, as she may have just realized she's no longer first in line. We sit, a little uncomfortably, gazing at each other, unsure what to do or say, but I can't let her worry about her status, not when we've just been reunited. And I know that Uncle's venom has been filtering through her. How could it not? She was only 6 when Uncle stole her. This, I say, unclipping the white cane I'd brought with me on the island, was Mother's, and I think she meant for you to have it. I toss it to her. She snatches it easily from the air, spins it, and her fingers tenderly follow the cracks in the smooth surface. She's practiced with the cane. Uncle would have been training her himself. Her eyes stop on the black stag at the end of the cane. Then her voice comes out soft and low. Uncle didn't tell me Mother had a dueling cane. Do you remember when Mother and Father would train in the Irwin Square? She bites her lip, then shakes her head. It was half her life ago. I have so many questions. Did she try to contact me? Did she miss me? What does she remember of Mother, Father? But I'd rather not overwhelm her now. She stuffs the cane into my hands. I am an Irwin. This is not for me. I nudge it back toward her. You're part of Mother too, Ella. She stares at the cane again, and as she stares, an eagerness lines her expression. When I'd broken into Irwin Manor and slipped into her room, her wall had been covered in practice canes. Uncle hasn't given her a real cane yet. She hasn't earned one yet. Uncle would not approve, she says. Oh, how I want to tell her everything about Uncle, but I can almost hear Mother inside me, begging me to be patient, because if I push too hard now, Ella might lock up. Then it will be our secret, I say. She looks away, inspecting my ship for a moment, perhaps having questions of her own. How was I able to rise? Maybe, judging by the lack of gem on her sleeve, she doesn't even know that Uncle is king. I hold the cane out. She has to take it. Has to show me that there's still hope, that Uncle's poison hasn't ruined her. Finally, she bites her lip and snatches the cane. As she touches the cracks, the story of Mother, my heart swells. There's hope. There's hope. Also, I say, unhooking the necklace from my neck and reaching it out to her, this is yours. I took it when I was trying to get you out of Irwin Manor. She glimpses the gold. Then her eyes meet mine. A second later, she takes it too. And as she hangs it over her neck, for the first time in a long time, I feel whole again. Like everything is right. I'll not break a promise to her again. My crew comes to meet her. Everyone but Pound. But that's probably a good thing, because if there is anyone Ella would immediately hate, I'd wager it'd be an Atwood. Roderick laughs, looking at her. She's the little girl version of Conrad. Ella scowls. No, Bryce says. She looks tougher to me. This makes Ella smile. It's strange because I always visualized my reunion with Ella to be a private affair, something entirely between family. But my family has grown. Bryce, Keaton, Roderick, and Ella are the most important people in my life. Mother often told me that even when we were lows, I was enough for her. I didn't understand it then, but now I do. And with what lies ahead, with the vicious war that will only intensify, I'll need them more than ever. Once Ella falls asleep against my shoulder, I lift her, like when she was little. She's heavier now. I bring her to my cabin and tuck her in my bed. After brushing her white hair from her eyes, I sit beside her like I sat beside Mother when her fever burned so harsh. I didn't think she'd make it through the night. Whoever Ella has become, I'll defend her with my life. She will not leave my side again. We find Venator encircled by more protective hunter ships than ever before. I'm the first to reach the deck, except for Eldon. It's a cold morning, and the sun gleams over the edges of the horizon. Golden lights pack the jungle island. A fresh set of selections, chosen after the king and masters commanded that all trades replenish their ranks. Disembark passenger vessels, heading toward the fire pits. Soon they'll be off to compete in a new gauntlet. Their gauntlet will be different, though, because it'll also be preparing them for war. As hunter veterans, we get the special privilege of flying directly to the Academy docks. Once I kick the lever to lower the gangway, Eldon comes beside me, his luggage gripped in hand. "Thank you," he says. "You never took my strings away." When he reaches the dock, he looks up at me. "I hope our paths cross again, Conrad of 𝘓𝘓. If they do, perhaps we will both be captains, and we will hunt together." I smile. "Good luck, Eldon of Bartimus." He nods, and then he turns, walking the dock as a hunter veteran, the best flyer I know. Next, my heart beats hollow as the biggest bird shit I've ever met rises from the hatch. This is a goodbye I didn't think would ever hurt. He stomps toward me and leans his massive body against the railing. Casual. It's not until he starts talking that I realize he's not holding any luggage. "I have some conditions," Pound says. "Conditions?" "1. You draft a new damn cook. I'm sick of cooking for your lazy ass every morning." "Wait, are you staying?" 2. I am the strategist, and if I plan something you think is crazy, you don't get to override me. I have complete autonomy." "Do I really have to get a new cook? You're so good at it." "Shut your noise hole, 𝘓𝘓. 3. You will bow every time I enter the room." I laugh. "To hell with that." He smiles too. Almost can't believe he had a change of heart. I'm so excited that I wake the rest of the crew with my gem, and soon they're all on the deck laughing. Hunting veterans walking past us, heading into the academy, give us strange looks. We're probably the only hunter crew where everyone hugs. "What made you change your mind?" Roderick asks him. Pound leans his hands on his hips. "While we were with the fleet, I heard some news from Homestead. My family rose again, all the way back to high. They didn't need me, and I realized something." "What's that?" "They're all assholes." We're all quiet until I snort a laugh. "I mean, sure, some of them are great," he says. "I love my sister. But it was because of them that I beat little kids in the alleys. Because of them I was a bastard who broke Conrad's ribs before the duel. Worse than all that, they abandoned me. Why the hell would I fight for their approval when I already gave them all I had? I was embarrassed before the entire island of my birth. And when I needed them most, they told me I wasn't good enough." "Well, you're not good enough for us either," Roderick says. Pound punches his arm, a little too hard, and Roderick stops smiling. But Bryce, Keaton, and I don't. Before long, we're walking back into the academy, my sister and my friends close beside me. Normally, the draft process would be reserved for the captain alone, but as with all families, big decisions must be made together. I don't know what my future holds, or what will happen when the below people return, but I've settled on fighting with this crew. We are hunters, and we're tasked with bringing down the largest prey known. Together we will rise, or together we will fall. The end.